Return the call, Samantha recalls that he sounded completely drained. Not talkative, not open, just tired. She says his response was short and straight to the point. According to her, he told her, "She's okay, don't bring it up. She doesn't want anyone to know." That was it. Samantha believes that moment changed everything inside the family. In her view, that was the turning point. Some relatives chose to respect the privacy and leave it alone, while others struggled to just move on without asking questions. The tension didn't explode, but it didn't disappear either.
As the father, the man who raised her solo, when her mum ditched her during her teenage years.
A few weeks later, Samantha says she had a private conversation with Meghan during a family dinner. According to her, she brought up the clinic and mentioned that she believed she had seen the file. Samantha says Meghan stayed calm when responding. No anger, no panic. She remembers her saying, "Then you also know why I can't afford to be like everyone else." That line, according to Samantha, didn't sound defensive. It felt more like a quiet acknowledgement of something deeper. Over the years, the relationship between the two sisters has been talked about publicly many times, with plenty of disagreement on different issues. But Samantha says this specific memory has never changed for her. She believes something serious happened during that time, and in her opinion, the silence that followed wasn't random, it was intentional. According to her, multiple people chose to keep things private as time went on. Samantha has also said that whatever happened at that clinic has always been surrounded by questions. The facility mentioned in these accounts has been referred to as the LaFonto Women's Wellness Center, described in reports as a private clinic in the Los Angeles area. For years, it was reportedly known for clients who valued discretion, especially people connected to the entertainment industry. Some reports even claim it attracted individuals working in Hollywood. Staff there were said to follow strict confidentiality rules, keeping patient information tightly locked down at all times. According to journalists who later looked into the clinic, privacy wasn't just a rule, it was the whole foundation of how the place operated. Staff were expected to stay completely silent about who came in and what happened behind those doors. No names, no details, nothing getting out. For years, the clinic stayed under the radar with barely any public attention, but eventually, that started to change. Some media outlets began digging, asking questions, trying to figure out what really went on inside. Around 2024, a few reporters who tried visiting the location described running into serious security, tight access, controlled entry, no easy way in. According to those accounts, if you didn't have an appointment, you weren't stepping inside, no exceptions. One journalist claimed that when they asked about past patient records, staff shut it down immediately. No comments, no answers, just a warning that authorities could be contacted if the questions didn't stop. That response alone raised even more curiosity. Another reporter tried a completely different angle.
Letters, she was phoning hospitals, but we now know that she allegedly will not speak to.
According to their account, they sent multiple emails pretending to be a potential patient, asking about general services. But what happened next? Nothing at all. They say they never got a reply, not even an automatic response confirming the message was received. Then things took another turn in 2025. Reports suggested the clinic went through what was called a strategic restructure. Not a full shutdown, but definitely a shift behind the scenes. According to those reports, part of that process involved moving patient data out of the United States. Some sources claim those records were transferred to servers based in Switzerland, making them much harder for outside parties to reach. That detail only added more mystery to the situation. Thomas Markle says he also tried reaching out to the clinic years earlier. According to him, he wasn't looking for drama. He just wanted to confirm whether his memory of that visit was accurate. He says he submitted a formal request, asking if any records from that time still existed. Thomas recalls getting a short, written reply. According to him, it said, "We cannot confirm nor deny the presence of this individual in our facility at any time." That was it. No explanation, no follow-up, nothing more. He also claims he later spoke with someone he describes as a former nurse from the clinic. He refers to her as Marina and says she worked overnight shifts there for years, mostly helping patients after procedures. According to Thomas, she eventually moved away from California. He says during a private conversation, she told him she remembered Meghan visiting the clinic and described her as young and very nervous at the time. But when he tried to ask more questions, he says her tone changed. According to his account, she suddenly went quiet and didn't offer many more details, leaving that part of the story hanging without clear answers. The conversation, according to Thomas, ended without giving him much clarity at all. He also claims they briefly spoke again in 2023. During that talk, he says the woman he calls Marina repeated that she remembered Meghan being at the clinic. In his recollection, she described her as nervous and very withdrawn at the time, something he says stood out to staff working that shift. Thomas also recalls her mentioning another detail that stuck with him. According to his account, someone came to pick Meghan up that day who wasn't a family member. He says that person helped guide her out through a side exit, keeping everything low-key and out of sight. The whole situation, he believes, was handled quietly, with no attention drawn to it at all. When he looks back on everything, Thomas says there are still a lot of unanswered questions. In his view, there's a private clinic that rarely speaks, a former staff member who remembers pieces of the story, and records that may not even be easy to access anymore.
Seriously unwell father, Thomas Markle Sr., who's 81 years of age, fighting for his life in hospital.
All of it, he says, leaves gaps that were never fully explained. At the same time, Thomas makes one thing very clear. He says he's not claiming that having a medical procedure at a young age is wrong at all, and he doesn't believe anyone owes the public their private medical history. According to him, those decisions should stay personal. No debate about that. But, in his view, Meghan later built a public image centered around openness and honesty, and he believes that along the way, certain people from her earlier life slowly faded out of that story. Not because they did anything wrong, he says, but because they were tied to moments that were never really talked about. He points to several people connected to that time. There's the former husband who stayed completely silent despite heavy media attention. There's the half-sister who says she once saw a file at a clinic, even though her claims have been questioned. And then there's the former nurse, who he says remembered a young patient but chose not to speak publicly. And right in the middle of it all, Thomas says, is him, holding on to letters, documents and memories from over decades ago. He says he once saw himself as one of Meghan's biggest supporters, helping her chase her early dreams. But over time, he feels his role in that story changed in the public eye. Now, he says he's no longer expecting things to be fixed between them. He's accepted that their relationship went down a different path. What he wants at this point is simple, to have his perspective out there alongside all the other versions people have heard. Some people might question his reasons. Others might still be curious about what really happened. But after staying quiet for so long, Thomas says he finally feels ready to speak on what he remembers. If you made it this far, drop your thoughts in the comments. I want to hear what you think about all this. And don't forget, hit that like button, subscribe for more deep dives, and share this with someone who needs to hear this story.
Do you see any of the real Diana in Meghan? Did you?
No.
Really?
No.
Oh,
Sorry.
She used to charge almost $30,000 per trip.
Damn!
Which is why she was making good money. It wasn't on suit.
Back in her early days, she was totally reliant on Soho House to pay for her travel, to pay for her accommodation.
I don't want to be doing another bloody segment on Meghan Markle and Harry. Right?
Just think about this. You're flipping through channels on a random Tuesday night, not expecting anything wild, when Piers Morgan suddenly drops a stack of photos that look like they came straight out of a private vault. In that split second, millions of viewers start realizing that the relatable underdog story they bought into might actually be one of the smoothest performances ever pulled off.
And then the rest of it was, and all the racism claims turned out to be bullshit. The mental health claims were all of it was bullshit, designed to damage and attack the royal family, the monarchy, and all.
For years, she built this image of being down to earth, just hustling and grinding her way through showbiz like everyone else. But those photos, they told a whole different story. VIP sections, high-end parties, elite circles, and connections that definitely don't match the struggling actor narrative. What's even crazier is how none of those high-profile moments ever showed up in her public story. The second those images flashed on screen, You could literally see that carefully crafted image start cracking in real time. This wasn't just bad press, it felt like watching a perfectly polished persona fall apart piece by piece right in front of everyone, and here's where it gets messy. For someone who constantly talks about honesty and transparency, she seems way too skilled at making things disappear. Old posts, gone. Exclusive event photos, gone. People who knew her back then, suddenly quiet, like nobody wants to say a word. Now the one thing her team probably hoped would stay buried got blasted across national TV. The truth didn't slowly leak out, it exploded all at once. And the wild part, Piers didn't even need to say much. The photos did all the talking themselves.
Once a Soho House basic, always a Soho House basic.
Any fans of Meghan Markle in tonight? Oh, hang on. There is one lone hand has raised
Subversive.
up here. Actually, that is one more than I expected. I have to be.
This goes way deeper than basic celebrity drama. We're looking at calculated moves, smart networking, and a pattern of cutting people off when they're no longer useful. A whole past that's been kept low-key for a reason. And trust, this is just the surface. The studio lights were already hot. Piers leaned in, held up those glossy shots, and just like that, boom! A full media storm kicked off in real time. No big theatrics, no dramatic pauses, just cold, steady delivery. And somehow, that made it hit way harder. It felt calculated, like he'd been holding on to this moment for years, waiting for the perfect second to drop it and watch everything unfold. The reaction? Instant chaos. Social media blew up fast. Hashtags started trending before producers could even keep up. Clips were spreading everywhere, stacking millions of views before the broadcast even wrapped up. And these weren't just random pictures from some chill night out. What made them so loud was the lifestyle they exposed. Exclusive rooms, powerful connections, high-level access that completely clashed with the just grinding in Hollywood story she'd been pushing for years. For a long time, fans were fed a version of reality that just didn't line up. We're talking elite circles, carefully chosen connections, and moves that felt way more strategic than just showing up to auditions or catching a lucky break. The internet caught on instantly.
It was planned from the beginning. She denied being interested in the royal family, which she totally was. I know someone who knows the ex-husband who said she had a vision board with Prince Harry on it.
People started connecting dots, digging through timelines and asking questions that suddenly didn't have clean answers. And what made these photos hit even harder wasn't just what you could see, it was what they hinted at. The stuff kept quiet, the details never shared, the gaps in the story that now looked way too obvious. Then things got even stranger. Her legal team, usually quick to shut everything down, went completely silent. These are the same people who would fight over the smallest detail or push back hard on any negative press. But now, no statements, no pushback, no reaction at all. And when someone who normally treats the media like a war zone suddenly goes quiet, that silence says everything. But here's where it takes a turn. The real story wasn't just the photos, it was who let them out.
It makes them newsworthy. So you either then ignore what people are talking about and debating and having all the silly stuff.
Way before the fame, before the spotlight got this big, she met Piers Morgan for drinks at a Kensington pub. For a moment, it seemed like they connected, but just like that, within a day, she disappeared completely. Then the very next night, she shows up stepping into a much bigger world, one Piers couldn't compete with. That moment didn't just fade away, it stuck. A quiet grudge sitting in the background, building over time. And now, it looks like it finally came back around in the loudest way possible. The infamous Oprah interview, that was the breaking point. Her claims set off a wave of reaction so intense it shook everything, including Piers walking straight off Good Morning Britain. And then it got personal. Reports later came out saying she had actually filed a complaint against him herself. Now these leaked photos, they weren't just headline bait, they were straight up ammunition. This turned into a fight he never asked for, but clearly felt ready to engage in. From his perspective, she played the public sympathy angle while quietly wiping away parts of her past that didn't fit the story. But here's where it gets even deeper.
She's living the life she probably wanted all along.
Yes.
A life of unparalleled luxury and riches that she got by marrying her handsome British prince. She's living back in the state that she came from.
Piers wasn't the only one who could have had access to those explosive images. There's another name that keeps popping up quietly behind the scenes of her rise, Marcus Anderson. Officially, she described him as just a friend, but the pattern tells a whole different story. Marcus wasn't just casually around. He moved like a shadow, showing up everywhere she went. Toronto, London, Los Angeles. Every major move, he was right there. And his role? Not small at all. As a global membership director at Soho, he had serious access. We're talking exclusive events, private lounges, and even behind-the-scenes archives. Photos, guest lists, moments the public was never supposed to see. For someone building a tightly controlled image, having someone like Marcus in her corner wasn't just helpful, it was powerful. Some quiet rumours even suggest he wasn't just a friend, but more like a strategist. Someone who knew exactly how to move through elite spaces and connect the right people to elevate her status fast. And here's the part that raises eyebrows. A lot of those leaked photos, they look like they came from places only someone like Marcus, or someone close to him, could access. If that's true, it opens up a serious question. Did someone in her inner circle finally decide to expose everything she worked so hard to keep hidden? And if it wasn't Marcus, then who else had that level of access? Because at that point, this isn't just about loyalty anymore, it's a bigger game. And as those images spread everywhere, they brought back an old rumour about her past that just refuses to fade no matter how much time passes. Whispers about high-profile yacht gatherings, once kept low-key and barely talked about, started coming back strong. These weren't just random rumours anymore, they were picking up real attention.
So this is what Meghan has been doing. She's a piece of Klingon, like she clings to somebody who can get her there. So Meghan manages to befriend one person of a very popular group, and then that person introduces her to the others. And because that she's being brought in by somebody they trust, she's welcome.
And the image they painted, it didn't match a struggling actor chasing auditions at all. Instead, it showed her moving through ultra-exclusive, invite-only spaces. Private yachts weren't just for relaxing. They looked more like floating networking hubs packed with social elites, ambitious creatives, and powerful business insiders. Documentaries and online investigators started pointing out a pattern. Certain actors were reportedly flown out to these luxury events under the label of hospitality, and her name kept showing up in those conversations again and again. Now, to be fair, some viral photos claiming to show her on yachts turned out to be mistaken identity. But even with that cleared up, the bigger picture didn't go away. When people lined up timelines, locations, and anonymous accounts, too many details overlapped to ignore. And that's exactly what kept the speculation alive. And that's where things started to feel off. Her sudden access to luxury travel, Mediterranean getaways, and first-class experiences didn't match the just grinding in Hollywood image she was known for. So people started asking real questions. If she was truly struggling, where was the money for these trips coming from? And why did the same powerful figures keep appearing around her in different settings? Older images tied to exclusive yacht circles, spaces known for high-stakes networking, only added more curiosity. These weren't random claims being thrown around. They were questions that gained momentum once the leaked photos gave them new context. You could see the pressure building. Her carefully shaped public story started to shake as more people looked closer and connected dots. Then right when everything felt like it hit its peak, Prince Harry stepped in without even meaning to and added more heat. In his memoir, which was supposed to show a softer, more personal side of their relationship, he shared details about their early days. He talked about private dinners, low-key meetups, and time spent in exclusive clubs, places he described like they were second nature to her, spots where staff already knew her well. For most people, that might sound romantic, but for critics, it raised a big contradiction that was hard to ignore. She had always claimed she barely used that club, just popped in occasionally for convenience. But Harry's version told a completely different story. His memory made it sound like she was already deeply connected to that world long before they ever crossed paths. That one inconsistency, it brought every question rushing back. People started looking again at how she went from a mid-level actor to someone moving effortlessly through the most elite circles on the planet. How do you get that kind of access to a club known for turning away even top-tier celebrities? And why did her social circle always look so polished, so wealthy, and perfectly aligned with powerful people? Observers began spotting patterns she had never really explained, and Harry's candid recollections, whether he meant to or not, clashed hard with the image she had been presenting for years. The contrast was impossible to ignore. On one side, the humble, relatable persona she promoted. On the other, the insider lifestyle hinted at in his memoir. When critics started connecting those details to the leaked photos Piers Morgan showed, it turned into a full breakdown of her public image. And her response? Nothing but silence. But that silence didn't calm anything down. It made everything louder. Every leaked photo, every small detail from the memoir kept feeding a narrative that just wouldn't go away. Social media went wild. Timelines got picked apart. And what used to be quiet speculation turned into a full-on public debate. But here's where it really shifts. This wasn't just about luxury events or powerful connections anymore. It was about patterns. People noticed that almost every move she made had a certain rhythm to it. Trips, appearances, who she was seen with. It all started to look less random and more strategic. That's what made those leaked images hit so hard. They weren't just pictures. They pointed to access, influence, and a level of movement that didn't line up with the simple story she had been telling all along.
57,000 people complained to the television regulator, Ofcom, in the UK. A world record, I'm proud to say, complained about me for not believing Princess Pinocchio. And eventually my boss had said, can you just apologise to Meghan Markle, or you're going to have to, maybe lose your job. I went, I'll take the job option, thanks, I'll leave. And I walked off into the sun.
Luxury hotels, VIP parties, private gatherings. Every single image raised questions people couldn't ignore anymore. Each frame felt like a clue, and the more you looked, the harder it was to brush it off. Meanwhile, the people who had watched her rise in real time started connecting dots fast. Early friendships, strategic partnerships, insiders like Marcus Anderson, it all began to point towards something much bigger. This didn't look like luck at all. This looked like influence in motion. Critics weren't just pointing out small inconsistencies anymore. They were calling out a full pattern of calculated networking. People started asking serious questions. How did she always land in the right place at the perfect time? Why did private events, exclusive memberships, and elite gatherings line up so perfectly with her career moves? And the biggest question, why hadn't anyone really addressed this before? Piers Morgan's broadcast didn't just revisit her past, it set off a full public reckoning. Clips spread everywhere, hashtags took over, and online forums lit up as people started piecing together a story no one even realized was there. And that silence from her side. It didn't help. It made everything louder. With no pushback, the speculation just kept growing and growing. Then things got even more interesting. Insiders began quietly muttering about how she handled loyalty and connections. Relationships that once looked genuine suddenly seemed more strategic than personal. People started noticing a pattern. Connections that weren't just social, but purposeful. Ties that opened doors, boosted status, and secured access to powerful spaces. And here's the twist. For someone who built a brand around being relatable, her history started suggesting the complete opposite. Every polished public appearance seemed to hide years of calculated moves behind the scenes. Every luxury trip, every private party, every perfectly timed photo, it all started to look like part of a bigger strategy that most people never even noticed. Sure, some brushed it off as normal celebrity behavior, but the consistency, that's what made it hard to ignore. At this point, people weren't just gossiping. They were mapping out a system of influence, privilege, and social strategy that may have quietly pushed her all the way to the top. At the center of everything, those leaked photos hit like a spotlight. They didn't just show events, they exposed strategy, timing, and a level of access most people can only imagine.
He knows, and everybody all around the world, that you would want to know. The very rich, the very connected. Anybody who is anybody would be in Marcus Anderson's little black book. And he's never betrayed a confidence. He's never made a slip.
Now, with the public watching closely, every move, every word, every tiny detail, it became clear that the story she spent years building was starting to crack under pressure. and no amount of spin could fully fix that. For someone who built an entire brand around controlling the narrative, her reaction, or lack of one, said more than any statement ever could. This is the same person who pushed back hard against tabloids over private letters, fired off quick responses to misquotes, and challenged even the smallest misunderstandings. But now, nothing. No clarification, not even a quiet comment from her inner circle, just complete silence. And not the accidental kind, the kind that feels intentional. To a lot of people watching, that silence felt loud, almost like its own kind of answer. Because think about it. If the photos weren't real, why not shut it down immediately? If they were misleading, why not correct the narrative? Her team has never hesitated before, especially over issues way less serious than this. Instead, that silence created a vacuum and speculation, rushed in fast. Some analysts suggested that responding might actually give the photos more power. Others believed her PR team was stuck, trying to decide whether speaking out would make things worse. But staying quiet didn't make it disappear, it made it bigger. As people kept digging, they started noticing something else. This didn't begin recently. Long before the spotlight got this big, there were signs of reinvention. She had reshaped her image more than once, letting go of past versions of herself when they didn't fit the direction she was heading. Old blog posts, gone overnight. Mentions of certain relationships, wiped clean. Lifestyle choices that didn't match her polished image, quietly erased. But one chapter refused to stay buried. The Soho House era, because that period showed a version of her life that didn't line up with the ordinary person story she had been telling. And now, with those leaked photos back in circulation, that contrast was impossible to ignore. She promoted a certain image for years, and that's exactly why these leaks hit so differently. These weren't just awkward photos popping up out of nowhere. They felt like proof that her past was never really gone, just carefully edited and cleaned up.
Harry, who's that standing next to the Queen? Is that a servant? That's what Harry wrote in his book Spare. How stupid is this man that he actually believes it? Or is it that he wanted to?
And now, with this new wave of images, connections and contradictions spreading fast online, one thing stands out. You can't ignore it anymore. Her past wasn't erased. It's not sticking around because people are obsessed. It's sticking around because no level of reinvention fully removed the version of herself she hoped everyone would forget. Every unanswered question, every quiet moment, every chapter left untold, it all builds more curiosity. And while Piers Morgan's reveal might have cracked the door open, what's behind that door is what really has people locked in. We're talking shifting stories, missing connections, and high-level access that was presented as something much more modest. That's what keeps people digging. The real question now? What else is still hidden behind that carefully built image, just waiting to be exposed? Because this goes way beyond a few photos. This is about patterns, access, and influence that most people never even get close to seeing. Every image, every guest list, every private event points toward a world that usually stays behind closed doors. And she didn't look like an outsider passing through. It looked like she fit right in. Observers started putting it all together. The yachts, the exclusive clubs, the luxury travel. Piece by piece, it painted a lifestyle that didn't match the struggling actor story she shared publicly. And the more those dots connected, the clearer it became. This wasn't random. This looked planned. What really stands out is how precise it all seems. The right events, the right people, the perfect timing, every move lining up like it was mapped out in advance, almost like a high-stakes chess game. And those leaked photos, they didn't just capture moments, they exposed something much bigger hiding underneath it all. Those photos didn't just show random moments, they exposed patterns. Real patterns showing how influence, connections, and visibility were being managed behind the scenes. Even insiders couldn't ignore it anymore.
She'd been a Deal or No Deal girl, and she was calling herself a model, and she was starring in a show Suits. She used to charge almost $30,000 per trip, which is why she was making good money. It wasn't on Suits, it was on her yachting trips, because that's where the money was.
Friends, former colleagues, and social watchers started noticing something different. Some of her closest friendships didn't feel personal. They looked more like alliances, people who opened doors, made key introductions, and helped elevate her presence in all the right rooms. Every party, every trip, every appearance suddenly felt intentional, like each move was part of a bigger play, and the public caught on fast. Forums lit up, social media went into overdrive. Fans, critics, even casual viewers started tracking everything: movements, appearances, connections. This wasn't just gossip anymore. It turned into full-scale pattern. Recognition! And then came another layer. The leaks showed just how controlled the narrative had been. Moments that didn't fit the polished image. Gone. Deleted, buried, or never seen. Only the clean, curated version stayed in the spotlight. Until now. Those photos broke that illusion wide open. What people saw instead was someone far more complex, strategic, and deeply connected than they expected. And that contrast, that's what keeps people talking. Because while the public image pushed humble and relatable, the reality being hinted at showed influence, access, and a sharp understanding of elite spaces. This wasn't just celebrity. It looked like calculated positioning, smart networking, and knowing exactly when to move. And here's the real twist. The story isn't done yet. Every new leak, every detail, every connection just brings up more questions. What else hasn't been seen? What other moves were carefully kept out of the spotlight? And how much of the story people believed is only a small piece of something way bigger? One thing stands out clearly. Behind every perfectly crafted image there can be a whole system of strategy, access, and influence. And these leaked photos, this might just be the beginning of uncovering all of it. If you've got thoughts on this, drop them in the comments. I want to hear what you think. If this breakdown made you see things differently, make sure you like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to see it.
Harry once said Meghan gets whatever she wants.
Mickelson, the Hollywood producer who once shared a life and a last name with Meghan Markle, has spent years being conveniently written out of the royal story.
The date is January 23rd, 2026, Montecito, California. Behind the tall, locked gates of a luxury estate, one of the most famous men alive is reportedly falling apart. Not in front of cameras, not in some polished Netflix interview. This is private, quiet, heavy. The kind of silence that hits after a truth so intense it shakes everything you thought was real. Prince Harry, the man who stood up to the royal system and walked away from his titles, his country, and his own family, is now facing a question no one prepared him for. Was the woman he gave up everything for hiding a whole life he never got to see? And the man linked to those answers? Not a royal, not a reporter, a Hollywood producer, a name many people forgot, Meghan Markle's first husband, Trevor Engelson. Stay locked in, because this isn't just drama. It's being called the final chapter of one of the most complicated love stories tied to the royal world. By the end, one question hits hard. Did Prince Harry ever truly know Meghan Markle? The man who once said, Meghan gets whatever she wants, is now reportedly filled with regret. To understand how things reached this point in 2026, you have to rewind, not to Oprah, not to big public announcements, but back to 2018. A prince stands at St. George's Chapel, making a choice that would change his life forever. Leading up to that wedding, insiders say Harry was completely wrapped up in his love for Meghan. People involved in the planning even recalled his bold words, Meghan gets whatever she wants, as he pushed everything forward fast. The relationship that started in July 2016 moved fast. Real fast. By May 2018, just 22 months after their first date, they were already standing in front of the world saying their vows. In royal terms, that speed raised serious eyebrows. Royal marriages usually go through deep checks, long reviews, and intense scrutiny as standard procedure. This? It felt rushed, almost reckless to some insiders. But Harry was in love, and when Harry falls hard, he moves fast and pushes everything forward. Now in 2026, a big question is hanging in the air. Was that speed intentional? Was everything moving so quickly that it blocked the kind of deep-digging royal relationships usually go through? Because right now, Harry is reportedly not just thinking about it, he's angry about it. Sources close to the Sussex circle say his mood has shifted into what some are calling aggressive victimhood. The same man who once stood as Meghan's biggest defender is now being described as flipping the script in a shocking way. He's now reportedly blaming the royal family for letting the marriage happen at all. Let that sink in. The same Harry who made Meghan global news, who spoke openly in that Oprah interview, who shared personal details in his memoir, is now said to be pointing fingers back at the palace. According to these claims, Harry believes the palace failed to properly look into Meghan's background. He reportedly argues that back in 2017, he was emotionally vulnerable, still dealing with personal loss and pressure, and needed stronger guidance. In his view, the palace, often called the men in grey suits, should have stepped in, slowed things down, and protected him from rushing in. But instead, he allegedly feels they held back, worried about how it would look if they questioned the relationship too closely. Some now claim the process was rushed, like a massive green light was given to a £32 million wedding built on missing pieces. So the question hits hard. Does Harry actually have a point, or is this one of the biggest attempts to dodge responsibility the royal world has seen? And just wait until you hear what Princess Anne reportedly said, because it cuts deep. But before that, you need to understand why Harry has reached this point, because this isn't just theory, this is personal, messy, and tied to one man, Trevor Engelson. So who is he, and why is his name suddenly causing tension? If you've followed this story, you've probably heard Trevor's name brushed off like a side note, the starter marriage. The Hollywood producer Meghan was with for 7 years, married in 2011 during a 4-day wedding in Jamaica, then divorced by 2013. There's even that story people repeat, that her ring was sent back by FedEx. That detail stuck around as a symbol of how quickly things ended, but there's way more to Trevor than that label. Trevor Engelson isn't some forgotten ex. He's the founder of Underground Films, a real player in Hollywood with strong industry ties. He helped produce Snowfall, a hit FX drama that pulled serious attention and success. Reports say his net worth is over $10 million, and he's known as someone who knows how to survive and stay relevant in a tough industry. After the divorce, he didn't fade away. He rebuilt, remarried Tracy Kurland, and created a quiet but solid life. While Meghan's life exploded into global headlines, Trevor stayed silent, completely silent. And that's exactly why what's been happening since early 2026 is starting to raise serious questions. This is where things start shaking both Hollywood and Buckingham Palace, because reports claim Trevor Engelson is no longer staying quiet, but he didn't come out with a big interview or a tell-all book. Instead, insiders describe something way more controlled, a quiet flow of information, a so-called dossier filled with details from Meghan's life before fame. And now people are asking, why now? Engelson reportedly isn't chasing money. By all accounts, he's doing well, steady career, solid life. So this doesn't look like a cash grab. Some people close to the situation say it's something more personal, something human, a sense of unfinished business. A man who felt blindsided after a long relationship ended is now allegedly tired of watching that same story be rewritten in public. Whether that's true or not, what really has people on edge is what he supposedly has access to. And the most talked about part. It points back to Meghan's earlier years, even before their relationship, her time at Northwestern University between 1999 and 2003. Now listen carefully, because this part matters. What's being discussed here includes claims that are not confirmed. There are no verified records, no official documents, no solid legal proof backing these stories. These ideas have mostly spread through tabloids, online discussions, and social media chatter. Many experienced journalists and legal experts have treated them with serious doubt. But here's why this still matters. Not because the claims are proven, but because of the impact they are reportedly having behind closed doors, inside Harry's world, and within palace circles. Because here's the truth. An allegation doesn't need proof to cause damage. It just needs the right person to believe it at the worst possible moment. And according to reports, that's exactly what's happening right now. At the centre of all this is a shocking claim that Meghan Markle's marriage to Trevor Engelson may not have been her second, but her third. That's what unverified rumours floating around online are saying. The story goes like this. At just 19, while studying at Northwestern University, Meghan allegedly entered a legal marriage with a man named Joseph Goldberg Giuliano. That name has only appeared in rumours. Nothing officially confirmed. The claim continues, saying the marriage was quickly erased, possibly annulled and wiped from public records, with some suggesting the man's wealthy family stepped in and shut it down fast. Now let's be clear, none of this has been proven, no solid documents, no official confirmation, nothing concrete. But if it were true, it would mean Meghan's past was more complicated than what was publicly known when she joined the royal family in 2018. And in royal circles, where every detail is examined closely, where history and background actually matter, something like that would raise serious questions. That's the kind of idea that's reportedly been weighing on Harry. But even with how explosive that sounds, it's not the claim people say pushed him the furthest emotionally. There's another theory, and it's even more intense. It's being called the abandoned child claim. And again, this comes from online discussions and videos, not verified evidence. According to these rumors, a child was allegedly born from that supposed early relationship and later given up in a way that removed any trace from public view. Some versions of the story even try to link this to Meghan's extended family, but there's no proof connecting any of it. These claims are highly speculative and could be completely false. Still, think about the impact. For Prince Harry, who has built his life around being a present and protective father, these kinds of rumors, real or not, would hit hard. The idea alone, that there could be a child Harry never knew about, is being described as mentally overwhelming for him. Just think about that for a second. Harry has spent years cosking about protecting children, about being present, about showing up as a real father. He's shared emotional stories about Archie and Lilibet, building his whole image around being a protector. Now imagine hearing claims that suggest a completely different story tied to the person he trusts most, a past he was never told about. According to reports, that clash hit everything he believed about her. Sources close to their circle say that between January 15th and January 20th, 2026, things inside their Montecito home got intense. Arguments reportedly escalated to a level where voices could be heard beyond the walls. Harry is said to have demanded what insiders call the full truth about Meghan's past, especially her time at Northwestern. For the first time, that united front, the us against everyone image, started breaking apart. And Harry's role, it reportedly flipped fast, from defender to someone asking hard questions. He allegedly reached out to old UK security contacts, trying to understand why nothing like this ever came up before. There are also claims he spent hours alone, either locked in his study or driving through the hills, clearly trying to process everything. And when the two did talk, those conversations were described as direct and heavy. One line, reportedly said by Harry, has been spreading fast. I gave up my country for a version of you that might not exist. Whether exact or not, that quote captures the tension people are talking about. Because at the center of all this is one thing. His entire new life was built on trust, on belief, on her story. And now, proven or not, that foundation is being shaken hard. So when this situation reportedly reached London, the royal family didn't stay quiet. They sent in Princess Anne. And what followed is being described as a serious lesson in accountability. If there's one royal known for being the backbone of the institution, it's Princess Anne. The Princess Royal has a reputation that's solid, no confusion, no softness where it doesn't belong. For decades, she's shown that duty and discipline aren't limits, they are the mission. On January 21st, 2026, Anne made her move. Not with a speech, not with a polished post, and definitely not with anything flashy. This was quiet, calculated, and precise, handled through back channels the British system has mastered over time. The first issue she reportedly addressed was the legal side of these Northwestern claims, and the message coming through her office was clear. Even if those allegations were true, Meghan was legally an adult at the time. She had every right to make her own choices, and more importantly, by the time of the 2018 royal wedding, both Harry and Meghan were officially confirmed as legally single. The palace had already checked that status before the marriage, so legally speaking, that wedding at St. George's Chapel stands firm. No loopholes, no questions. With that, Anne drew a sharp line. She separated legal facts from emotional reactions, and then turned to the bigger issue. Because when it came to Harry's claim that the palace should have stepped in and protected him from his own decisions, Anne's reported response was cold and direct. Harry wasn't a kid. He wasn't inexperienced. He was a man in his 30s, someone who had served in Afghanistan, someone who understood pressure, responsibility, and public life. And the message was clear. This wasn't on the palace. Harry didn't just accept royal life. He fought hard for the freedom to make his own choices without interference. That's key. The Crown gave him everything. A £32 million wedding, full royal approval, global status. So now, turning around and saying the family failed him by not stopping the marriage. That didn't sit right with Anne at all. Reports say she didn't just disagree. She saw it as a direct hit to the strength Harry once claimed to have. This wasn't soft feedback. This was a firm verdict. And Anne wasn't done yet, because after addressing the legal side and Harry's personal claims, she reportedly turned to what matters most: the children, Archie and Lilibet. And this is where things got serious. Sources say Anne expressed deep frustration, not just at them as individuals, but at the situation surrounding those kids. All the public tension, the back-and-forth stories, the leaks, the rumours. It's all happening while two young children are caught in the middle of a global spotlight they never asked for. Her message, as shared through insiders, was simple but heavy. These children were brought into the world through love, and now they need stability, not chaos. Not public battles, not constant headlines, not pressure from every direction. That's the line she reportedly drew. And with that, Anne flipped the narrative. Instead of the royal family looking cold or distant, she positioned them as the steady side, the ones focused on protecting the next generation, the ones thinking about the kids first, even when things around them get messy. But then she pushed even further. She addressed the most controversial theory directly, the idea of a child from Meghan's past. Not confirming it, not denying it. Instead, she reframed it completely. According to sources, Anne's stance was this: if such a child exists, then the responsibility is clear. Meghan, with her public image and resources, would have a moral duty to face that truth head-on. That statement changed everything, because it didn't claim the rumour was real. It challenged how it would be handled if it was. It turned a wild allegation into a serious question of character, a moment that demands a response, or leaves silence to speak instead. That's not just strategy, that's pressure at the highest level. That right there? A calculated chess move, and inside the palace it hit harder than anyone expected. Just as people were still reacting to Princess Anne's statements, a whole new situation exploded, and this one came out of nowhere. Not from Montecito, but from Sandringham. Queen Camilla, according to palace insiders, was absolutely furious, but not at Harry, not at Meghan, at Anne. To understand why, you have to look at Camilla's past, honestly and directly, just like Anne was demanding from everyone else. Camilla Parker Bowles lived through years of public judgment. She was labelled as the third person in a royal marriage, faced intense media pressure, and brought her own children into that royal spotlight. Her journey from controversy to queen wasn't quick or easy. It took time, silence, discipline, and a carefully rebuilt image based on duty and consistency. So when Anne started speaking about responsibility, transparency, and facing the truth about complicated pasts, it didn't land the same way for Camilla. According to sources, Camilla didn't just hear a general message. She felt like those words were aimed directly at her history. The talk about hidden pasts, previous relationships, and moral responsibility. It reportedly felt personal. Whether Anne meant it that way or not didn't even matter at that point. The reaction was real, and it was intense. Then came January 22nd, 2026. During what insiders describe as a private dinner at Sandringham, the tension finally snapped. King Charles, already dealing with pressure from Harry's situation and everything surrounding it, suddenly found himself stuck in the middle. Two powerful voices, two strong perspectives, and a situation that was no longer just private. It was turning into a full internal clash. Camilla's response wasn't just emotional. It was strategic, too. Reports say she accused Anne of going too far, of feeding the media storm and giving Trevor Engelson exactly what he needed: attention and validation. From her point of view, even indirectly addressing the rumours gave them weight. It turned speculation into something the palace now had to deal with publicly. And worse, it reportedly made things harder for King Charles to smooth things over with Harry. Any quiet attempt to fix the relationship? Now complicated. Anne, though, didn't back down at all. Sources say her stance stayed firm, almost unshakable. Her argument, silence, hadn't worked for years. Ignoring the situation didn't make it disappear. In her view, the only way forward was to deal with it directly, cut it off clean instead of hoping it fades away. And what's happening behind those palace walls now? It's way bigger than just Harry and Meghan. This is a deeper clash, a battle over what the modern monarchy should actually be. Anne's side stands for strict standards, the belief that the monarchy survives by holding itself to a higher line, no matter how uncomfortable that gets. If something crosses that line, it has to be addressed. No exceptions. Camilla's side takes a different approach, more flexible, more human. The idea that the monarchy lasts because it adapts, because it understands people aren't perfect, because if you push too hard on accountability, it can come back around and hit everyone. And which side wins? That could change everything. Because if Anne's approach takes control, it could open the door to something serious, the possible use of the Titles Deprivation Act of 1917. Legal voices have already started talking quietly. If claims about undisclosed history were ever proven, it could give King Charles a legal path to remove titles, not out of emotion, but as a formal response. And that's not just talk. That's a real possibility being discussed. This isn't just talk, it's a real legal tool that exists and has been used before. And now it's reportedly being discussed behind palace doors. But before jumping to the final outcome, there's something bigger that can't be ignored anymore. Lost in all the noise, titles, investigations, arguments, is the reality of two young children living right in the middle of this, Archie and Lilibet, just 6 and 4 years old. Kids who didn't choose any of this yet were born into a situation filled with pressure, headlines, and constant attention. They've grown up surrounded by tension most adults wouldn't even know how to handle. And now, with reports of cracks in their parents' relationship and rising pressure from the palace, one question stands out above everything else. Who is actually putting these children first? Princess Anne made her stance clear. Whatever her motives, her message strongly focused on their well-being. She wasn't just talking about past decisions, she was pushing for responsibility right now, urging Harry and Meghan to step back from public conflict and think about what their kids are experiencing daily. The environment, the stress, the constant noise, that becomes their childhood. And that message hit differently in Britain. Because no matter what people think about Harry and Meghan, there's still a strong instinct to protect the children caught in the middle. But Anne's comments also opened the door to a more difficult question. Because if those online claims, still unproven, had any truth at all, then this story might not involve just 2 children, but possibly a third. Someone older, possibly in their early 20s based on the timeline being discussed. A person who may be living a completely normal life, away from cameras, away from headlines, and possibly unaware of any connection to this situation. No confirmation, no proof, just speculation. But even the idea adds another layer to an already complicated story. And it raises a serious point. How many lives could be affected by something that may not even be fully understood yet? Anne addressed this part with serious clarity, and that's what made her message hit so hard. She reportedly made one thing clear. If that person exists, silence is not an option. No legal tricks, no quiet avoidance. The response has to be human, direct, and honest. And in her view, Meghan, who has built a public image around supporting others, should be capable of facing something like that head-on. Now, whether any of these claims are true or not, nobody can say for sure. But the way Anne framed it changed everything. She shifted the focus from gossip to something deeper, a question of responsibility and character. Because this isn't something that can be handled with PR moves or carefully planned interviews. You can't repackage something like this. You can't spin parenthood. You either face it or you don't, and people will form their own opinions based on that choice. Meanwhile, back in Montecito, the focus quietly turns to the children we do see, Archie and Lilibet. Reports suggest efforts are being made to keep their lives stable. Daily routines, school runs, activities, all still happening to create a sense of normal life. From the outside, things may look controlled, but that doesn't mean everything feels that way inside. Because kids notice more than people think. They pick up on tension, on changes in energy, on the emotional tone around them, even when no one explains it. And right now, the atmosphere in that home is said to feel far from peaceful, and that might be the most serious part of all this. Not the rumours, not the palace strategy, not even the questions about the past, but the image of 2 young children growing up in the middle of stress they didn't create and can't escape. In the end, Anne's message to Harry and Meghan was simple but powerful. Be parents first. Because everything else, the titles, the image, the headlines, comes after that. Whether that message reaches Montecito or changes anything at all, that's still unclear. So now the real question is this. What happens next? Where does this leave Harry, Meghan, the royal family, and most importantly, the children in the middle of all this noise? Let's step back and look at the bigger picture, because this goes beyond drama. Right now, Harry appears to be in a deeply fragile place emotionally. This is a man who made one of the biggest personal choices in modern royal history. He walked away from a 1,000-year-old institution, from royal life, from his country, and from much of his family. And he did it in the name of love, truth, and a relationship he presented as the most important bond of his life. So if any of these claims about Meghan's past had any truth behind them, and that remains unproven, it would shake the entire story Harry told the world about why he left. Because then the sacrifice, the loyalty, the certainty, all of it would suddenly look less solid. The picture he built in his mind could start falling apart. And that wouldn't just be painful, it would be deeply personal. For someone who has built his image around honesty, accountability, and exposing what he sees as the truth, that kind of doubt would cut hard. It wouldn't be just a relationship problem. It would be a full identity crisis. And his reported reaction, shifting blame toward the royal family for not stopping him, says a lot too. It suggests he may not be ready to fully face his own role in the choices he made, because in the end, he made them. He pushed the timeline, he stood by the relationship, he said, "Meghan gets whatever she wants," and he meant it. The palace didn't force Harry into anything. Whatever issues people have with the system, no one made him fall in love. And Princess Anne made that point clear, sharp, direct, and with zero hesitation. Now Meghan is reportedly in unfamiliar territory. The skills she's known for, communication, image control, shaping narratives, are facing a different kind of pressure. Because this time, things aren't unfolding the way they usually do. And Harry, who was once her strongest defender, is no longer leading that defense the same way. Reports suggest he's asking questions now instead of making statements. That shift alone changes everything. And then there's that dossier, whatever it actually contains, somewhere between Hollywood and Buckingham Palace, creating tension just by existing. At the same time, it's important to stay grounded. The major claims being talked about, the alleged early marriage, the abandoned child theory, none of them are verified. No confirmed records, no solid proof. And history has shown that plenty of stories like this end up going nowhere. But still, one question keeps coming up. If these claims are completely false, why hasn't Meghan addressed them directly? This is someone who has spoken publicly before, who hasn't avoided big interviews or difficult topics. So the silence around these specific claims stands out. Maybe there's nothing to respond to. That's a real possibility. Or maybe staying quiet is a deliberate choice that sends its own message. And then there's Trevor Engelson, the figure who keeps coming up again. The man who knew Meghan before everything changed. Before the titles, before the spotlight, before the global attention. For years, he said nothing. And now, that silence is starting to feel like part of the story itself. Whatever Engelson's real motive is, and right now it's all speculation, the timing of this alleged dossier doesn't look random at all. This is someone who understands storytelling. He works in television. He knows every story has a third act, and that timing is everything. And somehow January 2026 feels like that moment. So here's what we can actually say, cutting through all the noise. The Sussex narrative, the story of two people who gave up everything for love and truth, is under more pressure than ever before. And not from the media, not from the palace, but from inside the story itself. From questions, from doubt, from parts of the past that may not have been fully settled. Princess Anne has made one thing clear. The royal family is done staying silent while being painted as the villain. And instead of reacting with emotion, they're leaning into something stronger, accountability. Harry, on the other hand, is reportedly in a personal storm. A man who believed he had found peace is now facing the possibility that things aren't as stable as he thought. Whether those cracks are real or just perceived, that's still unknown. And Meghan, she's facing a different kind of pressure. Not headlines, not criticism. She's handled that before, but this is more personal. It's about trust, about belief, about how things look when the person closest to you starts asking questions instead of defending you. Because in today's world, stories don't just disappear. The past doesn't stay buried. People remember, records exist, and eventually things resurface, and that's where we are now. So what do you think? Does Harry have a point about the royal family? Or is this him avoiding responsibility for his own choices? And what about Princess Anne? Was her move smart and necessary, or did she go too far? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and if you want to stay updated as this story keeps unfolding, make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who needs to see it.
Moon bump theory.
Well, basically, it suggests that Meghan didn't actually give birth to these children and that she was wearing a prosthetic bump. And of course, lots of medical experts have come out looking at that video and saying it's just impossible for someone who's literally 9 months pregnant and about to give birth to dance in that way.
She delivered it like an actress delivered it. An opera responded going, wow.
Something big just dropped, and it's way bigger than anyone saw coming. After years of whispers, side eyes, and quiet talk behind closed doors, royal photographer Arthur Edwards is finally stepping out and saying what a lot of people have been thinking about Meghan Markle. And it's got people seriously talking. This isn't random gossip floating around online. Arthur Edwards has spent decades behind the camera, capturing some of the most unforgettable royal moments ever. He's been right there, up close.
Oh, I was there, hated the day. The day was a miserable day. I mean, it was a worst royal engagement I ever did, a royal wedding I ever did.
Seeing everything with his own eyes. No filters, no spin. And now he's speaking out in a way that's hard to brush off. People have questioned Meghan Markle's moves, her image, and how things really played out behind palace walls. But what Arthur is sharing adds a whole new twist to the story. It makes you stop and think. Wait, was there more happening this entire time? And the timing feels just as shocking. Why speak now after staying mostly quiet for so long? What changed? And what did he actually see that pushed him to finally say something out loud? This isn't the clean, polished version people are used to hearing. It's direct, detailed, and already stirring up major reactions. Royal life usually runs on a quiet system built over generations. Everything moves slow, controlled, and carefully planned. Every appearance, every step, it's all measured and presented in a very specific way over time. But when Meghan stepped into that world, things didn't just shift, they flipped fast. Instead of following the usual path, she brought in a modern, high-visibility style that stood out instantly. It wasn't about blending in, it was about being seen.
Are you buying that excuse that Meghan Markle used a fake belly to protect her real belly? I'm not buying this.
Actually, this does look like a moon bump to me.
Her approach leaned into visibility in a way people weren't used to. There was emotional storytelling, carefully timed moments, and a strong sense of control over how things were shown, and that kept people watching closely. It created a completely different kind of attention, less about formal royal duties, more about personal narrative. And that contrast? It got people talking fast, because it didn't match what the public had seen for decades. Now here's where things really started raising eyebrows. Royal pregnancies usually follow a clear pattern. Public appearances, photographers capturing each stage, and a steady flow of images that give people that classic royal moment.
And I travelled the world with him, and I did really enjoy working with him. But, you know, now I really don't care if I ever see him again, because the way he's behaved towards the king and our queen and his brother and his sister-in-law is appalling.
It's something audiences expect without even realising it. But this time, that pattern didn't play out the same way. It wasn't just different, it felt like something important was missing. And that's where Arthur Edwards comes in. A photographer who has documented the royal family across generations just shared a detail that made the whole situation even more confusing. He revealed that during that time he was actually told to keep his distance, and that raised a lot of eyebrows. This is someone who's been right in the middle of some of the most important and personal royal moments in history, from huge public events to quiet close-up glimpses of Princess Diana. His camera has always been part of the story, so hearing that he was suddenly pushed back like that, people noticed fast. That move didn't just change who had access. It changed how the public experienced everything. The usual way people connect to royal milestones through photos and real-time moments was suddenly gone, and without that familiar lens, things started to feel off. There was a gap, something people couldn't fully explain, and it only made the curiosity grow stronger about what was really happening behind the scenes. But here's where it gets even more interesting. Even without the usual photo coverage, the attention didn't fade away. It just shifted direction.
To see or hear Meghan Markle's belly pop, you're going to see these people's faces. And I can tell you that one of these people is now speaking out.
Instead of traditional media moments, the spotlight moved toward controlled platforms like interviews, documentary-style features, and major media deals. Meghan stayed highly visible just through a completely different route. And that kind of shift, it doesn't just happen randomly, it shows a clear change in how attention was being handled. She didn't just step into the royal family, she stepped straight into the centre of modern media and knew exactly how to work it. Almost right away, every move felt sharp and intentional. Whether she was speaking, showing up somewhere, or even staying silent, it all seemed like it had a purpose behind it. People weren't just watching anymore. They were trying to figure out the reason behind every move. This goes beyond titles, ceremonies, or old-school royal traditions. It starts to look like a bigger shift in how public image is controlled at a higher level. And one question kept coming up again and again. Why are there so few widely recognised natural pregnancy photos of Meghan Markle? That's not a small detail in the royal world. So when Arthur Edwards finally spoke after staying quiet for so long, it only pushed more attention toward that exact question. Royal stories usually follow a familiar pattern. Big announcements, public excitement, cameras flashing everywhere, and those iconic balcony moments people remember for years. That's what the public expects without even thinking about it. But this time, the story didn't start that way. Instead, it opened with a noticeable gap, a shift in how things were shown, and a level of media distance that stood out immediately. And when you compare it, the difference is hard to ignore. When Kate Middleton steps out, it quickly turns into a huge media moment. Photos everywhere, headlines rolling in fast, coverage non-stop. But when Meghan stepped out, the reaction felt completely different. The tone shifted, access tightened, and the usual media flow seemed to slow down all at once. And people definitely noticed that change. Arthur Edwards, who has spent over 40 years documenting the royal family up close, saw that shift unfold right in front of him. Clearly, this isn't someone just guessing from the outside. Arthur Edwards has been right there in the middle of it all. He's witnessed some of the biggest moments in royal history, from massive public events to deeply personal milestones. His photos didn't just capture history, they help shape how people see the monarchy over time.
I agree. I'm not a Meghan Markle fan and I don't defend her. And there's all sorts of inconsistencies and hypocrisies. But, you know, she's an actress. She's not the brightest cookie in the basket. There's no way Kate would do anything like that.
So when he points out that something felt off, people don't just ignore it. They pay attention fast. And according to him, when Meghan's major life chapter was unfolding, the usual royal structure just wasn't there. No standard photo ops, no familiar media setup, no clear access for photographers to capture those expected moments. Instead, there was this silence, and not the calm, routine kind. This was different, the kind of silence that instantly makes people start asking questions. And strangely, that silence pulled in even more attention than constant coverage ever could. It stood out in a way that felt impossible to ignore. For someone often linked to sharing personal experiences and shaping her own story, this approach felt like a sharp contrast. It wasn't just about being less visible, it was about flipping the entire idea of visibility on its head. Even experienced photographers and media insiders were left trying to figure out what caused such a clear shift in how everything was handled. The questions didn't just pop up, they spread fast and kept building. People started wondering what was really going on behind the scenes. Was this about protecting personal space? Or was it something more strategic, like controlling every part of the narrative? Those are two completely different moves. Privacy is expected at that level, no doubt. But when it starts looking like full restriction, people notice right away. And when that level of control lines up with official systems and tightly managed coordination, it creates a situation that draws even more attention. It stops feeling like a normal adjustment and starts looking carefully planned. That's when things shift from casual curiosity to full-on analysis. People begin connecting dots step by step, trying to make sense of everything. At the same time, Meghan didn't disappear from the spotlight at all. In fact, she stayed visible, but in a very specific, controlled way. Appearances were selective, content felt curated, and every moment shown to the public seemed chosen for a reason. So people were still seeing her, just not through the usual royal access they had gotten used to over the years. And that difference made everything feel even more intense. On one side, You had the traditional royal system, which usually allows open media coverage during major life moments. On the other side, a modern approach built on timing, precision, and tight control over what gets released. This wasn't a small shift. It felt like two completely different systems clashing at the same time. Meanwhile, the media didn't back off. They leaned in even harder. News outlets kept asking questions, speculation kept growing, and the demand for clear answers only got stronger. Expectations built up quickly, especially with so many missing pieces in the story. And through all of this, Arthur Edwards stayed patient, watching closely, waiting for that one defining image, the kind that usually clears everything up in royal history. But that moment never came, and that absence, it only made everything feel even more unusual. Because in royal history, those defining images almost always exist. Those moments usually become part of the royal timeline, locked in, remembered, talked about for years. So when that expected moment didn't show up, it stood out even more than non-stop coverage ever could. And then suddenly, everything shifted again. It started with a short clip, just a few shaky seconds, but it spread fast and grabbed attention instantly. In that moment, Meghan Markle, visibly pregnant, lowers into a squat, stands back up, and turns, with an ease that caught a lot of people off guard. It looked simple at first, but the internet didn't see it that way.
Meghan Markle has posted a cringy video of her and Prince Harry dancing in a hospital.
That clip got replayed again and again, with people trying to figure out exactly what they were watching. And online, things moved fast. Communities jumped in immediately, breaking it down frame by frame. People paused it, zoomed in, slowed it down, and replayed it from every angle possible. What seemed like a normal movement suddenly turned into a full-blown debate, pulling in thousands of opinions. Almost instantly, some viewers started questioning it, wondering if that kind of movement matched what they expected to see. Others pushed back just as hard, pointing out that every pregnancy is different and doesn't follow one rule. That back and forth created a clear divide, and it only made the conversation louder. Then came a flood of added opinions. Medical viewpoints got mentioned, personal stories were shared, and suddenly everyone had something to say. Platforms like Twitter and Reddit filled up fast, with users building timelines, comparing clips, and stacking up different theories. And it didn't slow down. It kept growing hour by hour as more people jumped in. Over on YouTube, creators took it even further, turning that short clip into long breakdown videos. They analysed every detail, replayed moments, and treated it like something that needed a full explanation. What started as a quick, viral moment turned into extended content that kept the topic alive and circulating everywhere. The tone shifted just as quickly as the clip spread. Instead of celebration, the focus moved toward curiosity, doubt, and constant questioning. Headlines leaned into the mystery, pulling even more attention into the situation. The more people talked about it, the bigger it became. At the same time, official responses stayed minimal. There wasn't much said to directly address the growing noise online, and that silence? It didn't calm anything down. It made people even more curious. Without clear answers, speculation filled the space and kept building momentum. Meanwhile, Meghan's public image still appeared polished and controlled. Photos and videos showed soft lighting, clean visuals, and carefully presented moments that felt more styled than spontaneous.
Obviously, when William was born and Harry was born and George and Charlotte and Louis, we got great pictures outside the hospital. I remember, and William and Catherine especially, they made such an effort to show the whole world their new baby. Archie Harrison, Mountbatten Windsor, was the name and had nothing to do with the royal family.
Everything looked intentional, refined, almost too perfect. And that made some viewers look even closer, searching for something more natural and unfiltered. Then another detail came out, and it added a whole new layer. Arthur Edwards revealed that photographers were given clear instructions to avoid certain angles and specific moments. That one statement hit hard, because it changed how people started looking at everything that came before it. For some, it still pointed to privacy and protecting boundaries, but for others it felt like something more controlled and restrictive. Once that idea entered the conversation, it didn't fade. It spread fast. Theories started stacking up. opinions became stronger, and the divide between perspectives grew wider with each passing day. One question kept repeating across every discussion. If everything was simple and straightforward, why did it feel so tightly managed? Why did access seem so limited during such an important time? That tension between what people expected and what they were seeing kept the topic alive and constantly evolving. Every major story reaches a point where a new voice changes the direction completely, and in this case, that shift didn't come from an official spokesperson or a royal insider. It came from someone unexpected, someone who claimed to have noticed small details that never made it into the public view. She wasn't part of the royal system, didn't hold any title and didn't have formal access, just someone close enough to observe but not positioned at the centre. And the moment she suggested that the public version of events might not fully reflect everything happening behind the scenes, the reaction around her changed quickly. The shift was immediate, and noticeable conversations that once felt open started to slow down. Messages that would normally get responses suddenly went quiet. Opportunities to speak or share seemed to disappear without explanation. It created a strange atmosphere that people could feel even if no one directly addressed it. There was a kind of unspoken tension that settled in, not loud or obvious.
Remember when Diana was delivering Harry or William? There was complete quiet. No one knew. Cameras couldn't get even anywhere near the hospital.
Sure, but we didn't have mobile phones then.
What?
We didn't have mobile phones then.
But it was so private, and there's a dignity with privacy. Yes. And I certainly wouldn't, if I were pregnant, dance like one.
But subtle enough to make people think twice. It felt like a quiet signal, almost like a warning without words suggesting that certain topics were better left alone, and that feeling only added more weight to everything that had already been building for people who have followed the royal world for years. This kind of situation didn't feel completely new. Moments like this have come up before, where even small comments or personal observations seem to bring unexpected consequences. There's already a history of individuals speaking out and then suddenly finding themselves pushed to the side. Names like Paul Page, a former royal guard, have been mentioned in the past as examples of how quickly things can shift when private experiences become public conversations. According to various reports, this situation appeared to follow a similar pattern. What began as normal, polite communication slowly started to change tone over time. Interactions that once felt easy became more distant, and conversations reportedly carried a different kind of weight at the same time. Opportunities that were once available seemed to fade away without any clear explanation. But here's where things took an unexpected turn. The more pressure it seemed she was facing, the more attention her claims started gaining online. Instead of fading into the background, her words began circulating even faster. People started asking a simple but powerful question. Why would such a strong reaction follow something that was described as a small observation? That contrast made the entire situation stand out even more. She didn't have a large audience, no major platform, and no media machine supporting her voice. But sometimes attention doesn't come from reach, it comes from reaction. The way things unfolded around her made people look twice, not just at what she said, but at how others seemed to respond to it, and that's where things become even more interesting. In structured environments like the royal system, loyalty and alignment have always been a big part of how this whole system runs.
The thing that strikes me is her lack of understanding and recognition of the role that she had or has in the royal family. And, both of them have been on the record repeatedly saying they don't want to be living their lives through the lens of a camera and in a goldfish bowl and all of that. And then they take the camera into the most private of rooms where you're about to deliver your...
It's not just about what gets said in public. It's about staying inside very clear boundaries at all times. And the moment someone steps even slightly outside of that space, the response can come fast, and it's usually controlled behind the scenes. Because behind the polished images, the public appearances, and those perfectly timed statements, there's always a deeper system working quietly in the background. Nothing is random. Communication is planned, shaped, and adjusted, depending on the situation. Every detail matters, from what gets shared to what gets held back, and even those moments where nothing is said at all. And sometimes, those quiet gaps, they raise more questions than any headline ever could. the conversation around Meghan kept growing, some observers started noticing a different pattern. It didn't look like an attempt to completely shut things down. It felt more like the story was being guided in a very specific direction. Not loud reactions, not public pushback, just quiet, precise moves happening behind the scenes. Because if there's one thing the royal system has mastered over time, it's how to respond under pressure. When attention builds, the reaction isn't chaotic or rushed. It's measured, organized, and carefully timed. That kind of approach doesn't erase controversy, but it definitely reshapes how people see it and talk about it. It works almost like a long-standing public relations machine built over generations. Every situation is handled with control, awareness, and a deep understanding of public perception. Nothing is rushed, nothing is sluchino, and every move connects to a bigger picture most people never fully see. Behind closed doors, reports suggested there were ongoing discussions about media strategy. Every statement had to be reviewed, adjusted, and approved before going public. Every word mattered. Every sentence carried weight.
Meghan at the Albert Hall. How many weeks pregnant was she supposed to be? Was it about 8 weeks? And she looks as if she's at least 5 months pregnant. And also, why is the belly several shades browner than anywhere else? It's not supposed to be brown.
Nothing moved forward unless it lined up perfectly with how it would be received. And that kind of pressure? It's intense. No one wants to be the one who says the wrong thing or adds more attention to an already growing situation. That's why responses often come out cautious, controlled, and sometimes very limited. And as online conversations started picking up speed, one phrase kept coming back again and again. Never explain. It sounds simple, calm, even reassuring at first, but in reality, it often leads to silence instead of clear answers. And that silence can spark a completely different reaction, because the internet doesn't just forget and move on. Once something catches attention, it sticks. It gets shared, reposted, revisited, again and again. Silence doesn't erase the questions, it can actually make them feel bigger. While all of this was unfolding, Meghan continued building a strong, polished image on a global stage. Her appearances, projects, and messaging stayed consistent and carefully presented. But at the same time, back in London, things felt way more complicated. Behind the scenes, officials were reportedly trying to balance two difficult things at once: holding on to tradition while also adapting to a fast-changing media world, and managing both at the same time. That was never going to be simple. They were walking a very fine line, and it showed. On one side, there was pressure to protect the monarchy's reputation at all costs. On the other, there was a clear effort to avoid looking too controlling or overly involved in the public eye. That balancing act created a response style that felt careful, controlled, and at times, almost too cautious. Because of that, communication started shifting in a noticeable way. Statements became less direct, updates felt more limited, and the overall flow of information tightened up fast. It wasn't that nothing was being said, it's that everything felt filtered, measured, and carefully chosen. Press briefings started sounding more vague, with answers that didn't fully match the questions being asked. Even experienced figures like Arthur Edwards, who spent decades with close royal access, seemed to be kept at a distance. Moments that once felt open and routine suddenly looked restricted, and people noticed that change right away. And that shift started to mean something bigger. It wasn't just about one situation anymore, it pointed to a wider pattern in how information was being handled. Nothing was openly denied or removed, but it felt like key details were being carefully managed, organized, and kept just out of reach.
She is literally kneeling all the way down. One of those people reached out to me, but not before this person reached out to the newspapers, complaining that the palace was literally threatening her, that the palace had tried to bribe her, and when that didn't work, because she really dislikes what's happening and she wants to come clean, and she has been trying to tell people.
At the center of it all, the monarchy has always relied on two core things: tradition and stability. Every move, every decision, every response connects back to protecting those foundations, especially when public conversations start getting into more sensitive territory. And when discussions began touching on timelines, royal titles, and internal processes, the tone shifted again. These aren't light topics. They go straight to how the entire system works and how people understand it. That's when everything started feeling more serious and way more closely watched. For generations, the line of succession and everything around it has been handled with extreme care. Even small questions can carry serious weight in that world. So, when online conversations started pushing into that space, the usual calm approach suddenly felt more urgent and much more controlled. At one point, there were even rumours about a press secretary known for giving answers that sounded complete, but didn't actually reveal much. Responses became so carefully worded that even direct questions didn't lead to clear answers. People were left listening closely, trying to read between the lines, but often walking away with nothing solid. History has already shown one thing clearly. Anything involving the royal family can turn sensitive very quickly, especially when personal decisions become public discussion. Situations like this have happened before, and every time they show how fast attention can build, and how carefully everything has to be handled. But now, it's a completely different environment. This isn't the kind of era where headlines fade quietly. This is a fast-moving digital world where reactions happen instantly. Clips go viral in minutes, opinions spread across platforms, and conversations don't slow down. They keep evolving in real time. Every little detail matters in this kind of space. A single image, a quick pause, even a small expression, it can all be captured, shared, and analysed again and again. What used to stay behind closed doors, now it can turn into a global conversation overnight. Almost instantly, the shift from private moments to full public discussion started happening faster than ever. What used to stay quiet didn't stay quiet for long. Commentators didn't just sit back and watch, they jumped right into the story. They reacted, broke everything down, and kept the conversation moving non-stop. What once felt like distant royal tradition suddenly started looking more like ongoing content, with people following every update in real time. And that's exactly where things took a sharper turn. The focus moved away from long-standing roles and structure and shifted toward how fast public perception could change. Not over months, not even weeks, sometimes within hours. Because in today's media world, it doesn't take a massive event to shake things up. Just one unexpected moment, one short clip, or even a small detail that doesn't quite match. And suddenly, it's everywhere. And once that kind of attention hits, it spreads fast and pulls more people into the conversation. In this situation, attention locked onto a detail that most people never expected to question. Early reports claimed that a well-known medical professional was involved in the birth of the Sussex child. It sounded clear, structured, and exactly like what people expect from official statements.
On May 6th at 3:02 a.m., Frogmore Cottage. This is a public announcement. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex used the services of a surrogate. We apologize for any misunderstandings. To this day, nobody has debunked that tweet as fake. In order for a child to be in the line of succession, it has to come from the body of the woman. Why would Meghan Markle be faking all those big stomachs? You know, that big belly, the belly swaying back and forth. She was huge. She was overdue. Now when Spare came out, we know that story is absolute horseshit.
But then, something didn't line up. A separate statement connected to the doctor's family seemed to suggest a different version of events. And that contrast, people caught it immediately. Just like that, uncertainty stepped into a story that originally sounded straightforward. Now there were two different narratives moving at the same time. On one side, the palace presented one version. On the other, parts of the media started discussing something else. And that split, it created confusion fast. People didn't know which version actually showed the full picture, and that one inconsistency didn't just fade away, it flipped the entire conversation. For a system known for being precise and tightly controlled, even the smallest contradiction can stand out in a huge way. And once people noticed it, the attention didn't stay contained, it exploded. Online spaces reacted instantly. Conversations spread across platforms, with users comparing timelines, official statements, and every tiny detail they could find. Regular viewers turned into full-on analysts, breaking things down piece by piece, trying to figure out what didn't match. What started as a small detail quickly became a major talking point. It pulled even more attention into a story that was already under the spotlight. The more people looked, the more the questions showed up, and the harder it became to ignore. But instead of stepping in to clear things up, The response followed a very familiar pattern: silence. No detailed explanation, no direct correction, just a pause that felt intentional and carefully controlled. And that silence, it didn't calm anything down, it did the exact opposite. It left everything wide open with no clear direction for the public to follow. And the moment that gap appeared, it filled up fast, with theories, questions, and non-stop speculation. Because when people don't get clear answers, they don't just move on. They start connecting the dots themselves. Every missing piece turned into something people focused on. Every unanswered question became its own discussion. And it just kept circulating. In online spaces, stories like this don't fade quietly, especially when there's already a spotlight on them. As things slowly started to settle, a bigger picture began to take shape. The royal system may be highly experienced when it comes to handling internal matters and controlling information, but the modern digital world plays by completely different rules. Information now moves fast, almost impossible to contain. Once attention builds, it doesn't just disappear. It keeps cycling through posts, videos, and conversations. People revisit it, reanalyze it, and keep it alive long after the original moment has passed. There's an unspoken rule online. If something isn't clearly explained, it won't be ignored. It'll be investigated from every angle. And that's how stories turn into trending topics, repeated clips, and non-stop analysis that refuses to go away. But in royal tradition, silence has never meant nothing. It actually carries meaning, without saying a single word. It's not just about staying quiet, it's about sending a message without speaking directly. And no one understood that better than the late Queen. She didn't rely on constant, public statements to shape how people saw things. Instead, she used subtle details, small, quiet signals that only careful observers would notice. People who followed royal appearances closely knew one thing: nothing was random. Every object, every position, every background detail was placed with intention. One moment that really stood out happened during a Christmas broadcast. At first, it seemed small, but the impact was much bigger than anyone expected. Viewers noticed that a framed photo, one that had appeared before, was suddenly gone. No explanation, no mention, just an empty space where it used to be. At a quick glance, it could have been brushed off as a simple change. But for those paying attention, it didn't feel random at all. In royal settings, nothing is placed without careful thought. Every detail goes through layers of decisions, so even the smallest change can feel intentional. Some tried to explain it away. Maybe it was just a layout update, a simple refresh. But long-time royal watchers weren't convinced. They understand how structured these appearances are, and how rare it is for something to change without a reason behind it. Even the smallest shift can carry weight. When something familiar disappears, people notice, and questions follow, because in that world, it's not just about what's said, it's about what's quietly shown. The Queen's style was never about loud responses or public back and forth. She stayed calm, controlled, and precise at all times, choosing subtle moves over big reactions. And that approach became part of how the monarchy handles sensitive moments. That one broadcast proved just how powerful silence and small details can be. Without a single word being spoken, a quiet adjustment sent a strong signal, and people didn't miss it. It was subtle, easy to overlook at first, but incredibly effective for anyone paying close attention. That's really how this system works. It's not built on loud announcements or fast reactions. It runs on precision timing and carefully placed signals.
How fair do you think it is to say that this has been driven by Meghan?
I think you've got to look. Harry was the greatest of all the royals as far as we were concerned. And he suddenly turned into probably, as I say, the most unhappiest and difficult to work with. And there's only one common denominator in that, is when he got married.
No confrontation, no direct explanation, just small, controlled shifts that carry meaning without ever saying it out loud. And history shows something people have picked up on over time. When things suddenly go quiet at that level, it doesn't always mean everything is fine. In many cases, it means something deeper is happening behind the scenes. And what came next only made that silence feel even more important. Most royal stories build toward a clear, visible moment. There's usually a point where everything clicks into place and the public gets a full picture. But this situation, it didn't follow that pattern at all. Right when questions around the birth were reaching their peak, attention suddenly shifted. Fast. All eyes turned to one place, Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital. Almost overnight, that location became a major focus. It was mentioned everywhere, tied directly into the story. So naturally, people expected something simple. Confirmation, clarity, a clear answer to settle everything. At first, it seemed like that's exactly what happened. A public congratulations message appeared online, and it gave the impression that everything was straightforward and confirmed. But not long after, things started to feel less clear. New comments began to introduce uncertainty, especially as conversations around certain clips and timelines started spreading online. Suddenly, what looked simple didn't feel so simple anymore. And the response that followed? It didn't give a direct yes or no. Instead, it leaned on general policies and timing, pointing to guidelines that were in place during that period. The wording felt careful, structured, and very controlled. And because of that, people started reading it in completely different ways. That's where things really got complicated. When clear answers aren't given, people don't just stop. They dig deeper. Some saw the response as standard procedure. Others felt like it was avoiding the real details on purpose. And that kind of communication? It doesn't end a conversation, it stretches it out. Without clear answers, the discussion keeps growing. More opinions, more theories, more breakdowns. And in a fast-moving digital world, that only makes things more intense. Instead of settling the situation, the careful wording added another layer to the story. It kept people locked in, questioning, analysing, and trying to figure out what was actually being said, and what might have been left out. Online communities didn't hesitate. They jumped in right away. People started digging into every detail they could find, comparing images, studying backgrounds, zooming in on the smallest things. Nothing was too minor. Every detail became part of the bigger puzzle. Screenshots spread fast, clips got replayed again and again, and side-by-side comparisons started flooding timelines across every platform. What began as simple curiosity quickly turned into a full breakdown process. Regular users switched into analyst mode, picking apart everything, from room layouts to where equipment was placed. Nothing felt too small to matter. Every tiny detail became part of a bigger puzzle people were trying to solve. At the same time, the hospital didn't change its approach. The response stayed consistent, professional, measured, and focused on privacy. No extra comments, no deep explanations, just the same steady message repeated, even as the noise kept getting louder. And while all of that was happening, Meghan's public image didn't shift at all. Every appearance, every visual, every release stayed polished and carefully controlled. That consistency stood out. Everything looked refined, intentional, and tightly curated in a way that made direct challenges difficult. And that contrast? People noticed it right away. In a time where everything is shared instantly, every moment, every angle, this situation still held unanswered questions, and that alone made people stop and look even closer, trying to figure out what might be missing, just when it seemed like the conversation might start slowing down. A familiar voice pulled it right back into focus. Arthur Edwards, someone with decades of first-hand experience around the royal family, spoke again, and one line stood out above everything else. "We were told to stay away." That statement carried serious weight. It wasn't just about missing photos or limited access anymore. It pointed to something bigger. When people started putting everything side by side, the restricted access, the controlled visuals, the carefully managed responses, it didn't feel like random decisions anymore. It started to look like a pattern, and that realization only made the conversation stronger. More attention, more discussion, more people pulled into a story that just wouldn't settle. When everything gets lined up, the lack of photography, the small details that don't fully match, the carefully worded responses, even outside confirmations that seem slightly off, it starts forming something much bigger than a single moment. It stops feeling isolated. It starts feeling connected, like multiple pieces building into one ongoing story. And that's where the real intrigue kicks in. Because this was never just about one image or one event. It turned into something deeper, a closer look at how a global institution manages its image under constant public attention. In a world that expects openness, every controlled move stands out even more.
I would say step one would be to confirm this room, find out where it was, find out that very room, find out which room it was, and go look at it. If it's at that hospital or wherever it is she says she was, go make sure that's the hospital room, that it exists there, because it could be somewhere else, who knows.
One explanation people point to is privacy. Public figures do have the right to set boundaries. That part is completely fair. But when those boundaries look this tight, this consistent, and this noticeable across multiple moments, people naturally start asking more questions. The pattern becomes harder to ignore. Another angle that keeps coming up is control, not in an extreme way, but in terms of shaping what the public sees, what gets shared, and what stays out of view. Because in today's media world, controlling the flow of information can be just as powerful as the information itself. And no matter which side people land on, the conversation isn't slowing down anytime soon. The outcome still feels the same. The story is full of gaps. The timeline keeps sparking debate, and people everywhere are still trying to piece it all together. That curiosity hasn't gone anywhere. If anything, it's grown stronger. For an institution built on visibility, tradition, and public connection, even small moments of uncertainty can stand out in a big way. And in this case, that uncertainty didn't fade. It expanded. More attention, more questions, more people pulling into the conversation. This doesn't feel like a simple royal story anymore. It's turned into something closer to a modern media puzzle playing out in real time. Every detail gets examined, every moment gets replayed, and every bit of silence, it carries weight. That's what keeps people watching. Because when a story leaves room for interpretation, it doesn't just end. It keeps evolving with every new perspective that steps in. Now everything shifts to one big question. What does Arthur Edwards do next? Because after everything he's already hinted at, stepping back completely doesn't seem likely. Not when his words have already pulled so much attention back into the spotlight. Arthur isn't just another voice. He's someone with decades of real first-hand experience. He's been just steps away from some of the most defining royal moments ever captured. And when someone like that starts opening the door, even just a little, people expect more. And that's where the anticipation really starts building. There are a few ways this could go, and each one matters. He could stay careful, releasing small details over time, just enough to keep people talking without fully stepping into the center of it all. That would match the steady, measured tone he's known for while still feeding the curiosity. Or he could go all in, a full interview, a detailed breakdown, maybe even a clear public statement that lays everything out. And if that happens, it would shift the entire conversation instantly.
No stress there. Not even a little bit of stress. None. And there should be there because she's getting ready to have one of the worst painful things of her life, having a baby. And when that happens, you look forward to the event, but you don't look forward to that pain. And it's so bad, a lot of women can't remember.
Because it wouldn't just be speculation anymore. It would be coming directly from someone who saw things from the inside. But there's also another possibility. He says nothing more at all. And strangely, that silence might be just as powerful. Because when someone with that level of access pauses after saying something like, "We were told to stay away," it sticks. It leaves people thinking, questioning, and watching for what might come next. It keeps people wondering what else he knows and why he might be holding back. At the same time, media outlets are watching closely. If Arthur drops even the smallest follow-up comment, it could spread fast and bring every part of this story right back into the spotlight. That's the kind of influence he has. One sentence, just one, could completely shift the tone of the entire conversation. And timing, that matters just as much as the words themselves. If he chooses the right moment to speak, especially when things start to calm down, it could instantly pull everything back to the surface again. Right now, everything feels paused, but not quiet. It's the kind of pause where people are watching closely, waiting, and trying to predict what comes next. Because if Arthur Edwards steps forward again, it won't just add to the story, it could reshape how everything is understood. And after everything that's unfolded, one thing is clear. This story isn't finished. It's still open, still being talked about, still raising questions that people can't ignore. From the missing moments, to the limited access, to Arthur Edwards' statements and the massive online reactions, every piece has added another layer to something much bigger than it first looked. Now, it comes down to you. What do you actually think is going on here? Do you see this as privacy being protected? Or does it feel more like a carefully controlled narrative? And how do you take Arthur Edwards saying, "We were told to stay away"? Does that sound normal to you? Or does it stand out as something unusual? What about the media shift? Do you think the way visibility was handled changed the story completely? Or was this just a modern approach in a fast-moving digital world? And that viral clip, was it taken out of context? Or did it raise fair questions worth talking about? Drop your thoughts in the comments, because this is one of those topics where every opinion adds something new. The more people break it down, the clearer, or maybe even more complicated, it becomes. If you found this interesting, don't forget to hit that like button so more people can jump into the conversation. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss what happens next, especially if new details start coming out.
Meghan Markle's creepy Prince William stalking has just been uncovered, and what it shows you is that she is still completely obsessed with the other brother.
Meghan Markle is facing a new wave of criticism after online commentators accused her of making what some are calling one of her clearest royal-inspired moves yet. This time, many people pointed directly to Prince William. What began as a casual radio conversation about scones quickly turned into another viral royal discussion after viewers spotted a coincidence that spread across social media at lightning speed. Just days after William publicly joked about the royal family's famous cream versus jam scone debate.
That charming interview with Prince William where he revealed finally that the late Queen Elizabeth II had decided the conundrum when it comes to the great British tradition of how to have your scones. Cream first, jam second. Within hours, Meghan Markle had decided she was going to use that as a little stunt, for her business was never.
Meghan's As Ever brand shared polished content featuring scones, jam, cream, elegant table settings, and strong British-style themes. Social media users wasted no time connecting the dots. The timing sparked a flood of reactions, with critics claiming Meghan had once again followed a royal headline and created content that felt strikingly similar. According to those comments, the overlap was simply too noticeable to ignore, and it quickly became a major talking point online. Some commenters even called the situation unusual, arguing that whenever Prince William starts gaining attention online, Meghan somehow ends up posting content with a similar feel soon afterward. Others took the conversation even further, suggesting she continues to pay close attention to royal headlines, especially when they involve the future king.
The brother who she really wanted. Okay, that brother who has the power, who has the humor, and who has the money.
With William's popularity and public image regularly making international news, those claims quickly gained traction among royal watchers and online critics alike. The debate began after Prince William appeared on Heart FM during a lighthearted segment focused on one of Britain's most talked about traditions, whether a scone should be eaten with cream first or jam first. The moment quickly grabbed attention after William revealed that Queen Elizabeth herself always preferred cream first. During the interview, the hosts jokingly challenged him while trays loaded with scones, jam, and clotted cream were brought into the studio. William laughed throughout the exchange and explained that he simply followed the method his grandmother taught him. He shared that the Queen always put the cream on before the jam. The conversation felt relaxed, funny, and completely natural. It was the kind of royal moment audiences often enjoy because William came across as approachable, relatable, and effortlessly likable.
Prince William, what do you do? Think carefully.
I love that I'm the authority on scones. I can only tell you what I learned from my grandmother, and she had the the cream on first.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, she did.
Okay. There you go. That is the Devonian way.
Cream on first, jam on top.
Clips from the interview quickly spread across social media platforms. British news outlets covered it, royal fan accounts reposted it, and comment sections filled up with people debating the right way to eat a scone. For many viewers, it was just another popular Prince William moment. But not long afterward, Meghan's As Ever account uploaded glossy footage centered on warm scones, jam, cream, and carefully styled presentation, adding a fresh twist to the online debate. That was the moment the conversation really exploded online. Critics quickly highlighted that Meghan's content focused on the very same food William had just been discussing publicly. They also pointed out that the video leaned heavily into a classic British-style presentation. Despite Meghan previously speaking about creating distance from royal traditions after stepping away from royal duties. To many online observers, that contrast immediately caught their attention. That detail only made the debate grow even larger.
Clotted cream and jam a freaking Memorial Day weekend snack or breakfast in the United States. You know, the only country where Meghan Markle is currently selling as never. And to put the recipe in UK measurements is just an added layer of showing what a crazy stalker she is, doing this just 2 days after Prince William's interview talking about clotted cream and the jam debate.
Some followers were puzzled after noticing that the recipe reportedly used UK-style measurements rather than the standard American format. The timing raised even more questions because the post appeared during Memorial Day weekend in the United States. Commenters wondered why Meghan was embracing such a polished British tea time aesthetic, while many Americans were celebrating with cookouts, burgers, family gatherings, and holiday events. For critics following the story, the sequence of events seemed hard to ignore. William's comments helped spark a viral discussion about scones, and Meghan's post arrived just as that conversation was gaining serious momentum online. Royal commentators reacted almost instantly, and the criticism spread across social media at a rapid pace. Some argued that Meghan was relying too much on royal-related buzz to bring attention to As Ever.
But the problem is, this is a woman so desperate to try and save her failing business that she knows there are only 2 things that work anymore. There are only 2 things that get her attention, even amongst her dwindling band of propagandists in the mainstream media. And those 2 things are, number 1, her children, and number 2, her proximity to royalty.
Instead of carving out a completely separate identity for the brand, others took aim at the visuals themselves, claiming the footage looked highly produced and carefully orchestrated rather than spontaneous. According to those critics, every shot appeared meticulously arranged, which only added another layer to the discussion. The backlash intensified after viewers noticed Meghan using luxury-inspired branding language while promoting As Ever's strawberry spread. Before long, social media users were sharing side-by-side clips comparing William's relaxed radio appearance with Meghan's glossy promotional content. The contrast quickly became a major talking point online. One phrase even started gaining traction across social media, with critics calling the situation unusual.
So we know what's going on. I can reveal Meghan Markle is now completely in control of her own social media output. That after the huge fallout with Netflix. Meghan follows everything despite her claims, I don't watch, I don't listen. She follows everything. She saw that and thought, oh, I'm going to jump onto that bandwagon.
While others argued that Meghan still seems very aware of royal headlines, despite previously saying she keeps her distance from royal coverage. For longtime royal watchers, this wasn't viewed as an isolated incident. Many believed it fit a broader pattern they claim has surfaced repeatedly over the years, where royal trends appear to be reflected in Meghan's public content whenever the monarchy receives positive attention. What made this latest debate stand out was that the comparison focused on Prince William rather than Prince Harry. According to some critics, the debate was never really about jam, cream, or scones in the first place. They argue that the bigger story was Meghan continuing to be connected to the image and influence surrounding Prince William, even years after stepping away from royal duties. For a long time, royal gossip circles have circulated rumors suggesting that Harry was not the royal figure who drew the most attention in discussions about Meghan's ambitions and interests. Those claims remain speculation, but they continue to resurface whenever a new controversy appears.
So after the scones, she immediately moved back onto the kids, who are simply now a prop for her business.
According to various commentators and critics, the spotlight in these conversations often shifts toward William because he is the future monarch, the senior royal, and the person expected to one day lead the institution. Following this latest online debate, many of those old rumors suddenly returned and spread rapidly across social media. Royal commentators revisited years of discussions about Meghan's relationship with royal hierarchy, palace structure, and the expectations that come with life inside the monarchy. Even before Meghan and Harry stepped away from royal life, media reports frequently claimed that Meghan found some aspects of the royal system challenging, particularly the strict rules surrounding rank, status, and protocol. Within the monarchy, William and Catherine held more senior positions than Harry and Meghan. William was the heir to the throne, while Catherine was expected to become queen consort in the future.
Everyone in my family has a different favorite. My husband loves the raspberry, William loves the strawberry. Ours one's both, and I like the monk.
The only way she is going to try and sell these jams, I still don't think it's going to be effective, is pimping out the children and her husband.
Critics have argued that Meghan struggled with that structure, while others have disputed those claims. Regardless, the topic has remained a frequent source of debate among royal watchers. Several royal commentators and former insiders have claimed that Meghan was frustrated by occasions when protocol required her and Harry to walk behind William and Catherine or follow a predetermined royal order during public events. Those claims have never stopped generating discussion, and they continue to be revisited whenever questions about royal dynamics resurface online. Footage from royal appearances was constantly dissected across social media, with viewers analyzing body language, expressions, and interactions for clues about how different family members felt during official engagements. Some clips even gained massive attention because viewers believed Harry occasionally appeared to guide Meghan through formal procedures and royal customs during public appearances. At the same time, comparisons between Meghan and Catherine became a major topic online. By then, Catherine had already established a strong reputation within the royal family. She was widely viewed as composed, polished, respected by palace staff, and highly committed to royal traditions and responsibilities, making comparisons between the two women a frequent subject of public discussion.
Meghan Markle showing herself to be the royal family's biggest stalker. She obviously watched Prince William's interview and then filmed her own nasty version of jam and cream scones. It's just pathetic and embarrassing. She's still obsessed with the other brother.
Meghan entered royal life as a former Hollywood actress and an outsider to the monarchy, and many observers believed she would help bring a fresh and modern perspective to the institution. However, critics argue that she quickly discovered much of the public remained strongly drawn to Catherine's quieter, more traditional style. According to royal biographer Angela Levin, the reported tensions discussed in the media may have involved more than simple personality differences or public comparisons. Levin has claimed that Harry once suggested Meghan could potentially bring greater public value to the monarchy than Catherine, because Meghan already had experience with fame, media attention, and public life before becoming a member of the royal family. That reported claim surprised many royal commentators and observers, since Catherine, as William's wife, had long been expected to eventually become queen consort. The idea sparked significant debate among royal watchers and added another layer to ongoing discussions about status and influence within the monarchy. Critics have argued that Meghan may have found it difficult to navigate the reality of royal hierarchy, where Catherine's future role within the institution was already firmly established.
This was immediately briefed to People magazine, the propagandists at People magazine, who somehow tried and turned that low-budget video into something cutesy pie, because she's just given Archie and Lily another new nickname. Did you pick up on that? It's Lil now. Lil and Arch.
Others disagree with that interpretation, but the subject has remained a recurring point of discussion for years. No matter how much media attention different members of the family received, the royal line of succession and official positions were always clearly defined. According to some royal commentators, this is where discussions surrounding the other brother narrative began gaining momentum online. In the view of Meghan's strongest critics, Harry was often seen as the spare, while William represented the central figure of the monarchy's future. As heir to the throne, William was set to inherit major responsibilities: the Duchy of Cornwall, global visibility, and eventually the crown itself. Those realities frequently shaped public conversations about the differences between the two brothers and their roles within the institution. Meanwhile, Harry occupied a different position within the royal structure from the start. Some royal watchers now claim that certain interactions involving Meghan and William have received increased scrutiny because of that dynamic.
And we know that's because she has no other choice. Nothing else is working, from the Mama's Little Helper video to the Disney pictures. Meghan Markle only has one thing that anyone cares about: her children and her husband.
One moment that continues to resurface online is Meghan and Catherine's joint appearance at Wimbledon in 2019. At the time, reports suggested palace officials presented the outing as an example of a positive and friendly relationship between the two women. But years later, the event is still regularly discussed and analyzed by royal commentators and social media users alike. Afterward, the discussion didn't fade away at all. Body language commentators, royal analysts, and social media users spent years reviewing clips from the event, with some claiming Meghan appeared tense, highly conscious of public perception, or eager to project an image similar to Catherine's calm and composed public presence. Others disagreed with those assessments, but the footage continued generating conversation long after the appearance itself had ended. Critics also frequently point to Meghan's continued use of royal-adjacent styling and branding themes.
Unfortunately, what this does is completely torpedo her and Prince Harry's bid to try and claim some type of political win with their bid to crack down on social media.
Even after stepping away from royal duties, they argue that despite her public criticisms of palace life through interviews, documentaries, and memoirs, elements commonly associated with British elegance and tradition continue appearing throughout her projects. Whether it involves luxury-inspired cooking content, carefully styled presentations, refined visuals, or meticulously curated branding, critics say those themes remain a noticeable part of her public image. In the eyes of some commentators, that connection is one reason Prince William often becomes part of these discussions. They argue that William represents the prestige, influence, and status tied to the monarchy's future. Because of that, any perceived overlap between royal headlines and Meghan's content can quickly attract attention and spark debate online. That helps explain why the latest scone controversy spread so rapidly across social media. For critics, it was not merely another as-ever post. Instead, they viewed it as part of a broader pattern, claiming Meghan continues to pay close attention to royal news and occasionally releases content that appears connected to topics already dominating public conversation.
This was just stalking Prince William. The timing wasn't coincidence, was it?
No, I mean, actually, it makes me feel...
Whether that perception is fair or not, it became a major talking point among royal commentators and online audiences. Some royal commentators continue promoting the theory that William symbolizes the level of influence and prominence that attracts the most public fascination within the monarchy. As a result, discussions involving Meghan and William often generate strong reactions, particularly among people who closely follow royal news and speculation. According to critics, one of Meghan's biggest challenges today is maintaining public interest in projects that are not directly connected to the royal family. They argue that many headlines involving Meghan eventually lead back to discussions about Harry, the monarchy, or royal history, because those topics continue attracting the highest levels of engagement online. When Meghan launched As Ever, it was introduced as a luxury lifestyle brand centered on cooking, entertaining, homemade recipes, and elegant hosting ideas. However, instead of becoming an immediate breakout success, the brand has faced steady criticism from some online audiences. Much of that criticism focuses on what viewers describe as highly polished visuals and a brand identity that, in their view, still lacks a clear and distinctive direction.
But the thing is, Angela, there's nothing British about this woman. There's nothing royal about this woman. When she was actually here, she hated all of these connections to royal life. She wasn't going to eat jam and scones, which, by the way, is my favourite thing, I have to be honest. But she wasn't doing...
Critics argue that the company sometimes comes across less like an organic lifestyle brand and more like a carefully crafted social media image built around elegance, exclusivity, and royal-inspired presentation. According to those critics, every detail appears highly curated, which has fueled ongoing debate about the brand's identity and long-term direction. The latest jam promotion only intensified those conversations. In the widely discussed video, Meghan spoke about different fruit spreads, while casually mentioning the preferences of members of her family. She reportedly shared that Harry prefers raspberry, while other family members enjoy strawberry or a variety of flavors. What might have seemed like a simple personal detail quickly became another major topic of online discussion. Almost immediately, reactions flooded social media. Critics accused Meghan of deliberately incorporating personal family details into promotional content to increase engagement and attract attention to the brand. Supporters viewed the comments as harmless and relatable, while critics argued that the references were strategically included as part of the marketing approach. The differing reactions helped push the conversation even further across online platforms. Critics also pointed to the couple's long-standing emphasis on protecting their children's privacy after stepping away from royal duties. Over the years, Harry and Meghan have spoken about limiting public exposure for their family and reducing media attention surrounding their children. Because of that, some royal watchers questioned whether occasional family references in promotional content were consistent with those earlier messages. The debate quickly became another flashpoint in the wider discussion surrounding the Sussexes and their public image.
And shows Meghan has zero ideas for this brand. She has to copy her in-laws just to get some inspiration. Memorial Day is usually about barbecues.
Many viewers also focused on another small detail: the use of nicknames. Rather than using full names, Meghan reportedly referred to the children as Arch and Lil. That brief moment sparked a wave of reactions online, with some people seeing it as a casual family reference, while others interpreted it as part of a broader effort to create a more personal and relatable public image. The response was fast and highly divided. Critics argued that the family-focused references were intended to strengthen a celebrity family brand while maintaining public interest in the Sussex name. Others suggested the approach was designed to make the family appear more approachable and familiar to audiences. Regardless of interpretation, the comments generated significant attention and quickly became headline material. Within hours of the video being discussed online, entertainment publications and royal news outlets were covering Meghan's family remarks. Critics then claimed the attention shifted focus away from the products themselves and redirected the conversation toward Harry, family life, and royal connections. According to those observers, This pattern has become a recurring criticism of Sussex-related projects. They argue that discussions often circle back to royal ties, family references, royal traditions, palace connections, aristocratic-inspired aesthetics, or personal stories linked to the monarchy, because those topics consistently generate the strongest public reactions and online engagement. Critics argue that many of Meghan's business ventures continue to benefit from public interest in the royal family, because royal connections remain one of the biggest drivers of global attention.
I'm all for the strawberry jam, just being honest, and I would never have that was never rubbish, trust me.
According to those critics, that perception is one reason the backlash surrounding As Ever has become more intense in recent months. They claim the brand often finds itself pulled back into royal discussions, whether intentionally or not, whenever new content is released. Harry and Meghan originally presented their move to California as an opportunity to build a more independent life away from royal pressures. Over the years, they have spoken publicly about challenges they experienced within the monarchy and their desire for greater freedom. However, critics argue that many major headlines involving the couple still revolve around royal curiosity rather than their independent projects. Some commentators even claim that without the palace connection, public interest in luxury products, carefully styled cooking content, or lifestyle branding would be significantly lower. The conversation grew louder after viewers began criticizing the production style of Meghan's latest promotional videos. Social media users commented on everything from the audio quality and wide apron styling to the spotless kitchen setting and highly controlled presentation. Some described the videos as looking both overproduced and unexpectedly amateur at the same time, creating a strange contrast that quickly became a subject of online discussion. Others argued that Meghan appears less like a traditional lifestyle entrepreneur and more like someone attempting to embrace a luxury influencer image. Those critiques spread widely online, adding another layer to the growing debate surrounding the brand's overall direction and public identity.
There's nothing authentic about what she's trying to do with this product now, Angela, because she hated her time in the United States. I mean, I would have more respect if she was making some type of revolting, I don't know, what do they eat in Los Angeles? You know, quinoa dish, you know, with lemongrass or something like that. But it's this desperate attempt to cling on to English traditions, which really does start to infuriate me.
Even some commentators who have previously defended Meghan have reportedly begun questioning the strategy behind As Ever. Critics argue that instead of moving away from monarchy-related attention, many of the brand's themes appear closely connected to it. British-inspired imagery, royal-adjacent aesthetics, family references, traditional tea culture, refined presentation, and aristocratic influences are all examples frequently cited by those making that argument. According to Meghan's strongest critics, these recurring themes point to a larger issue. They claim that while Meghan may have left royal life behind in a formal sense, she continues to be linked to it in the public imagination. As a result, every new project becomes part of a wider debate about relevance, identity, and the lasting influence of the royal family on her public image. Royal biographer Angela Levin reportedly added to that conversation with comments about Meghan's recent public activities. Her remarks further fueled discussions among critics who believe Meghan remains closely associated with royal status, Prince William, and the world of royalty she once chose to leave behind. According to Angela Levin, the recent scone and jam promotion was more than just a casual lifestyle post. She suggested it could be viewed as another attempt to reconnect with a royal-inspired aesthetic, particularly the traditional British imagery that many people associate with the monarchy. Levin argued that Meghan often returns to carefully styled tea party visuals, elegant serving displays, floral arrangements, and refined branding whenever she seeks to elevate the presentation of a project or public venture.
Well, it's very interesting because she now wants to be her full name used, and she wants the children to have their names, Princess, Prince. So she's desperately coming back for that. She must have realized that she's done a terrible mistake.
In Levin's view, these choices are deliberate rather than accidental. She has argued that Meghan often appeared eager to occupy a more central role within royal life, instead of simply supporting the existing structure around her. Levin also repeated claims that Meghan struggled with the reality that Catherine, as the wife of the future king, would always hold a more senior position within the royal hierarchy. Those claims have circulated among critics for years and continue to spark debate whenever discussions about royal status resurface. Critics have long promoted the idea that Meghan viewed royal life through the lens of popularity, influence, and media attention. According to that interpretation, the monarchy's hierarchy created tensions because public visibility and official rank did not always align in the way some observers believed Meghan wanted. Others reject that view, but it remains a recurring theme in royal commentary and online discussions. Levin also revisited past claims regarding Meghan's conduct during public royal appearances. She referenced reports and commentary that analyzed moments when Meghan was allegedly seen adjusting her position during official walkabouts or appearing uncomfortable with certain protocol expectations. Over the years, some royal insiders and commentators have claimed that palace aides occasionally helped coordinate positioning during public events to ensure that established royal order was maintained behind William and Catherine.
What she didn't want to walk behind Catherine because Catherine is higher up on the hierarchy, and she didn't like that. So many times she would try and push forward and get ahead first, and Harry had to pull her back because she couldn't do that. And I also saw the aides pulling her back. She didn't want to do.
For critics, those moments became symbolic of a much larger narrative. They argue the incidents reflected a desire for greater visibility within an institution where the future king and queen traditionally occupy the most prominent roles. Whether those interpretations are accurate remains a matter of debate, but they continue to generate discussion among royal watchers and commentators. Levin further suggested that Meghan's renewed use of British-inspired branding may reflect a recognition of how dramatically life changed after stepping away from royal duties. Despite years of public criticism directed at palace life, Meghan has recently been associated with imagery that some critics consider royal adjacent, including traditional tea culture, elegant presentation styles, and branding choices linked to British sophistication. Levin argued that this apparent contradiction attracts attention because royal associations continue to carry significant influence in shaping public interest and media coverage. Levin suggested that public attention surrounding Hollywood projects, podcasts, and lifestyle brands often fades more quickly when there is no royal connection keeping audiences engaged. In her view, that reality helps explain why discussions about Meghan frequently circle back to the monarchy. Critics argue that Prince William remains a major figure in these conversations because he represents the part of royal life that Meghan is no longer directly connected to.
She comes from a very different family, and what she should have done would have said, I come from a very different family, please help me. But she wouldn't. I know everybody tried to help her, but she was too grand for it. She didn't want to know.
As the future king, William symbolizes the crown, international prestige, and the long-established royal structure that Harry and Meghan chose to leave behind. According to Levin, Meghan's continued use of British traditions, refined presentation, and royal-adjacent aesthetics suggests an ongoing interest in imagery connected to the institution, even while she has publicly criticized aspects of royal life. That interpretation remains a popular talking point among many royal commentators and critics. Levin also commented on Meghan's increasing use of family-focused references in promotional content, including her reported use of the nicknames Arch and Lil while discussing products. She questioned whether these moments were intended to create a more relatable public image while still maintaining an indirect connection to royal status and public fascination with the Sussex family. Critics often argue that Meghan is attempting to balance two very different worlds: the visibility and glamour associated with royal titles, and the independence that comes with celebrity culture. According to those commentators, maintaining both images at the same time has become increasingly difficult. Some believe the strategy appears less polished than it once did.
She said one of the things of one of the jams, each different person in the family said it. And I thought she'd just done that so that people will buy all the types, not just one. It wasn't that saying, oh, they all like the same one. She would like them to buy 4 different jars.
While others see it as a natural evolution of her public brand. Either way, the debate continues to generate strong reactions online. Meanwhile, Prince William unintentionally created one of the internet's favorite royal moments of the week without making any effort at all. During Aston Villa's emotional victory celebrations, William was filmed enthusiastically recording the crowd, enjoying the atmosphere, and reacting like any passionate football fan would. The footage quickly gained attention because of how relaxed and genuine he appeared during the celebrations. However, sharp-eyed viewers spotted a funny detail in the middle of the clip. William suddenly received a phone call and immediately swiped it away without answering. The brief moment instantly took off online, sparking a flood of jokes and memes across social media. Fans began speculating about who might have been calling the future king during such a major football moment, with one widely shared joke reading, "Please don't let it be Meghan calling again." Others laughed at how relatable the moment felt, saying William's reaction showed that even a future monarch will ignore a phone call when he's caught up in an exciting moment. The clip spread rapidly online because William appeared genuinely relaxed, carefree, and happy. Supporters of the prince pointed out that those kinds of lighthearted public moments seem increasingly rare, given the ongoing attention surrounding King Charles' health and the significant responsibilities William is expected to carry. In the years ahead, for many viewers, the footage felt surprisingly human and authentic. There was no formal palace setting, no carefully crafted messaging, and no polished promotional campaign. Instead, people saw Prince William enjoying a football celebration, filming the crowd, soaking in the atmosphere, and casually dismissing a phone call, just like countless fans would do during a big sporting event. After weeks of headlines focused on Meghan-related controversies, critics quickly transformed the viral clip into yet another comparison between different public images within the royal story.
Meghan Markle is stage 5 stalker. And here was the official was never scone recipe. And she does say there, following Prince William, brush the tops with heavy cream, serve with raw cream, our strawberry spread and flour sprinkles. I think I'll skip those if you don't mind, Meghan.
On one side, they saw William appearing relaxed and spontaneous in a natural setting. On the other, critics continued debating branding decisions, image management, and the ongoing attention surrounding Meghan's latest projects. That contrast fueled even more discussion across social media and royal commentary circles. As a result, royal watchers continue asking one major question: if Meghan truly wanted to leave royal life behind, why do so many conversations about her keep circling back to Prince William, royal traditions, and the monarchy she once stepped away from? From the timing of the scone discussion to ongoing debates about royal-adjacent branding, critics argue that the pattern has become increasingly noticeable and difficult to ignore. And as Prince William's popularity continues growing, some online commentators remain convinced that every major royal headline eventually finds its way back into the conversation surrounding Meghan. Whether that's a fair assessment or simply another example of social media speculation depends on who you ask. The debate shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. But now, we want to hear from you. Do you think the scone controversy was simply an innocent coincidence? Or do you believe Meghan was trying to connect herself to Prince William's viral moment once again? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share for more royal news, controversies, and breaking updates. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss the next story.
Fergie has no morality whatsoever. She will sell the Sussexes down the river as soon as look at them. She will not hesitate. She desperately needs money now. Her entire life has been based on massive debt, massive spending, massive borrowing, expecting others to fund a lifestyle she simply can't afford, and she's run out of rope.
What if Harry actually married his uncle's girl? Not gossip, not some wild tabloid guess. This is a question now being whispered in some of the most powerful rooms in Britain.
What do you expect from these people? I mean, it just reeks of Sarah Ferguson and her 3 a.m. Home shopping network hits, where she's trying to sell you a blender that you don't need as you're trying to keep your eyes open.
And people believe Sarah Ferguson might soon drop an answer that changes everything. Right now, Meghan Markle is reportedly feeling serious pressure, not because of a headline, not because of some random photo leak. The real concern is something else entirely. The one woman who knew Meghan before Harry, before the palace, before the Netflix deals, before that polished royal fairy tale image, has suddenly reached a point where she may have nothing left to protect. And that woman is Sarah Ferguson. Fergie knows stories that never made it into public view.
I will say that there are new reports out of the US that suggest that Harry and Meghan are incredibly nervous about the possibility of a tell-all memoir from Sarah Ferguson, because according to insiders, several publishers have approached Sarah with lucrative offers to write a new book about her life inside the royal family. And the concern for Harry and Meghan is that that memoir, or a memoir of that scale, would, of course, revisit some of the most controversial moments in royal history, including the fallout from...
She watched things up close, heard conversations others were never supposed to hear, and now insiders believe she may be ready to start speaking out. For years, many people treated Fergie like a side character in royal history, the embarrassing relative, the woman who made mistakes, got caught in scandals, and often looked like the family outsider. That public image stuck for decades, but some royal watchers believe that image worked in her favour, because the real Sarah Ferguson was present during private dinners, quiet gatherings, and long conversations where the true dynamics of the royal family showed themselves once the doors were closed. So when Meghan arrived in Britain back in 2016, trying to figure out who she could trust, one person stepped forward surprisingly fast. Not Charles, not William. Fergie. She offered guidance, helped Meghan understand the complicated royal world, and spent time listening closely. Because one thing quickly became clear: Meghan had a lot to say, and Fergie was there for every word. Here is where things start sounding truly explosive. Fergie was not just a friendly royal face helping Meghan settle in. She was Prince Andrew's former wife, a woman who knew his world, his connections, and his history better than almost anyone else inside those circles. That detail changes everything, because when Meghan shared personal stories with Fergie, she was talking to someone who already understood the environment, the relationships, and the kind of questions that would reveal a lot more than casual conversation. And here is a fact that many critics say rarely gets discussed clearly in major media coverage. Meghan Markle already knew members of the York family before she ever met Prince Harry. Not in a distant way. Not just a quick introduction at a party. Reports say she had visited their homes, spent time having tea with Fergie, and built a friendly connection with Princess Eugenie. That connection was strong enough that years later, Eugenie would even live at Frogmore Cottage for a time.
And this was our kind of lead story.
Oh, really?
That Fergie, Sarah Ferguson, no longer, of course, the Duchess of York, she's had her title stripped from her, has been deluged with extremely big money offers to write her bombshell tell-all tome.
During the pandemic, the home was reportedly surrounded by Meghan's journals, notes, and private papers while the couple stayed there. Meghan herself confirmed part of this timeline during the Oprah interview. She openly said she had known Eugenie for years before Harry came into the picture. So the obvious question becomes, how did that connection start in the first place? One name keeps appearing whenever people dig into that story: Marcus Anderson, a well-connected social figure who moved easily through elite circles. At the same time, he was close with Meghan. He was also familiar within the York family's social world. In many accounts, he becomes the bridge, the link between a Los Angeles actress building her career and one of the most talked-about royal families in Britain. And that raises an even bigger question. If Meghan was already spending time around the York circle, visiting their homes, appearing in photos with Eugenie, and already known to Fergie, then when exactly did she meet Andrew? Because the idea that someone could move around that family's social orbit for years and never cross paths with one of its most visible members sounds extremely unlikely to many observers. At this point, many people say the situation feels almost impossible to ignore. Some insiders claim there is a question that major media outlets rarely address directly. According to reports mentioned by several sources and tied to comments that some say came from circles close to Fergie, the claim is this: Meghan Markle and Prince Andrew may have known each other before she ever married Prince Harry, not as distant figures in the same room once, not just people who briefly met at a charity function.
And of course, she's been telling friends, she would never stoop to that. But she will stoop to that. She's got no other source of income now. We know she's been desperately jet-setting around the world. She's gone from a £13,000 a night Zurich wellness retreat to a spa hotel, a VIP spa hotel in Ireland. She's been to the Middle East begging for money. She's got no economic options left. No one's giving her money anymore, but she's being offered a lot to write this book. She said she would never do that. She will. And that is very bad news for Meghan and Harry.
The suggestion floating around certain royal circles is far more personal than that. At one private London gathering, it is alleged that Fergie told people Meghan's first connection to the royal world did not begin with Harry. Some accounts even claim she said Meghan was already moving within that social environment long before the public love story began. That is where the conversation suddenly becomes much more serious. Because during the legal battle involving Virginia Giuffre, the woman connected to the Jeffrey case that created massive controversy around Prince Andrew, reports surfaced that Giuffre's legal team wanted Meghan Markle to potentially provide testimony, not as a random witness, but because they reportedly believed she might have knowledge that could be relevant to questions about Andrew. A legal team handling one of the most explosive royal scandals in modern history believed she could possibly have information worth hearing in court. Then there are the photos that investigators and commentators have pointed to over the years. Meghan has been photographed with individuals who were known to move within Jeffrey's social circle. One image often discussed shows her with him longtime associate, a woman who, according to many accounts, rarely appeared at social gatherings unless they were tied to that elite network. Now look closely at the timeline. In the early 2000s, Meghan was a young actress working hard to build her career and connect with powerful people around the world.
Because when Meghan first was going out with Harry back in 2016, and she came over to Britain, Fergie took her under her wing, and the word is Meghan confided all her secrets to Fergie. So those secrets, trust me, are coming soon to a book near you written by the treacherous Sarah Ferguson. It's going to happen, Kinsey, make no mistake.
At that exact same time, Prince Andrew was known for attending and hosting high-profile events, yacht parties, private gatherings, and exclusive social functions where powerful introductions were often made. Same social world, same powerful circles, and the same time period raising more questions. Then Harry released Spare, the book that shocked the royal world and tore through family history, page after page. Charles was exposed. William was criticised. Camilla was dragged into the spotlight. Palace staff were called out. Even moments involving the Queen's final years were discussed in painful detail. It felt like nobody was protected. The book burned through royal relationships one chapter at a time. But then something strange stood out. Prince Andrew, the uncle surrounded by one of the biggest controversies in modern royal history, received only a single paragraph. Just one. And even that moment was written in a careful, vague way. Harry mentioned Andrew only while talking about his own security situation. There was no deep criticism, no long explanation, no direct confrontation, just a brief reference, and then complete silence. That raised eyebrows for many observers, because the same man who openly challenged almost everyone else in his family suddenly treated his already disgraced uncle with surprising restraint, almost surgical precision. Some commentators believe there may be a simple explanation behind that careful distance. If two people both hold uncomfortable knowledge about each other, silence can become very valuable. Mutual secrets can create a quiet understanding where neither side pushes too far. And according to many royal insiders, one person who watched all of this unfold from extremely close range was Sarah Ferguson. For years, Fergie remained quiet.
Well, I mean, we've seen Sarah risk it all previously when she wrote when she wrote one of her other books. I mean, she lost Diana as a very close personal friend because she wrote about Diana giving her warts and borrowing some of Diana's shoes and Diana's shoes giving her warts. I think that there's a bigger scandal, that could potentially be brewing.
But some say that silence was not about loyalty or forgiveness. It may have been about timing. She still had daughters connected to the royal world. Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie were still attending events, still carrying their titles, and still standing close enough to the royal institution that their future roles remained possible. As long as that door stayed open, Fergie had every reason to stay cautious. But recently, that situation appears to be shifting. Reports say Beatrice and Eugenie were not included in certain royal appearances, such as royal ascot. At the same time, senior royals have reportedly been advised to limit public appearances alongside them, and when Prince William reportedly offered them what some described as a lifeline.
I think personally that Meghan utilized the York women, I should say, Beatrice and Eugenie, to get closer to Prince Harry. And I think that that's an element of the story that Harry and Meghan leave out. What they're ultimately scared of with a Fergie book is alternative versions of events coming out. Since Harry and Meghan have moved here, they've monetized their version of events.
A formal independent financial review that could have addressed growing questions surrounding business links in the Middle East. The situation became even more tense. They refused. That decision alone raised a lot of eyebrows among royal watchers, because turning down an independent financial audit only made people wonder what that investigation might have uncovered if it had actually happened. At the same time, Sarah Ferguson's own situation has reportedly become increasingly difficult. Over the years, she lost her royal title, several charity connections faded away, and publishing deals that once supported her career reportedly slowed down. Some reports even claim she has spent time at expensive wellness retreats costing thousands of pounds per night, while friends have quietly described her finances as being under serious pressure. So what does she still have left? One thing that could be extremely valuable, her story, and insiders claim that story could be worth an enormous amount of money. Some estimates floating around publishing circles suggest it could reach $20 million or even more. Publishers are rumoured to be watching closely, ready to move if Fergie ever decides to speak openly. And the woman who once promised she would never write a tell-all book may be running out of reasons to keep that promise. Because if she ever does talk, she holds information that could shake several carefully built narratives. Fergie was present when Meghan first started entering royal social circles. She would know the real sequence of events, who Meghan met first, which connections helped open doors, and how introductions inside those elite networks actually happened. That version could look very different from the public story people heard during the Oprah interview.
Harry's book deal, and the royal family's refusal to engage with them has allowed those versions to go largely unchallenged. But Fergie has at least one daughter that has been especially close to Harry throughout the breakdown of the relationship. Eugenie not only went to the Super Bowl with him, we've seen her in Montecito with her husband having dinner with Harry and Meghan. Eugenie lived in Frogmore Cottage amongst their things, amongst Meghan's journals. Like Eugenie lived there during the pandemic before they were instructed that they had to move out and move all of their things out of there.
But it does not stop there. Fergie was also around during Meghan's early period inside the palace. Over the years, rumours about tensions between Meghan and some staff members have circulated widely. Stories have mentioned aides leaving their roles, assistants feeling overwhelmed, and palace workers asking for reassignment. Several former staff members have spoken anonymously about a difficult working atmosphere during that time. Until now, those stories have largely remained unconfirmed by someone with direct royal family status. But if Sarah Ferguson ever decided to speak publicly, she could potentially shed light on what was really happening behind palace doors, including the private discussions that took place before Meghan and Harry stepped away from royal duties. Private rooms, closed doors, conversations that Harry and Meghan likely believed would stay hidden forever. But those rooms were not always as private as people assumed, because Sarah Ferguson had access to many of those spaces. She was present during gatherings, family discussions, and moments where people spoke far more openly once the public cameras were gone. Fergie heard things that were never meant to leave those walls. And according to some insiders, she may also know details connected to both Andrew and Meghan.
So I think that whether Meghan confided in Fergie or Eugenie confided in her mother, and we know that they're very, very close, Fergie has secrets, and her financial desperation takes her to dark places, cash for access. Yeah. So I do believe that the Sussexes could and should be worried about this new development.
One senior source reportedly explained it this way: if Fergie ever releases a book, it would not simply disagree with Harry and Meghan's version of events. The claim is that it could challenge specific moments in their story, pointing to situations where insiders believe details were changed, exaggerated, or left out entirely. In other words, the narrative could shift dramatically. For years, there have also been rumors that Meghan herself has considered writing a memoir. Publishers have reportedly approached her with extremely large offers, hoping she would tell her own side of the royal drama. But here is where the tension grows. If Fergie were to publish first, and reveal what some insiders believe she knows, Meghan's book could suddenly lose its impact before it even reaches the shelves. The story Meghan planned to tell might already be challenged by another voice from inside the same royal circle.
And of course the rest of the royal family as well, but I think principally Meghan is the one quaking in her shoes. And make no mistake, as the Epstein files have revealed.
And that leads to an even bigger theory some commentators are now discussing. What if the royal exit was not only about media pressure, racism debates, or disagreements with the family? What if the real reason Harry and Meghan stepped away, the one never fully explained despite major interviews and a best-selling memoir, involved something far more complicated? Some observers have wondered whether powerful figures within the same royal orbit were holding uncomfortable knowledge about each other. If that were true, remaining inside the same institution could have become extremely difficult for everyone involved. If the allegations about Meghan's past were ever proven true, some commentators believe she could have known details about Andrew's social world that might have damaged him even more than the controversies already made public. At the same time, others speculate that if Andrew knew certain parts of Meghan's earlier connections or personal history, that information could have threatened the carefully built image she spent years creating. In that kind of situation, two people would be holding serious knowledge about each other. Mutual awareness, mutual vulnerability, and a royal family caught in the middle, trying to keep everything from exploding into a full public disaster.
No one will give her any money now, and yet on the table is this massive offer from publishers. I mean, I gotta tell you, if she puts poison pen to paper, I'll read the book. So will millions others. She'll take that money.
We'll read the book live right here for you guys.
Yeah, we will. We'll do it like a kind of storybook for kids. But seriously, she'll take that money. So this is real. This is a serious threat.
Suddenly, the royal exit story starts to look different through that lens. Instead of simply being about media pressure, family disagreements, or public accusations, some analysts suggest it may have also been about creating distance, a quiet separation that kept powerful figures from being forced into the same space where dangerous information could surface. In that theory, stepping away from royal life was not just an escape, it was containment. Containment that protected from Meghan, from Andrew, and containment that protected the royal institution from the fallout involving both of them. Some observers say this could also explain certain strange details over the years. Why Harry mentioned Andrew only briefly and spare. Why Meghan rarely spoke publicly about him despite intense controversy surrounding his name. And why the York family often seemed to be treated with very careful distance rather than open conflict. But then there is Sarah Ferguson. Because Fergie was never really part of any quiet understanding behind the scenes. She did not receive protection, a powerful role, or major financial security from staying silent.
I agree. And if it's true that Prince William is done with the York women, he is done trying to pander to Beatrice and Eugenie, and he was fired up over those Epstein reveals that they were spending time with him after his incarceration, then Fergie's got nothing to lose.
Instead, she watched events unfold from the outside. She watched Andrew's scandals get managed carefully. She watched Meghan build an international platform and global brand. And according to some insiders, Fergie believes parts of that story are very different from what the public has been told, which leaves one final possibility. If Sarah Ferguson ever decides to tell everything she knows, the story surrounding the royal family could shift in ways nobody expects. The match may already be in her hand. The only real question is when she decides to strike it. So what do you think? Do you believe Fergie will actually release a tell-all book? And if she does, could Meghan have a way of stopping it? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And if you want more deep dives into royal stories like this, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who follows the royal drama.
Meghan Markle's creepy Prince William stalking has just been uncovered, and what it shows you is that she is still completely obsessed with the other brother. The brother who she really wanted. Okay, that brother who has the power, who has the humour, and who has the money.
For nearly 1,000 years, the royal family lived by one powerful rule. No matter what headlines exploded across the media, no matter how brutal the rumors got, the royals stayed quiet. That silence was part of the image, the mystery, the control, the untouchable reputation. It all depended on never reacting publicly. This was never just some simple PR move either. It was the core system behind one of the oldest institutions on the planet. The monarchy survived scandals, betrayals, public outrage, and non-stop pressure because they kept emotions hidden and handled problems behind closed doors. But then, according to reports that started spreading across royal insiders and commentators, something changed completely in late 2025. The old rule reportedly got tossed aside in a way nobody expected, and William allegedly did not handle it with some calm royal statement or polished palace response. There was no carefully crafted press release meant to cool things down quietly.
For the time being, it's impossible for me to take my family back to the UK safely.
Reports claim he came out fighting hard, and suddenly the palace looked nothing like the controlled machine people were used to seeing. The entire tone around the monarchy reportedly shifted fast, and people following the royal family closely started noticing the difference immediately. Tonight, we are breaking down all of it. Where this reported shift supposedly began, what insiders claim started happening behind palace walls, what William allegedly said publicly, what Catherine was reportedly doing quietly behind the scenes, and why this entire situation could change the monarchy moving forward. Because if even part of these reports are true, then the royal family people see today is completely different from the version the world knew just a few years ago.
But the problem is, this is a woman so desperate to try and save her failing business that she knows there are only two things that work anymore. There are only two things that get her attention, even amongst her dwindling band of propagandists in the mainstream media. And those two things are, number one, her children, and number two, her proximity to royalty.
The silence that protected the institution for generations may no longer be the strategy anymore. According to reports, the turning point may have started sometime between 2021 and 2023, when a collection of private messages allegedly surfaced and landed in the hands of key people inside the institution. And once that reportedly happened, insiders claim the mood inside the palace changed overnight. Not slowly, not through some quiet meeting about handling public image more carefully. Reports describe a massive internal shift that allegedly made people inside the institution stop and rethink everything they believed was happening behind the scenes. The atmosphere reportedly became tense fast, with senior figures suddenly viewing situations through a completely different lens. These were not described as random gossip or messy rumors floating around online. According to commentary and reports, the messages allegedly painted a detailed picture of what was happening privately during one of the most chaotic periods the royal family had faced in decades. And for the people who reportedly saw those messages, the contents were said to be deeply uncomfortable. According to what has been reported, King Charles was allegedly described as emotionally distant during a period when Meghan publicly said she needed support the most. That alone reportedly created serious concern internally and may have shifted conversations happening among senior royals behind closed doors. But insiders claim one specific sentence allegedly changed everything inside the palace. According to reports, Meghan allegedly wrote that if Charles would not protect her, the narrative will safeguard me. That line reportedly hit hard inside royal circles because people immediately started debating what it actually meant. Some believed it sounded like a warning about public perception and media influence. Others reportedly viewed it as a sign that control over the royal image was beginning to slip away in ways the institution had never dealt with before. And depending on how someone interpreted that sentence, it could completely change the way they viewed everything that happened after that. One way to read the situation is this: Meghan may have genuinely felt trapped, isolated, and unsupported inside an institution that seemed impossible to navigate.
We don't go back to some of the practices in the past that, Harry and I had to grow up in. I think it's safe to say that change is on my agenda.
From that perspective, someone trying to protect themselves and speak openly about painful experiences is completely understandable. That interpretation has been discussed heavily, and many people believe it deserves to be acknowledged fairly. But according to reports, there was another interpretation that allegedly hit much harder inside palace walls. Some insiders reportedly viewed those messages as something far more calculated. Not simply someone sharing personal experiences, but a deliberate effort to shape public opinion using private moments, emotional struggles, and sensitive family situations. And according to royal commentary, that distinction changed everything. The conversation reportedly shifted from, "She is telling her side of the story," to concerns that there may have been a broader strategy behind how certain narratives were presented publicly. Once palace figures allegedly started viewing events through that lens, insiders claim there was no going back. Suddenly, every interview reportedly looked different. Every headline, every carefully timed media appearance, every story that surfaced in the press started getting analyzed in a completely new way. What may have once looked like emotional fallout reportedly began getting viewed internally as something far more organized and intentional. According to reports, the palace allegedly stopped treating the situation as a private family issue that needed patience and quiet understanding. Instead, insiders claim it started being handled like a serious institutional challenge that required an actual strategy behind the scenes, not just polite public statements saying, "We wish them well." Reports suggest conversations allegedly became far more serious than that, with senior figures believing the monarchy needed a stronger and more coordinated response moving forward. At the same time all of this was reportedly unfolding, another major shift was allegedly happening behind closed palace doors. King Charles, while reportedly managing serious health concerns of his own, is said to have made a decision that shocked people inside royal circles. Instead of handling the Sussex situation through the monarchy's usual slow-moving system, filled with committees, formal procedures, carefully measured statements, and royal distance, reports claim Charles allegedly handed full responsibility over to William.
The only way she is going to try and sell these jams, I still don't think it's going to be effective, is pimping out the children and her husband. Nancy Sidley, "Hey Meghan, the British called. They want you to stop hijacking their culture or apologise for causing them racist. Here's your proof that Meghan Markle knows the only things that will get her failed brand attention are Harry and the kids. That's it." And sure enough, this was immediately briefed to People magazine, the propagandists at People magazine, who somehow tried and turned that low-budget video into something cutesy pie because she's just given Archie and Lily another new nickname. Did you pick up on that? It's Lil now. Lil and Arch. The Royal News Network responded, "What the heck is this?"
According to insiders, this internal arrangement was reportedly referred to as Memo 2485, while some accounts allegedly called it the Fall Mandate. And if the reports are accurate, the meaning behind it was simple but huge. William would now take full control over anything connected to Harry and Meghan moving forward. One voice, one strategy. No more mixed messaging coming from different parts of the palace. According to commentary surrounding the reports, that level of authority being passed down was highly unusual and carried massive significance inside the institution. And historically, this kind of move almost never happens. Royal disputes at this level have traditionally been handled directly by the reigning monarch. The sovereign decides what gets addressed publicly, what stays private, what quietly disappears, and what receives a formal response. That has been the system for generations. So for Charles to reportedly step back and place that responsibility directly into William's hands was not viewed as some small procedural change. According to reports, insiders allegedly saw it as a loud signal that the old royal playbook was no longer working for this situation. And considering everything Charles himself was reportedly dealing with at the time, many royal watchers believe the decision may have reflected just how serious palace officials believed the situation had become behind the scenes. At the time, King Charles was reportedly dealing with an incredibly difficult balancing act. He was managing a serious health situation while still carrying out the non-stop responsibilities of being sovereign. State visits, diplomatic meetings, public appearances, major ceremonies, constant pressure from the media. The workload never really stopped. And according to reports, trying to personally manage one of the most complicated family situations the monarchy had faced in decades, on top of all that became far too much for one person to handle alone. Insiders allegedly believed the pressure inside the palace had reached another level entirely. William, on the other hand, reportedly had the energy, the focus, and maybe most importantly, the personal investment in what was happening. Reports claim he was not interested in quietly sidestepping the situation or carefully dancing around it the way previous generations often did. And according to royal commentary, Charles allegedly understood exactly how direct William's approach could become and still chose to hand him the responsibility anyway. That decision reportedly said a lot about how seriously the situation was being viewed behind closed doors. What this reported arrangement also changed was the palace's communication strategy moving forward. According to insiders, there would now be one clear voice handling anything connected to Harry and Meghan. No more mixed messages, no more confusion about who was speaking for the institution. In previous years, there were reportedly moments when different parts of the palace appeared disconnected, with conflicting signals allegedly coming from separate royal offices at the same time. Reports claim that era was officially over. People working around William supposedly recognized immediately that the approach ahead was going to look very different from the traditional royal method the public had been used to seeing. The strategy reportedly became sharper, faster, and far more controlled behind the scenes. And while the public was heavily focused on Catherine's health during this same period, another layer of the story was allegedly unfolding quietly in the background. People around the world were concerned about her recovery and wondering when she would return publicly. But according to reports, she was still deeply involved behind palace walls, not through speeches or public appearances, not in front of cameras. Insiders claim Catherine was allegedly helping shape the direction the monarchy itself was preparing to take moving forward. And honestly, according to royal commentators, that reportedly makes perfect sense given her role inside the institution. Catherine had spent years learning exactly how the monarchy functions, what keeps public trust alive, and what could potentially damage that image if left unchecked.
Is this idea that somehow my wife was the one that destroyed the relationship between these two brothers.
Reports suggest she strongly understood that the royal family's value depended heavily on one thing above all else: showing up, putting duty before personal drama, and maintaining stability in the public eye. Anything that distracted from that image reportedly became viewed as a serious problem internally. So while recovering privately, Catherine was allegedly already thinking several moves ahead. According to reports, questions inside the palace reportedly became, what should the monarchy look like during this moment? What message should the public be seeing? And what situations needed to be addressed before they created long-term damage? The answers she allegedly helped shape reportedly became the foundation for many of the public moves William would later make. Insiders claim new internal protocols quietly started taking form without public announcements or dramatic headlines attached to them. According to reports, stricter rules around messaging were allegedly introduced behind the scenes. Clearer boundaries were reportedly set regarding what deserved a response, what should be ignored completely, and how to separate the image of the working royals from ongoing headlines coming out of California. And perhaps the biggest reported shift of all was this. The palace allegedly decided the old strategy of endlessly absorbing criticism without pushing back was no longer sustainable. What makes Catherine's alleged role especially fascinating is how invisible it reportedly remained through all of this. No public credit, no official acknowledgement, no dramatic reveal. Everything was supposedly happening quietly in the background, which many royal watchers believe may have made the strategy even more effective. Because by the time William's tougher public approach started becoming visible, reports suggest the entire plan had already been carefully built behind closed doors. According to reports, even though Catherine's name was nowhere near the headlines during this period, her influence was allegedly all over the strategy taking shape behind palace walls. Insiders claim many of the decisions and messaging shifts reportedly carried her fingerprints quietly in the background. But before any of the tension exploded publicly, William allegedly made one final attempt to handle the situation privately and directly with Harry. Reports say that in October 2025, William personally called his brother, and according to royal commentary, this was not some casual family check-in or emotional reunion conversation. William reportedly had one very specific goal during that call. He allegedly wanted Harry to publicly correct what William believed were false or misleading claims surrounding Catherine and how she had supposedly treated Meghan. Reports claim William was not demanding some dramatic apology or asking for a full reconciliation between the families. He simply wanted what he believed was an accurate version of events placed on the record. But according to insiders, Harry's response reportedly changed everything. The conversation allegedly came to a dead stop when Harry reportedly said that changing the narrative now would damage everything he had built in his new life.
And we know that's because she has no other choice. Nothing else is working, from the Mama's Little Helper video to the Disney pictures. Meghan Markle only has one thing that anyone cares about: her children and her husband. And unfortunately, what this does is completely torpedo her and Prince Harry's bid to try and claim some type of political win with their bid to crack down on social media.
And according to reports, that answer hit William hard behind the scenes. Think about the weight of that moment for a second. According to these accounts, William believed he was asking his brother to clarify the truth regarding their sister-in-law. But the reported response allegedly suggested the public image surrounding the situation had become too valuable to walk back publicly. And from William's alleged perspective, insiders claim that was the exact moment he stopped believing this could still be solved privately between brothers. Reports suggest he no longer viewed Harry as someone stuck in confusion or caught in the middle of competing pressures. Instead, according to royal commentary, William allegedly came away believing Harry had made a clear choice, and that the choice prioritized public narrative and personal branding overprotecting family relationships. Then, only days after that reported phone call failed to resolve anything, William allegedly did something that stunned even long-time royal watchers. According to reports, he stepped into the picture gallery at Kensington Palace and addressed the situation publicly himself. No spokesperson standing in front of microphones. No carefully polished palace statement packed with vague diplomatic language. No royal phrasing designed to sound important, while revealing almost nothing. Insiders claim William spoke directly and plainly, in a way the royal family almost never does publicly. Reports say he allegedly pushed back against claims involving Catherine head-on, and stated clearly that nobody in the family had treated Meghan in the way some public narratives had suggested. He also reportedly referenced what he described as organized attempts to damage Catherine's public reputation through media stories, online amplification, and strategically boosted coverage. And according to observers, the way William framed the situation reportedly carried a much bigger message than just defending Catherine. He allegedly described one side as a family focused on duty, public service, charity work, state responsibilities, and showing up consistently without making themselves the center of attention. Then, without directly naming anyone, reports say he contrasted that with what he viewed as a very different approach built around publicity and media battles. The striking part, according to people in the room, was that he did not even need to say names out loud. Everyone watching reportedly understood exactly who and what he was referring to, and the reaction afterward was explosive. Royal commentators reportedly said they had never seen a senior royal communicate this way before. Not this openly, not this directly, and especially not with this level of willingness to call out alleged media coordination and public narrative management in front of cameras. This was not the monarchy using its traditional, careful language filled with distance and restraint. According to reports, this felt like something entirely different. The future king deciding publicly that the old rule of staying silent at all costs no longer worked in the modern media era. And from that moment forward, insiders claim one thing became very clear behind palace walls. Whatever happened next, the royal family reportedly had no intention of remaining the quiet side in the fight anymore. What many people watching this drama did not fully realize at the time was that a huge amount of the palace's response had reportedly already been planned long before William ever stepped in front of cameras at Kensington Palace. According to reports, a private team of specialists had allegedly been assembled quietly behind the scenes with no public announcement at all. Their reported job was not public relations in the usual royal sense. Insiders claim they were tasked with carefully studying and tracking the entire Sussex-related media landscape in detail. That reportedly included analyzing connections between stories, identifying which media outlets certain narratives appeared in, monitoring timing patterns, studying how stories spread online, and examining how specific topics gained traction across social media and press coverage. According to reports, everything was allegedly mapped out piece by piece, and what insiders claim they eventually saw reportedly did not look random at all. According to royal commentary, the palace allegedly began viewing the pattern as highly coordinated. Stories reportedly appeared in carefully selected outlets at strategic moments. Certain headlines allegedly gained rapid attention through amplification methods that seemed designed to place them directly in front of targeted audiences at exactly the right time. Reports suggest palace officials gradually stopped seeing the situation as simply Harry and Meghan sharing personal experiences publicly. Instead, insiders claim it allegedly started being viewed as a structured media operation focused on shaping public perception of the royal family, especially Catherine. By the time William reportedly gave that now heavily discussed appearance at Kensington Palace, reports say he had already been fully briefed on everything this private team had allegedly gathered behind closed doors. And according to reports, the response from the other side came fast. Within roughly 72 hours of William's public comments, major American outlets reportedly published fresh stories focused on Meghan's emotional experience inside the royal family. The coverage allegedly emphasized feelings of exclusion, emotional isolation, and lack of support.
I was really ashamed to say it at the time, and ashamed to have to admit it to Harry, especially because I know how much loss he's suffered.
Observers noted that the framing appeared highly personal and sympathetic, which, according to royal commentators, may have been intended to redirect public attention away from William's claims and back toward Meghan's perspective. For people who had followed the media cycle closely over the years, the pattern reportedly felt familiar. But this time, according to insiders, the palace allegedly reacted very differently than it would have in the past. Instead of staying silent and waiting for the headlines to fade naturally, reports claim palace representatives pushed back publicly and directly challenged what they described as commercially driven content being presented as purely personal storytelling. And according to commentators, that was a major shift. The palace historically avoided directly criticizing media narratives in public, but reports suggest this time officials allegedly wanted to call attention to what they believed was a broader pattern involving branding, publicity, and audience targeting connected to emotional storytelling. Rather than quietly absorbing criticism the way the institution traditionally had for decades, insiders claim the palace reportedly made a deliberate decision to identify and confront the pattern openly. But according to these accounts, the next phase that reportedly came from California may have been even more revealing. Royal commentators observed that the public messaging allegedly started shifting away from direct complaints about royal life altogether. Instead, the focus reportedly moved toward reinvention and independence. Suddenly, the headlines became more centered around wellness projects, children's content, documentaries discussing generational cycles, personal growth messaging, and themes about breaking patterns. The image reportedly evolved from frustrated former royals into forward-facing public figures, building a completely new identity. And on the surface, many observers thought it was a smart, strategic pivot. But according to reports, palace officials had allegedly already anticipated that move too, because insiders reportedly believed the reinvention narrative still depended heavily on one thing underneath it all: the ongoing connection to royal tension and the image of breaking away from an ancient institution that still fascinated global audiences. In other words, according to royal commentary, even the new image reportedly still carried the monarchy's shadow attached to it, whether openly acknowledged or not. According to royal commentators, the palace allegedly understood something very important about the entire situation. If the royal connection ever faded completely, a major part of the public fascination could disappear with it. Reports suggest insiders believe the tension, the conflict, and the idea of breaking away from an ancient institution were all huge parts of what kept global audiences emotionally invested in the story. And if that connection weakened too much, the overall narrative could reportedly lose some of its power and attention. That is why, according to these accounts, the palace was not just reacting to headlines in the moment. Insiders claim officials were allegedly thinking several moves ahead, studying not only the current strategy, but also what could come next down the road. Then came what many reports describe as one of the most shocking developments yet. According to royal insiders, discussions allegedly began around removing Harry and Meghan's remaining royal status completely. Not a temporary reduction, not another partial separation from duties. Reports claim the possibility of a total and permanent split was quietly being considered behind closed doors. That reportedly included access to royal properties, remaining honorary roles, official recognition, and any lingering institutional ties. And according to commentators, this was viewed as the kind of move that changes everything permanently once it happens. But true to royal tradition, the palace allegedly handled the situation with almost total silence publicly. No dramatic announcements, no emotional statements, no public spectacle. Reports suggest the process was treated more like a quiet closing of the door than an explosive confrontation. Around this same period, Another moment reportedly caught people's attention in a completely different way. According to reports, William allegedly began speaking publicly about Archie and Lilibet, and insiders claim the tone shifted noticeably. Instead of sounding purely strategic or carefully political, William reportedly sounded more personal and emotional than before. According to reports, he allegedly said the children deserved stability, privacy, and the chance to grow up away from non-stop media pressure and constant public conflict. The palace later reportedly clarified that these comments were not intended as any kind of threat or legal signal. But according to observers following the story closely, the deeper message still came through clearly. The institution, reports claim, was allegedly becoming increasingly uncomfortable with how younger family members were being pulled into public narratives and media cycles. And by publicly framing the conversation around the children's well-being, insiders suggest the palace may have shifted public attention onto the emotional cost of the ongoing media battle itself. According to commentators, that made the entire situation much more complicated for everyone involved. Once children became part of the public discussion, continuing the media war at the same intensity reportedly started raising difficult questions for audiences watching from the outside. Then came the moment many royal watchers say completely changed the atmosphere in the room. According to reports, William allegedly referenced Prince Andrew during one of these conversations, and the comparison reportedly landed with enormous weight inside royal circles. Prince Andrew, of course, had already become one of the most controversial figures connected to the modern monarchy. He lost official duties, royal patronages, public visibility, and much of his standing within the institution itself. The royal family has since kept significant distance publicly. But according to insiders, William was not reportedly bringing him up as a personal insult or direct attack. Instead, commentators claim he was making a much bigger institutional point. The message allegedly centered on how the monarchy operates when it believes standards or expectations are no longer being met. Reports suggest William's point was that no family member exists above the institution itself, regardless of title, popularity, or bloodline. According to these accounts, the underlying message was simple but powerful. The same rules apply to everyone connected to the crown. Titles do not guarantee protection forever. Public standing can change. Privileges can disappear. And history had already shown that the monarchy was willing to create distance from even very senior family members if it believed the institution required it. Observers described the moment as a warning delivered through historical example rather than direct confrontation. Nobody reportedly needed the comparison explained out loud because everyone in the room allegedly understood exactly what was being implied. And through all of this public chaos, Catherine reportedly stayed completely silent. No interviews, no emotional public responses, no attempts to jump into the media storm personally. But according to royal commentators, while the battle played out loudly around her, Catherine was allegedly making a far more lasting statement through quiet strategy, discipline.
And she wants the children to have their names, Princess, Prince. So she's desperately coming back for that. She must have realized that she's done a terrible mistake. What she didn't want to walk behind Catherine because Catherine is higher up on the hierarchy, and she didn't like that. So many times she would try and push forward and get ahead first, and Harry had to pull her back because she couldn't do that. And I also saw the A's pulling her back. She didn't want to do that. And one time I told you about Harry going back to his mother and saying that he really ought to use Meghan because she's sort of made so much of herself that she would make a much better person at that level than Catherine, because Catherine just came from university. It's really, she's nothing to look like her or anything.
And the role she continued playing behind the scenes. Just days after the most intense period of this entire royal storm, Catherine reportedly made an appearance that instantly caught attention for all the opposite reasons people expected. According to reports, she quietly visited a pediatric oncology center wearing a simple dress and a small anchor brooch that many royal watchers quickly noticed. There was no dramatic press conference, no emotional speech, no public attempt to respond to the headlines exploding around her at the time. She reportedly just arrived, met with families and staff, and focused on the work in front of her. And according to commentators following the situation closely, the contrast could not have looked sharper. At the same time, headlines connected to California reportedly centered around documentaries, interviews, public branding, business launches, and constant media attention. Catherine's appearance projected something completely different. One side dominating headlines loudly, the other quietly standing inside a children's cancer ward without needing to say much at all. For many observers, the message reportedly spoke for itself. Then there was one, quote, allegedly connected to Catherine during this period, that insiders claim left senior palace figures stunned because of how calm yet firm it sounded. According to reports, she allegedly told people close to her, "I forgive her, but I will not accept her suffering as my duty." That line reportedly carried enormous weight inside royal circles because it seemed to express several emotions at the same time. There was empathy in it, there was restraint, there was no public bitterness or cruelty attached to the statement. But according to commentators, there was also an unmistakable boundary being drawn. The reported message was not about revenge or punishment. Instead, insiders suggest it reflected the belief that personal struggles and public conflict could not be allowed to permanently shape the direction of the monarchy itself. And according to reports, that balance became central to the palace's overall strategy during this period. Compassion on one side, institutional clarity on the other. Royal commentators claim the palace allegedly worked hard to maintain both ideas simultaneously, without allowing emotion, media pressure, or public controversy to completely overpower the institution's long-term goals. When you step back and look at everything together, many observers believe this period may have marked the end of one royal era and the beginning of something entirely different. For generations, the monarchy survived by staying distant from controversy. The strategy was always simple: remain above public fights, avoid responding directly to accusations, and let tradition, ceremony, and continuity preserve the institution's authority over time. And for decades, that approach actually worked surprisingly well, even during difficult scandals and periods of public criticism. But according to reports, palace officials allegedly began realizing the modern media world had changed the rules completely. Today, a private message can reportedly become an international headline within hours. Social media amplification can spread emotional narratives globally before institutions even have time to respond. And insiders claim that reality reportedly forced the palace to confront something uncomfortable. The old strategy of total silence may no longer work the way it once did in a non-stop digital media environment. According to royal commentators, the silence that once made the monarchy appear dignified and untouchable had reportedly started creating a completely different impression in the modern media era. In some circles, staying silent no longer looked powerful. It started looking like the palace was unable or unwilling to respond, and reports suggest that is exactly why William and Catherine allegedly decided the institution needed a very different approach moving forward. Instead of relying only on mystery and distance, insiders claim they reportedly built a strategy that is far more direct, far more proactive, and much harder to ignore publicly. A strategy willing to openly challenge narratives, identify media patterns, call out what they allegedly see as coordinated attacks, and speak in plain language the royal family almost never used before. That alone represents a massive shift inside one of the oldest institutions in the world. Because the old system was never just about avoiding drama, the mystery itself carried value. The less the monarchy explained, the more untouchable it appeared. Silence protected the image, protected the distance.
King Charles coming down hard on Prince William, no Chucky boy, and assassination. Yes, you heard me correctly.
And protected the idea that the institution existed above ordinary public conflict. But according to reports, once you start publicly explaining yourself, there is no easy way to go backward. The moment the palace enters the conversation directly, the public expects answers again and again. And that changes the relationship completely. In exchange for the ability to defend themselves publicly, the monarchy may also be giving up some of the mystery that protected it for generations. And honestly, according to many royal observers, nobody truly knows yet whether that trade will help the institution long-term or create entirely new problems down the road. There is no historical blueprint for this version of the monarchy, no precedent for a future king standing in front of cameras and openly discussing media coordination, online amplification, and public narrative battles in everyday language. The old version of the monarchy, patient, restrained, endlessly absorbing criticism without publicly reacting, reportedly may be disappearing in real time. What seems to be replacing it, according to these accounts, is something leaner, tougher, faster, and far less willing to stay quiet when the institution feels challenged. Now the huge question becomes this: is this exactly the kind of monarchy needed for the social media era? Or could this new approach eventually pull the royal family into conflicts that become impossible to fully control once the door has been opened? Because if the events of 2025 reportedly proved anything, it is that the next chapter of the monarchy may look nothing like the one that came before it. And what makes this even bigger is that, according to reports, William and Catherine do not appear to be drifting into this accidentally. Royal commentators believe they have allegedly made a deliberate choice about the kind of institution they want to lead moving forward. The era of silence as automatic dignity may truly be ending, and whether this new strategy becomes the monarchy's greatest modern survival tool or the beginning of a completely unpredictable new era is something only time will answer. So now we want to hear from you. Do you think William and Catherine made the right move by stepping away from the old royal rule of silence? Or do you think the monarchy risks losing something important by becoming more direct publicly? Drop your thoughts down in the comments, because this debate is only getting bigger. And if you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like the video, subscribe, and share this with anyone following the royal drama closely. Your support seriously helps the channel grow and keeps these deep dives coming.
Meghan Markle's best friend, who set her up with Prince Harry, has vanished. Whatever happened to Meghan's best friend, Marcus Anderson? The tall, handsome Canadian was third wheel in the early days of her romance with Prince Harry, and he was front and center at their 2018.
Something shocking is suddenly surfacing from deep inside the world of Soho House. The spotlight is turning toward the empire built by Nick Jones, the powerful man behind one of the most exclusive private club networks on the planet. But now the attention isn't just on him. People are looking much closer at Meghan Markle, and the deeper they dig, the more surprising connections start popping up again and again. Old photos, past appearances, and forgotten guest lists are now being pulled back into the spotlight. As people comb through years of events and private gatherings, one name keeps appearing right beside Meghan every single time. That name is Marcus Anderson.
So the whole time we're thinking that that's her husband, Jack Brooksbank. It turns out, guess who that mystery man was the whole time?
Was it Meghan's guy?
It was Marcus Anderson.
Marcus Anderson, yeah.
Why is she having dinner with Marcus Anderson, and why is he then going home with Meghan and Harry?
Marcus Anderson isn't just some casual acquaintance. Inside those elite circles, he's widely known as the Soho House gatekeeper, the insider who decides who gets access to the most private rooms, the most exclusive parties, and the tightest social circles in the club world. And here's where the story gets even more interesting. Marcus Anderson is also the man many people say introduced Meghan Markle to Prince Harry. But that's not the part making people pause. For years, observers noticed something unusual at Soho House events: fashion weeks, private dinners, and quiet meetups around the city. Marcus Anderson was almost always right there beside her. Now the internet is connecting those moments like puzzle pieces. Because one detail keeps jumping out. Meghan was almost never photographed alone at Soho House events. In image after image, Marcus Anderson appears nearby, standing close during key moments in her social rise. And once people noticed that pattern, one big question exploded across social media. What exactly was happening inside those Soho House circles before Meghan Markle ever stepped onto the royal stage? Before we break down the timeline and the connections people keep talking about, take a second to like this video and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss what's coming next.
Actually attended the garden party and overheard something Meghan said to Harry. So after about 15 minutes talking to guests and being charming, Meghan turned to Harry, and I quote from Lady C's book, "Harry, this is really boring."
Because once the details start lining up, the whole story begins to look very different. Meghan Markle has often spoken about wanting privacy, but when people take a closer look at the circle around her, what they notice tells a very different story. The real focus here isn't romance rumors or random gossip. What really stands out is access, ambition, and powerful connections that suddenly make people pay close attention. To understand why this matters, you first have to understand what Soho House really is. This isn't just some trendy club where anyone can walk in and grab a drink. It's one of the most exclusive private membership networks in the world. With locations in London, New York, Toronto, Los Angeles, and several other major cities, getting inside isn't easy either. You can't just pay a fee and stroll through the doors. Membership usually requires sponsors, approvals, and support from someone who already holds real influence inside the system. And one of the most powerful names connected to those decisions is Marcus Anderson. Marcus Anderson serves as the global membership director at Soho House, and his journey inside the company surprises a lot of people. Years ago, he reportedly started working there as a waiter. Step by step, he moved up the ranks until he became one of Nick Jones's most trusted insiders. Today, many people recognize him as the man who helps shape guest lists for elite celebrity gatherings and high-profile private events. Nick Jones founded Soho House back in 1995 and eventually built it into a worldwide brand worth billions. Over the years, Jones has repeated one rule in public interviews that always grabs attention.
Queenie said it best. It's downright bizarre that a man, gay or straight, constantly clings to a family like Marcus Anderson does with Harry, Meghan, and their kids. He is like a parasite, always lurking.
As he once explained, we try not to give membership to people who would bring paparazzi or heavy press attention. That policy actually mattered a lot. Over the years, several well-known public figures were reportedly turned away from Soho House membership because they brought too much media attention with them. The club built a reputation for being extremely selective, sometimes rejecting even huge celebrities if they were seen as bringing too much spotlight. And that's exactly why one question keeps popping up again and again online. How did Meghan Markle, who at the time was mainly known for her role on the TV series Suits, reportedly earning around $50,000 per episode, gain access to Soho House locations across the world? Because according to many observers, even bigger stars sometimes struggled to get through those doors. Yet Meghan seemed to move through those spaces with surprising ease. She appeared regularly at events, private gatherings, and social nights inside that very exclusive circle. And every time people study the timeline more closely, the same name keeps appearing beside her.
And so for Harry himself, he's now, in many people are suggesting, trapped. And as his mother famously said in that line, it's difficult because there's three of us in this marriage. History, truly, according to that source, is repeating itself. Harry is very much sort of whatever is suggested, he has to go along with it.
Marcus Anderson, the powerful Soho House insider who many people describe as the gatekeeper of the membership network. Meghan and Marcus became close friends, and he also happened to be someone with serious influence inside the organization. For many people watching from the outside, that connection raises eyebrows. Being close to someone who helps control access to rooms filled with wealthy, powerful, and well-connected individuals can open doors very quickly in elite social circles. Then there are the photos that people online keep analyzing again and again. These aren't stiff red carpet poses or distant group shots. Many of them show Meghan and Marcus standing extremely close during private events and social gatherings. One image from December 2014 shows Meghan holding a large glass of wine while standing beside Marcus during a party. In the photo, her arm rests around his back as they lean toward each other while talking. Moments like that are exactly why these images keep resurfacing and why discussions about their friendship continue to spread online. Then there's another moment people often point to. June 2016, a Toronto gala event. This took place just 1 month before Meghan Markle would reportedly meet Prince Harry. Photos from that night show Marcus Anderson wearing a sharp blue tuxedo while Meghan stands beside him in a sleek black dress. As they pose for the camera, his arm is wrapped around her waist. The moment comes across as relaxed and playful, and that energy immediately caught the attention of many people reviewing those pictures today. And the timing of all this is what really makes people pause and think. This moment happens only weeks before the blind date that would eventually connect Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. Yet in those photos, Meghan appears very comfortable and close with Marcus Anderson, the same man widely known for introducing the two in the first place. Fast forward to September 2017 at the Invictus Games in Toronto.
What now would seem to be a very reasonable position of not believing a word coming out of Meghan Markle's mouth about my royal family. Now, most people now agree with me about the veracity of what comes out of her mouth. But at the time, this was deemed so controversial that my company, rather than defending my right to free speech, the network said, you've either apologize for disbelieving her or you have to leave.
Meghan is sitting in the arena stands with Marcus Anderson right beside her. The seats are tight, and their knees appear to brush together as cameras capture the moment. Meghan is smiling warmly toward Marcus, while Prince Harry is seated nearby, looking out toward the arena floor. It was a small moment, but many viewers quickly noticed it when the images began circulating online. Then another scene grabbed attention years later. October 2025, during Paris Fashion Week. A photo suddenly spread across social media at lightning speed. Meghan and Marcus were spotted walking through the streets of Paris while holding hands. They weren't just walking near each other like distant acquaintances. They appeared relaxed and comfortable, and the hand-holding detail immediately sparked a wave of online discussion. Another moment that raised curiosity came in June 2025 during a Disneyland trip celebrating Princess Lilibet's 4th birthday with family. Photos from the outing were shared online, and once again Marcus Anderson appeared in the background of the group. But one small detail caught people's attention fast. In the picture, Meghan posted, a heart emoji had been placed over Marcus's face. That simple edit led many viewers to wonder why his identity was covered if he was simply another friend in the group. There's also one detail that long-time observers keep pointing out. Over the years, Meghan has rarely been photographed alone at Soho House events. In many images from those gatherings, Marcus Anderson appears right beside her. According to the club's guest policy, visitors typically remain with the member who invited them while inside the venue. Because of that rule, some online discussions suggest that during certain visits, Meghan may have attended as Marcus Anderson's guest. Meanwhile, Soho House founder Nick Jones stepped down as CEO in November 2022 after facing a serious health diagnosis. Even after stepping down, he has remained involved with creative direction and membership matters within the company. People familiar with Soho House often say the founder, Nick Jones, always had a clear sense of what was happening inside his clubs. Every private gathering, every exclusive party, every quiet meeting happening behind those members-only doors rarely went unnoticed, because Soho House was never designed to be just another trendy club. It was built as a powerful networking hub where ambition, wealth, and influence could all collide in the same room. Inside those spaces, conversations could turn into opportunities very quickly. Business deals were discussed, partnerships quietly formed, and major connections sometimes took shape far away from cameras and public attention. That atmosphere is exactly why the network became so attractive to celebrities, business leaders, creatives, and rising social figures looking to move in influential circles. Nick Jones also owns Babington House, a private countryside location that has long been connected to the Soho House brand. Reports have said that Prince Harry and Meghan spent time there during the early stages of their relationship. According to several accounts, Marcus Anderson helped coordinate some of those early meetups, helping organize arrangements and making sure everything stayed discreet. That type of involvement goes far beyond a casual introduction. Babington House itself has built a reputation over the years as a place where serious networking happens behind its classic walls and fireplaces. Insiders often describe it as a quiet setting where influential guests can meet, talk freely, and form strong connections away from public attention. Now here's where the story becomes even more interesting. According to royal biographer Katie Nicholl,
I got this direct message from Meghan Markle.
A private message?
Yeah. And it said, hey, I'm a big fan, and so excited you're following me. And this is
She said to you?
This was about 3 years ago. And, I replied, and we corresponded quite regularly.
Prince Harry reportedly approached Marcus Anderson directly to help arrange a private introduction with Meghan. The meeting is said to have taken place in July 2016 at Soho House in London. The gathering was intentionally kept small, with only a few people present, so the two could speak comfortably and get to know each other. What many people overlook is this detail. Harry didn't simply meet Meghan by chance. Reports suggest he specifically reached out to Marcus Anderson to help organise the introduction. Marcus already had the connections, the venues, and the influence to arrange everything smoothly, and by that point, he already knew Meghan quite well, which made the introduction easier to set up. Think about the situation for a moment. Marcus Anderson helps arrange the introduction between his close friend Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. Then, even after that first meeting, he continues appearing around several key moments that follow. Reports also say he helped organise private meetups at Babington House and provided access to exclusive spaces inside different Soho House locations. That pattern is exactly why many observers describe Marcus as Meghan's behind-the-scenes connector. In powerful social circles, a connector is someone who quietly opens doors, arranges introductions, and links people together in ways most outsiders would never be able to do. And when people look back at the timeline, one thing becomes clear. During her years working on the television series Suits, Meghan was steadily building her acting career. She had ambition and growing recognition from the show, but she was still working her way into larger global social circles. Then her friendship with Marcus Anderson began getting attention. Suddenly, she was appearing at high-profile events, traveling to major cities across Europe, and attending exclusive gatherings filled with wealthy and influential guests. Those kinds of environments are usually very difficult to enter without strong connections already inside. That's where Marcus Anderson's reputation comes in. Over the years, he became known for connecting the right people in the right rooms at the right time. His role at Soho House placed him in the center of a global network stretching from London to Toronto, Los Angeles, and beyond. When someone becomes part of that world, they suddenly find themselves surrounded by creatives, business leaders, celebrities, and influential figures from multiple industries. And during those years, wherever Meghan Markle appeared within those circles, the same powerful network often seemed close by. Right in the middle of that network was Marcus Anderson. To many observers, that dynamic looks less like a simple friendship and more like someone helping guide opportunities quietly behind the scenes. Just look at how quickly the path unfolded. An actress known for her role on Suits begins spending time inside Soho House circles. Through those connections, she meets influential figures, and eventually Prince Harry himself. From that point forward, the story moves incredibly fast. What begins as a private introduction soon grows into a highly public royal relationship, eventually leading to one of the most talked about weddings in recent history. Some people look at that timeline and say it almost feels perfectly arranged. Having someone like Marcus Anderson in your corner, a man widely known for connecting high-profile figures inside elite social spaces, could certainly open doors that most people never get near. And what makes the story even more interesting is that Marcus never really disappeared from the picture. Even after Meghan's relationship with Prince Harry became public, Marcus continued showing up at major moments. He was reportedly seen during the celebrations around the 2018 royal wedding and later appeared at Meghan's New York baby shower in 2019. Years later, he still appears around big events. Observers have pointed to sightings at gatherings like Paris Fashion Week in October 2025, and even during a family trip to Disneyland earlier that same year.
Joking, this is very important. Now, the Rwanda scheme, it seems, was cruelly abandoned. We know it was impetuously axed by this funny little man who's our Prime Minister on day one. It's just a gimmick. It's a gimmick. And he axed it on day one.
Media reports have quoted sources describing Marcus as one of the most trusted people in Meghan's inner circle, someone who has stayed close through many important chapters of her life. At the same time, Marcus Anderson is known for staying far away from the spotlight. He rarely gives interviews and almost never appears in documentaries or television features. that quiet approach only adds more curiosity. Some online observers have even pointed to moments where his face appeared partially covered in shared photos, which sparked even more questions across social media. And that curiosity keeps the conversation going. When someone appears again and again at major milestones while mostly avoiding public attention, people naturally begin asking how the connection started and why it has remained so private for so long. The mystery surrounding that friendship is exactly what keeps the topic circulating online. When a person shows up repeatedly at key moments while staying mostly out of view, it tends to spark discussion. Add in the photos spreading across the internet, and the curiosity only grows. Take the Invictus Games in September 2017 as one example people often bring up. In one widely shared moment from the arena, Meghan Markle is seated near Marcus Anderson while Prince Harry is also sitting close by. Some viewers studying the images later commented on the body language captured in that snapshot. A few noted that Meghan appears turned toward Marcus, while Harry looks out toward the event itself. Moments like that quickly sparked conversations among royal watchers at the time. Reports in several outlets even mentioned there may have been occasional speculation and discussion about the dynamics within those social circles, which only kept the public curiosity alive. Some reports and online discussions have even mentioned moments of tension over how often Marcus Anderson appeared around private gatherings and public events involving the couple. And when people look closely at the timeline, the situation starts to look even more complicated. After all, Marcus Anderson is widely known as the person who helped arrange the introduction between Meghan Markle and Prince Harry in the first place. He played a role right at the beginning of their story, which makes the entire dynamic especially interesting to observers. Marcus had already been part of Meghan's circle long before Prince Harry entered the picture. His position within Soho House also placed him inside a powerful global social network. And even after the royal wedding, that connection to those circles never seemed to completely disappear. When people study that full timeline, from early Soho House events to later public appearances, it naturally leads to bigger questions. How exactly were these relationships formed? And why have certain figures remained consistently present across so many different moments over the years? Now, this is where many observers start connecting the dots about what Soho House may have actually provided. Because the club was never only about stylish parties or trendy lounges. The real power of Soho House has always been the network inside it. Wealthy investors, influential creatives, entrepreneurs, and well-known public figures, all gathering in the same private spaces where introductions and partnerships can quietly take shape. Within that environment, Meghan began appearing around several well-known figures connected to those circles. Billionaire investor Ron Burkle has long been linked with Soho House. Fashion designer Misha Nonu, who also moves within those social groups, became one of Meghan's close friends. Jessica Mulroney, a stylist with strong ties to Toronto's elite circles and the Soho House scene there, also became part of Meghan's inner group. Even tennis star Serena Williams, who has been associated with those membership spaces, formed a friendship with Meghan during those years. When people map out those connections, one detail keeps standing out again and again. Many of these overlapping circles and introductions appear to trace back to the same central figure, Marcus Anderson. Marcus Anderson, as a senior figure inside Soho House, naturally sat at the center of an enormous global network. His role connected him with celebrities, investors, creatives, and influential insiders moving through those private spaces every day. That's why some observers say Marcus didn't just represent friendship in Meghan Markle's story. To them, he represented access. Access to networks, access to introductions, and access to rooms with powerful people capable of opening major opportunities. And that's exactly why photos circulating again in late 2025 grabbed so much attention online. They reminded people that the connection between Meghan and Marcus never really faded away. Even years after the royal wedding, and after Harry and Meghan stepped back from royal duties, Marcus Anderson still appears around important moments in her life. For many people watching from the outside, that long-running connection sparks interesting questions about how powerful social networks can shape someone's path. When people step back and look at the full timeline, Marcus Anderson and the Soho House network seem to appear again and again during key stages of Meghan's rise into global recognition. Some observers believe the real power behind that rise may have been the network surrounding Soho House itself. Those connections placed her in rooms filled with wealthy investors, influential creatives, entrepreneurs, and global insiders. Spaces where opportunities can appear quickly and where introductions can change someone's future overnight. Prince Harry eventually became one of the biggest chapters in that story, but the Soho House circle remained a constant presence along the way.
No, worth it. Remember?
I'm a real mom.
But you know what it got me thinking about? Meghan and Harry's travel safe obsession. Now, of course, we should all travel safe. That's a relatively normal thing to say, no big deal. Not trying to make mountains out of molehills or anything like that. Not like the
Even today, as Meghan continues building projects and business ventures in California, Marcus Anderson is still widely described as one of the trusted figures who has remained close to her for more than a decade. Interestingly, Nick Jones, the founder of Soho House, even attended Harry and Meghan's wedding. Yet when it comes to Meghan's earlier years inside the Soho House world, he has largely stayed quiet in public interviews. And that silence fits the culture of the club itself. Discretion has always been one of Soho House's biggest selling points. The brand built its reputation on privacy, quiet influence, and keeping what happens inside those walls away from the public spotlight. Members of Soho House expect one important rule to always be respected. What happens inside those private rooms stays inside those rooms. That strong level of confidentiality is exactly what attracts celebrities, entrepreneurs, and high-profile figures who want somewhere they can meet without constant cameras or media attention. Inside those spaces, people can talk freely, build connections, and explore opportunities far away from the public spotlight. Because of that culture of privacy, many details about who attended certain gatherings or how specific introductions happened are rarely discussed in public. That silence protects the brand, protects the members, and helps maintain the exclusive reputation Soho House has built around the world. But when people step back and look at the full timeline, they often focus on one major shift. Meghan Markle's path moved from a working television actress with big ambitions into a global spotlight filled with powerful connections and international recognition. From that moment forward, everything seemed to accelerate quickly. Meghan met Prince Harry, stepped directly into the intense global attention surrounding the royal family, and suddenly the entire world was watching every move. Later, the couple stepped away from royal duties. Yet the fame, influence, and network of powerful connections around them never completely disappeared. And through all of those changes, one familiar figure kept appearing again and again. Marcus Anderson. Years after the royal wedding, and years after the move to California, his presence still shows up at events, private trips, and exclusive gatherings. When people notice that same pattern repeating over time, it naturally leads to more curiosity online. Was it simply coincidence? Or was there a deeper strategy behind some of those connections? Marcus Anderson built his reputation by quietly navigating elite circles. He understands the rooms where influential people gather, and he knows how introductions can open doors without drawing too much public attention. The photos circulating online only add more intrigue to the story.
Don't know if a meeting is definitely going to take place. We do know that Duke of Sussex is very keen to see his father. I think the key issue is that if any details of this meeting, should it go ahead, are leaked to the media, that could compromise a reconciliation, because what I'm told is at the heart of all of it.
Images from Paris Fashion Week, appearances at major parties, and private outings continue to show the two standing close together. Some of those pictures have sparked endless debate across social media. Observers often point out that Marcus's network connects to several powerful figures. Names like Ron Burkle, Misha Nonu, Jessica Mulroney, and Serena Williams are frequently mentioned when people discuss the circles surrounding those events. Many of the influential figures who crossed paths with Meghan during those years helped expand her visibility and connect her to a much wider world of opportunity. Moving through those elite social circles introduced her to people with powerful networks, global businesses, and strong cultural influence. And that's exactly why Marcus Anderson's role keeps drawing attention today. He remains one of the most consistent figures connected to Meghan's story. Years later, he is still appearing in photos, still moving within the same influential circles, and still connected to different moments in her life. Even after so many dramatic shifts in the public spotlight, that constant presence stands out to observers. When the same person appears across so many key moments over time, people naturally begin asking questions about loyalty, priorities, and the deeper story behind Meghan Markle's rapid rise into global recognition. While Prince Harry stepped into a very public romance and the intense attention that came with royal life, Marcus Anderson continued operating quietly within powerful social networks behind the scenes. The type of influence that works in the background often goes unnoticed by the public, but it can still shape introductions, opportunities, and relationships in major ways. That's one reason photos from recent years triggered such strong reactions online. People looked at the timeline and noticed something interesting. Marcus Anderson is still present even long after the royal wedding, and even after Harry and Meghan stepped away from royal duties. The images show him appearing at events, trips, and private gatherings that continue to spark conversation across social media. And that leads to the biggest question people keep debating. Why does Marcus Anderson remain such a consistent figure in Meghan's life years after he first introduced her to Prince Harry? He isn't publicly known as her manager, employee, or official business partner. Yet he still appears around private outings and high-profile moments, which naturally keeps curiosity alive among observers. Because of that long history, many people remain fascinated by the connection. Marcus Anderson has been present from the earliest introductions all the way to later chapters of Meghan's global career. That extended timeline is exactly why the relationship continues to attract discussion and speculation across media outlets and social platforms today. Look back at the early Toronto years and the Soho House scene that surrounded Meghan Markle. That world was filled with exclusive gatherings, powerful networks, and high-profile social circles. Inside that environment, celebrities, investors, creatives, and influential insiders often crossed paths in private settings far from the public spotlight. And during many of those moments, one person kept appearing again and again: Marcus Anderson. For people studying the timeline, that consistency immediately grabs attention. From the early Toronto days to later international events, Marcus is frequently visible near Meghan during several key moments in her journey. That kind of long-running connection naturally leads observers to wonder how influential the relationship may have been behind the scenes. Some analysts even suggest Marcus could hold a unique perspective on those early years before Meghan ever met Prince Harry. After all, he was already present during the Soho House era, when many of those introductions, friendships, and social connections were quietly forming.
Meghan Markle's best friend, who set her up with Prince Harry, has vanished. Whatever happened to Meghan's best friend, Marcus Anderson? The tall, handsome Canadian was third wheel in the early days of her romance with Prince Harry, and he was front and center at their 2008.
That's also why certain photos keep going viral across social media. Images from 2014, 2016, 2017, 2019, and even recent moments in 2025 all seem to show a similar pattern. Marcus Anderson appearing nearby at gatherings, fashion events, private parties, and personal outings. When people notice a connection lasting more than a decade, curiosity naturally grows even stronger. If Marcus is simply a long-time friend, some viewers ask why he continues appearing at such a wide range of both personal and public moments in Meghan's life. Another layer of curiosity comes from moments where his presence appeared more private in certain shared photos. Situations like that often lead online audiences to ask even more questions about the nature of the friendship. Meanwhile, Soho House founder Nick Jones has always emphasized the club's culture of privacy and discretion. That tradition means the details of what truly happened inside those exclusive circles during the early years remain mostly unknown to the public. Still, the timeline itself keeps people talking. From the early Toronto connections all the way to global celebrity events, the same names and networks continue appearing across the story, and that pattern keeps the curiosity alive. The photos across the years show one detail that keeps catching people's attention again and again. Marcus Anderson consistently appears in Meghan Markle's orbit, a presence that continues to spark debate, curiosity, and endless discussion online. When people step back and look at the full timeline, one thing stands out very clearly. The connection between Meghan Markle and Marcus Anderson didn't just appear briefly and then disappear. It stretched across many years, from the early Toronto days all the way to major global events later on. That kind of long-running connection is exactly why many observers say those relationships may have played an important role in shaping Meghan's path into powerful social circles. Beside those exclusive Soho House spaces, countless introductions, conversations, and opportunities likely unfolded far away from cameras and headlines. Nick Jones built the Soho House brand around privacy and discretion. That means many of the details from those private rooms will probably never be fully revealed to the public. Protecting that level of confidentiality protects the members, their relationships, and the reputation of the Soho House network itself. But the photos continue circulating online, and they keep the conversation alive. Across years of events, parties, fashion gatherings, and private outings, the same familiar presence keeps appearing beside Meghan. Marcus Anderson remains part of the timeline, and that's exactly why people continue debating what role those early connections may have played in her rise into global fame. Now we want to hear from you. What do you think about the timeline and the connections people keep pointing out? Do you think it's simply a long-time friendship or something more strategic behind the scenes? Drop your thoughts down in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who would find the story interesting.
Meghan Markle has finally reached out to her father, Thomas Markle, who is fighting for his life.
And do something and wait 30 days to get a response from Meghan.
Every day I share a new video exploring the latest stories surrounding Meghan Markle and the royal family. If you enjoy following this ongoing saga, feel free to subscribe, like, or leave a comment. It truly means a lot. Thank you for watching. Now let's get into today's story. What if the woman the whole world watched glide down that royal aisle was keeping something deeply personal hidden the entire time?
According to Meghan, she was very close to her father when they were growing up. Her parents divorced when she was very young.
Something so serious that people close to her stayed quiet for years, just to keep it locked away. That's the claim blowing up right now, sparking intense chatter and making people everywhere start asking questions. Thomas Markle, Meghan's estranged father, says he knows the truth behind a secret that's been buried for a long time. After years of feeling shut out, laughed at and ignored, the 80-year-old says he's finally ready to speak out and be heard.
Seriously unwell father, Thomas Markle Sr., who's 81 years of age, fighting for his life in hospital.
According to him, nothing is holding him back anymore, and what he's revealing now could completely shift how people look at this story. What makes this even more shocking is the way it all came out. Thomas Markle didn't call a flashy press conference. He didn't run to tabloids or post dramatic warnings online. Instead, he calmly sat in front of a camera and started talking, and what he said made people stop and really pay attention. He claims Meghan had a hysterectomy at 19 years old. Let that sink in for a moment, and remember, this isn't just some random voice online chasing attention. This is the man who paid for her education, covered her acting classes, and funded her very first professional headshots. He was the dad driving her to auditions, waiting patiently and supporting her dreams from day one, believing she could actually make it big. Thomas Markle says he was there for every early chapter of Meghan's life, from school days to those first big steps into acting. He claims he showed up every time it mattered, and according to him, he's been holding on to a deeply personal secret for over 20 years. Not because he wanted to, but because she asked him to keep it private back then. He says the trust between them was real and solid. At that time, he wasn't part of headlines or public drama. He was just her dad, supporting her dreams behind the scenes. But as Meghan's fame started to rise, Thomas says things slowly began to shift. Not all at once, bit by bit.
Yeah, and so, in a way, and she's completely rewritten him out of history. Now, we know around the world...
Calls became less frequent. Birthdays passed with no message, and when they did speak, he says something felt off, colder, more distant, almost like talking to a stranger instead of family. Then came the silence. No clear reason, no explanation, just space that kept growing wider. Thomas says his name slowly disappeared from interviews and public stories about Meghan's past. He was being erased piece by piece. For years, he stayed quiet. He watched from a distance as her life grew bigger. Royal titles, major deals, global attention. And whenever people asked about her, he says he kept it respectful and held back even when it wasn't easy. But now, things feel different for him. At 80 years old, after serious health scares and long periods of silence, he says he spent years watching grandchildren he hasn't met grow up from far away. At one point, he even sent a letter from a hospital bed hoping for some kind of reply, but according to him, nothing ever came. At some point, Thomas Markle says the reason to stay quiet just faded away. He insists this isn't about money, fame, or tearing anything down. According to him, this is about something he's carried for decades, something he believes shouldn't stay hidden forever. In his own words, what he's been holding on to feels too heavy to keep buried. And he says the story goes much deeper than just one personal detail. Now go back to May 2018, just days before that massive royal wedding when the whole world was locked in and watching every move.
Not my doing. That's all her doing. And I'm going to let that be. Because I'm better.
At that moment, Thomas was lying in a hospital bed in Mexico, still recovering and feeling weak, trying to get his strength back. Then out of nowhere, his phone rang. He says it was Meghan calling. You'd expect a moment like that to feel emotional, maybe even comforting. A daughter checking on her father, saying something like, "I love you, Dad," or at least asking how he's doing. But Thomas says that's not how it went at all. According to him, the call felt rushed from the very beginning. No questions about his health. No real conversation. Just a sense of urgency. Like there was something specific that needed to be handled right away. Then came the part that truly caught him off guard. Thomas claims she asked him to destroy every medical document connected to her early adult years. Not store them, not keep them safe, completely destroy them. And the way he describes it, it didn't sound normal to him. He says her tone felt different than anything he had ever heard before. Thomas says the voice on that call felt flat, cold, almost rehearsed, like every word had been planned ahead of time before she even picked up the phone. According to him, she told him that no one ever needs to know what happened in that hospital. That line stayed with him. Up until then, Thomas says he had been trying to justify the growing distance between them. He told himself the silence was probably due to the pressure of the royal engagement, the non-stop media attention, and the intense spotlight on everyone connected to her. He wanted to believe it wasn't personal, but hearing those words, delivered without warmth, without emotion, shifted everything for him. In that moment, he says it stopped feeling like this was just about privacy. Instead, it felt like something else entirely. Like the real goal was to make sure the story disappeared for good. Then the call ended in a way he says he never saw coming. According to Thomas, the final words were, "Don't contact me again. If you care about me, you won't. No goodbye, no, I love you." Just silence right after that. He says he sat there on the edge of the hospital bed, phone still in his hand, staring at the wall, trying to make sense of what just happened. Was she scared? Was someone else influencing the conversation? He says he still doesn't have those answers.
As the father, the man who raised her solo, when her mum ditched her during her teenage years.
After that moment, everything went completely quiet. No messages, no invitation to the wedding. Just distance that kept growing wider and colder. Weeks later, something unexpected showed up. A young cream-colored envelope arrived at his home. Thomas says he recognized the handwriting instantly. Neat, careful, and unmistakably Meghan's. There was no return address, only a Los Angeles postmark. He says he stood outside on his patio, rain falling, a dim light flickering above him, just holding the envelope and turning it over in his hands. And even before opening it, he had a strange feeling, like whatever was inside could change everything. So he didn't rush. He poured himself a drink, sat down, took a breath, and slowly opened it. Inside were 7 full pages, every single line written carefully. No crossed-out words, no messy edits, just clean, deliberate handwriting from start to finish. But Thomas says the letter didn't feel personal at all. To him, it read more like a carefully prepared statement, something written with time, thought, and control behind every single word. And the first thing that hit him wasn't even the message. It was how it started. According to Thomas, she never called him Dad. Not once. There wasn't even a Dear Thomas. Just his name, plain and distant, like she was writing to someone she barely knew. Then came another moment that made him stop. In the letter, Thomas says she accused him of seeking attention through media stories and failing to protect her privacy. And then came a line, the one he says really stood out and caught his full attention. She wrote that he was holding on to things that no longer belonged to him. Thomas says he read that line 3 times, trying to figure out exactly what she meant. But the more he kept reading, the clearer the message became to him. According to his account, she wrote, "You know which documents I'm referring to. You know what was said in those years. I'm asking you for the last time, destroy them, shred them, burn them if you have to. Don't leave them for someone else to find. Thomas says that moment hit different. To him, it didn't sound like a simple request for privacy. It felt firm, direct, and carefully thought out, like every word had a purpose. As he kept going through the letter, he says one line stood out more than anything else on those 7 pages. According to Thomas, it hit harder than the rest. There are consequences to holding on to what doesn't belong to you anymore.
Thomas has gone into intensive care after being rushed to hospital for emergency surgery.
He says the message felt like a warning, not loud, not aggressive, but clear enough that it stayed with him. And the ending didn't soften anything either. No warmth, no friendly closing, no love from Meg, nothing like that. Instead, the final line simply read, "I am moving forward now. This is the last time I will reach out." Thomas says he sat there quietly, the pages spread across his lap, while rain kept falling outside. He didn't react with anger. He didn't break down. What he felt was heavier than that, something that stayed with him. When he finally stood up, he didn't grab a lighter or a shredder. Instead, he placed every single page into a fireproof box, locked it, and hid it somewhere secure. He says this was never about revenge. To him, those papers represented a part of her story that couldn't just be erased or rewritten. And to understand why those documents mattered so much, Thomas says you have to go back years earlier, to the summer of 2000. At the time, Meghan was 19, back home in California during a break from Northwestern. According to Thomas, something didn't feel right. He says she hadn't been acting like herself for a while. He remembers her dealing with strong fatigue and painful cramping that just wouldn't go away. At first, they thought it might be stress from school or being away from home. But the discomfort didn't stop. Eventually, doctors started mentioning the possibility of something more serious. Thomas says that entire period felt tense, and Meghan seemed very anxious throughout it. According to him, she wanted everything handled quietly, completely private. He says she asked him not to tell Samantha and not to turn it into a big family situation. She just wanted to deal with it and move forward without attention. So he says he respected that and supported her the best way he could. Thomas claims he paid for the procedure himself, straight out of pocket. No insurance, no complicated paper trail, just a father stepping in during a difficult moment to help his daughter. According to him, the clinic was small, discreet, and located in West Hollywood. He describes it as the kind of place where privacy came first. No questions, no attention, nothing extra. He also claims Meghan was checked in under a different name. Instead of a full identity, the paperwork listed her as Patient 1472. No last name, no public link, just a number tied to a file. Thomas says he arrived later to pick her up after everything was done.
If she doesn't want me to see them, that's the way it's going to be. I won't.
But when he stepped into the hallway, something immediately caught his attention. Meghan wasn't alone. Standing right next to her was a woman he didn't recognize. Short, dark hair, designer sunglasses, and a calm hand resting on Meghan's shoulder. At first, he thought she might be part of the clinic staff, maybe a nurse or someone working there. But then Meghan looked up and saw him, and he says her reaction threw him off completely. Instead of relief, he claims her expression looked more like panic. No one said a word. According to Thomas, they just moved through the hallway in silence, step by step, like nobody wanted to explain anything in that moment. Weeks later, he says he finally found out who that woman was, and that answer raised even more questions. Someone from Meghan's early acting circle. Thomas says he won't reveal the name publicly, not out of fear, but because, in his words, she's still out there and remembers exactly what happened that day. And this is where the story takes another strange turn. Thomas says that while standing in that hallway, he was fumbling with his phone, trying to call Samantha to give a quick, vague update. In the middle of it, he accidentally tapped the camera button without even realizing it. He claims he didn't notice anything at the time, but days later, while scrolling through his gallery, he found it. A blurry, accidental photo from that exact moment. According to him, the image showed Meghan, the woman standing beside her, and a nurse further down the hallway looking in their direction. The timestamp, he says, matched that exact day at the clinic. Thomas insists he never meant to take the photo, but he kept it anyway. Long before royal headlines, before the global spotlight and all the attention, there was someone else in Meghan's life, Trevor Engelson. Trevor was a young film producer building his career in Hollywood. When they met in the early 2000s, Thomas says the relationship seemed real and steady. Trevor would come by the Markle home, bring wine, watch old movies with the family, and even call Thomas Sir. They stayed together for nearly a decade before finally getting married in 2011. By many accounts, Trevor wasn't just someone passing through, he was a major part of Meghan's life for years. Which is why what happened next feels so unexpected. Just 2 years after the wedding, the marriage suddenly ended. Thomas says there wasn't a loud fight or dramatic scene. No big public fallout. Instead, one morning, Trevor reportedly opened an envelope at his apartment, and inside were both wedding rings. No note, no call, no explanation, just silence. And later, through a mutual friend, Thomas says only one word ever made it back to him: closure. According to Thomas, the story involving Trevor didn't end with that quiet breakup. He says he always believed Trevor knew something about Meghan's medical history, not because she openly told him, but because of something Trevor reportedly discovered early in their relationship. Thomas claims Trevor once came across a medical referral letter connected to Meghan. The detail that stood out:
father, the Duchess of Sussex, has managed to get a letter delivered to his bedside. On December 10th, a spokesperson for the
He says the letter was addressed under a different name and sent to a P.O. box in Beverly Hills. That discovery, according to Thomas, raised questions right away. Instead of confronting Meghan directly, Thomas says Trevor approached him privately, and according to his memory, Trevor kept it simple. He asked one question: "Is Meg okay?" Then he followed it with a line Thomas says he never forgot: "I just want to make sure she's being honest with herself." That moment stuck with him for years. Because later, when Meghan's life exploded into global attention, royal headlines, major interviews, documentaries, media outlets started digging into her past. And Trevor's name quickly moved to the top of their list. Reporters and tabloids, according to Thomas, kept reaching out again and again, hoping Trevor would finally speak. Some of those offers were said to be very tempting. But Trevor never said a word. No interviews, no anonymous leaks, nothing. For years, that silence looked like respect, maybe even loyalty. But Thomas believes it meant something deeper. Then came a moment at Trevor's own wedding years later that raised even more questions. According to people who were there, Trevor became emotional during a toast near the end of the night. He allegedly said, "There are things I'll take to the grave, but tonight isn't about silence. It's about finally breathing again." Witnesses say his voice wasn't steady when he said it. And Thomas believes that moment sounded like someone finally letting go of a secret he had carried for a long time. Samantha, according to Thomas, was the first in the family to sense that something wasn't right that summer. Meghan had suddenly gone completely quiet. No calls, no visits, no contact at all for nearly 3 weeks. At first, it didn't seem unusual. People thought she was just busy, maybe out with friends or taking time to recharge after the school year. But Samantha says this silence felt different, heavier, like something important was being kept out of sight. So she went straight to Thomas and asked what was going on. According to him, he told her Meghan was dealing with something personal and asked her not to push for details. But Samantha didn't let it go. Thomas had once casually mentioned a location, a small private women's clinic on a quiet street. That detail stuck with her. So, out of curiosity, she decided to drive there herself. She describes the place as extremely discreet, with no clear name on the front. When she walked in, she acted like someone asking about a consultation, just blending in at the reception desk. And then, something caught her attention. She says there was a file sitting on the counter with a name she recognized instantly. Not Markle, not Meghan. The file reportedly read M. Grant. That name meant something to Samantha. According to her, it was a nickname Meghan had once used in online chat rooms when they were younger. A small inside joke only the two of them shared.
Or letter of communication with my dad by my sister. So there does still seem to be some type of disagreement about whether this letter...
Samantha says she didn't say a word while she was there. She calmly walked out, got back in her car, drove home, and kept what she saw to herself, at least at first. But that night, she tried calling Thomas. No answer. She called again the next day. And the day after that, Finally, 4 days later, he called her back. Samantha says he sounded completely drained, and according to her, he kept it short. The only thing he said was, "She's okay, don't bring it up. She doesn't want anyone to know." That one call changed everything. Samantha says that was the moment the family quietly split into two sides. Some chose to protect the secret and keep it buried no matter what. Others, she says, struggled with staying silent and acting like nothing ever happened. Samantha says she was firmly in the second group, the one that couldn't just ignore what happened. A few weeks later, during a small family dinner, she decided to face it head-on. She pulled Meghan aside and told her straight up. She knew. She says she mentioned the file at the clinic, putting everything out in the open, and what happened next is something Samantha claims she has never forgotten. According to her, Meghan looked directly at her and calmly said, "Then you also know why I can't afford to be like everyone else." Samantha says the tone wasn't angry. It wasn't defensive. Instead, it felt almost settled, like Meghan had already made a clear decision about the direction of her life. Over the years, there have been plenty of public disagreements and accusations between them. But Samantha says one thing has never changed in her mind. She believes something major happened that summer, and the silence around it wasn't random. According to her, that silence was built carefully, piece by piece, with people choosing what to say and what to keep hidden. And the story connected to that small clinic, she says, is far from quiet. The clinic at the center of these claims was known as La Fuente Women's Wellness Center, a highly private facility that reportedly served well-known clients across Hollywood. For years, actresses, executives, and influential families were said to visit there. Staff members were placed under strict confidentiality rules from the moment they were hired. According to reports, discretion wasn't just a policy. It was the entire foundation of how the clinic operated. Employees were expected to stay silent about everything: who came in, who left, and what happened behind closed doors during appointments. For a long time, the clinic stayed under the radar with little public attention.
Means not to offer him a message of hope, not to pray for his...
But that started to change when journalists began asking questions. In 2024, reporters who tried to visit the location described heavy security. Some say they were stopped at the gate by private guards with tinted windows covering much of the building. There was even a warning sign posted outside, making it clear that uninvited visitors were not welcome. "We're not welcome." That's how one journalist described the situation after trying to dig deeper into the clinic's past. According to reports, one journalist asked about a patient record connected to the early 2000s. They claim staff inside reacted quickly, shutting the conversation down and even threatening to call the police. Another reporter tried a different approach. They sent multiple emails posing as a potential patient and asking about services. But according to their account, no response ever came back, not even an automatic reply. Then in 2025, things took an even stranger turn. The clinic announced what they called a strategic restructure. It wasn't a full shutdown, but a quiet internal shift that raised eyebrows. As part of that change, their patient database was reportedly moved to an offshore server in Switzerland. Records that were once accessible through normal systems suddenly became much harder to trace, almost like they vanished behind another layer of privacy. Thomas says he even tried reaching out to the clinic himself years earlier, hoping to confirm whether his memory of that time was accurate. According to him, he sent a formal request asking about the visit. The reply he claims he received was short, careful, and offered nothing more than a single line. "We cannot confirm nor deny the presence of this individual in our facility at any time." No explanation, no follow-up, just that. But Thomas believes the story goes even deeper. He claims there was a former nurse from the clinic, someone he refers to as Marina, who worked overnight shifts there for about 5 years. Her role focused mostly on post-operative care, handling the quieter, behind-the-scenes side of things. According to Thomas, she later moved away from California completely. In what he describes as a private conversation that was recorded but never released, Marina allegedly said something that stood out. She reportedly said, "Yes, Meghan was here. She was young, scared, and she left with more than just a scar."
Letters, she was phoning hospitals, but we now know that she allegedly will not speak to her.
When asked to explain further, Thomas says she suddenly went quiet and didn't give any more details. He also claims he spoke with her again in 2023. According to him, Marina said she clearly remembered Meghan, describing her as intense, nervous, and withdrawn in a way that stood out to staff working that shift. And then came one more detail that raised even more questions. According to Thomas, Marina said someone came to pick Meghan up that day, someone who wasn't part of the family. According to the story, that person guided her out through a side exit of the clinic. No formal sign-out, no questions, nothing that would leave a clear trail. And when you line everything up, the situation starts to look even more unusual. A clinic that refuses to speak, a nurse who remembers but won't explain further, and records that are now stored on servers in another country. It raises questions that don't go away easily. And here's where things take another turn. Thomas Markle says there's still one part of the story he hasn't revealed yet. At the same time, he makes one thing very clear when he talks about all of this. He says he's not claiming Meghan did anything wrong by having a medical procedure at 19, and he's not saying she owed the public any kind of announcement about something personal. According to him, private medical decisions should stay private. No debate there, but what he says concerns him is something different entirely. In his view, Meghan later built a public image centered around openness, honesty, and vulnerability. And yet, he believes people from her earlier life slowly started disappearing from the picture. Thomas says many of those people weren't pushed away because they did anything wrong. Instead, he believes they were connected to moments from her past that never became part of the public story. Look at the pattern he points to. There's the ex-husband, who, despite major media interest, never spoke publicly about their relationship. There's the half-sister who says she recognized a file at a clinic but spent years being dismissed. Then there's the nurse who reportedly remembered a scared 19-year-old and later chose to stay quiet. And behind all of it, there's the clinic itself. A place that has stayed silent, avoided questions, and kept everything tightly controlled. And eventually those records were moved overseas. Different people, different moments. But somehow they all trace back to the same place, the same city, and the same day that almost no one was ever supposed to talk about. And right in the center of it all is Thomas, the father who says he paid for the procedure, showed up to bring his daughter home, and accidentally captured a photo he never even meant to take. According to him, he held on to everything. The letter, the documents, the memories, and the silence for more than 20 years.
Tragic news coming in. Meghan Markle's father, Thomas Markle, is undergoing leg amputation.
That's a long time to keep something locked away. Thomas says there was a time when he felt like Meghan's biggest supporter, the one helping her chase her dreams and build her future. But over time, he believes that image flipped, and he was slowly painted as the villain in the public version of events. Now, he says he's not looking for reconciliation anymore. That chapter, according to him, closed a long time ago. What he claims he wants now is something much simpler, just for his side of the story to exist somewhere on record. A version that didn't go through a PR team or get shaped into something polished. So the question people keep asking is this: is he bitter? Maybe. But does that automatically mean he's wrong? That's where the real debate begins. Because stories like this don't just disappear. They sit in locked boxes, hidden files, and in the memories of people who were there when everything happened. And sooner or later, pieces start to surface. Thomas Markle now says he's done waiting. In his mind, the time to speak is right now. If this story got you thinking, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with others, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
Talk to Andrew Morton, talk to Tom Bauer. All of these people that have written books about her have been like, it's a struggle to get to the truth of who this female was before she meets Prince Harry, because she's reinvented herself so many times throughout the last 44 years. 20 years ago, that woman would not be able to marry a working member of the British royal family, even though she's an actress, even though she's playing a role. That is just beneath the British royal family.
If public drama was a competitive sport, Meghan would probably have a whole shelf stacked with trophies by now. Just when royal headlines start cooling down, her name suddenly jumps right back into the spotlight like a phone notification you forgot to silence. And this week, the situation exploded again.
You say that Prince Andrew told Harry he was making the biggest mistake ever, and that Harry later tells Prince William, in reaction to all of this, that he hated Prince Andrew.
Reports say she's seriously upset after royal biographer Andrew Loney pulled her name into a controversy she claims she had absolutely nothing to do with. Here's the wild part, though. He wasn't even writing about her in the first place. His book focuses on the complicated situation around another royal figure, But somehow Meghan's name drifted into the story like unexpected baggage nobody asked for. Now her team is reportedly moving fast, pushing statements and trying to shut down speculation before the rumour machine spins out of control. You'd think after years of interviews, documentaries, projects, and endless headlines, this kind of moment would feel routine. But insiders say this one lands differently. Why? Because the narrative isn't coming from her own circle this time. It's coming from someone the royal establishment actually listens to.
I've never seen someone so desperate to tell us about herself pull back so much, be so bizarrely private.
Now the tension is rising and the spotlight is blazing hotter than ever. Meghan didn't start this storm, but stopping it might be a whole different challenge. And the real surprise might not even be what the author wrote. It's what her reaction could reveal about how delicate her carefully rebuilt public image might actually be.
You're only putting up all this PR shit to boost your public image. Meghan, f*** off.
This whole situation isn't about direct accusations or hard proof. It's about perception. It's about connections. And why certain names keep popping up whenever influence networks around royalty start getting examined closely. Nobody really saw this twist coming. It all started with a quiet book release. No flashy marketing, no viral interviews, just a historian dropping information with serious weight behind it. But within hours, gossip channels lit up everywhere. The reason? Meghan's name appeared in a section nobody expected, tucked inside a deep dive into royal power circles connected to another figure.
Yes, no, and she's amazingly successful in the way that she's wormed her way in. And as you say, we don't know the full story. I mean, there are clearly lots of rumours, and people have tried to link it to Andrew. I found no evidence to support.
Prince Andrew also tells Prince Harry, I think that Meghan Markle is too old for you.
But apparently for me, that doesn't matter.
Yes.
I feel like some of those comments really stung Meghan specifically.
Oh my gosh, what is this life? I would have never predicted.
And Andrew Loney isn't some random commentator chasing internet clicks. He's known for digging deep, way deeper than most reporters ever bother to go. Andrew Loney has built a reputation by searching through dusty archives, private letters, and old documents that rarely see daylight, the kind of material that can quietly shake up royal history. His book, The Rise and Fall of the House of York, was supposed to focus on the unravelling of one royal branch after years of controversy and public scrutiny. That was the real topic. But instead, the internet latched onto something completely different, and things spiraled fast. The second readers spotted Meghan's name inside the pages. Social media lit up instantly like someone had uncovered hidden treasure. Blogs, TikTok commentators, and royal watcher accounts all started asking the exact same question. Why is her name even here?
I hope the authorities will actually pursue some of these investigations. They will bring charges. And I think if they do so, there's a very good chance that both he and Sarah Ferguson may well go to prison.
Wow, that's a revelation.
Just like that, the focus jumped away from the book's original subject and snapped straight onto her supposed connection. That's how fast narratives flip online. One small mention, and boom. The entire storyline spins in a new direction overnight. Now here's the part that makes this situation especially interesting. The author never accused Meghan of anything. Not once. But in today's attention economy, facts tend to move a lot slower than reactions. Her name alone was enough to spark speculation everywhere. What the book was actually examining was how influence moves inside elite circles. Who knows who shows up at certain events and whose name appears on exclusive guest lists. It was about proximity, not blame. But the moment her name entered that environment, nuance didn't stand a chance. Headlines started popping up everywhere. Opinions formed overnight, and the rumour mills started spinning again at full speed. Before long, the conversation quietly shifted away from long-standing royal controversies and landed squarely on Meghan's frustration instead. And that shift, that's where things start getting really surprising. Because to understand why her name appeared in this situation at all, you have to look closely at the royal figure who has been surrounded by controversy for years. That other royal figure has slowly turned into one of the monarchy's biggest public headaches over the years. Once surrounded by status, respect, and a carefully protected image, that shield eventually cracked. The reputation that used to keep criticism far away suddenly wasn't working anymore. And that loss of protection is exactly what Andrew Loney wanted to explore in his research. His book isn't built on gossip or wild rumours. It focuses on patterns, showing how certain names, events, and social connections keep crossing paths again and again inside elite royal circles.
seems fired up about is this incident where he allegedly punches Prince Andrew at a family gathering because he overhears something Prince Andrew said behind his back. This is unrelated to Meghan Markle, and I think that I've seen that get mixed up a couple of times.
Yes, it has. That's one of the problems. That people have confused the 2 days.
According to his research, these circles operate like a quiet but powerful network. Reputation works almost like currency, and silence often acts like insurance. The same names appear at private gatherings, charity events, and exclusive guest lists. Over time, those overlapping connections start to look like a glitch that just won't disappear. Inside that complicated web, Meghan's name shows up, but not as someone involved in anything controversial. Instead, it appears more like coincidence. Someone who simply existed in the same broader social universe at certain moments. But the second that proximity became public knowledge, the internet reacted the way it always does. Speculation spread fast and headlines followed right behind. Suddenly, people online started throwing around dramatic phrases like hidden ties and secret meetings, even though nothing had actually been confirmed. That's the reality of online attention. Patience moves slow, but theories move fast. And placing Meghan's name next to a royal figure already surrounded by controversy, that's instant digital fireworks. The author's real focus was tracing the slow decline of one royal reputation, but the internet flipped the entire storyline. Instead of discussing the original subject, the conversation suddenly shifted toward the supposed frustration of a duchess. And if that network already sounds complicated, things get even more chaotic when you look at how one completely unverified rumor from Toronto somehow grew into its own dramatic subplot. Here comes the Toronto rumor, the internet's favorite side story. According to online chatter, long before Meghan ever entered royal life, she supposedly crossed paths with that same royal figure while living in Canada.
Really tried to distance myself from all of it.
Wow.
And that has challenges too. It does. You know, I'm oblivious to a lot of things.
Woof.
But that allows me to live my life really authentically, make choices authentically.
Back in 2013, she was filming Suits in Toronto, building her lifestyle brand, sharing inspiration online, and focusing heavily on her career. At that exact same time, that royal figure was also traveling internationally for official appearances. Then somewhere along the way, someone online decided the two of them must have met. No proof, no photos, not even a blurry background sighting, just pure internet imagination running wild. But that tiny assumption was all it took. Critics and supporters jumped in immediately, turning the idea into a full-blown saga. Suddenly, social media detectives were connecting dots like they were cracking some secret spy case. One dinner here, one event there, and boom. According to the internet, a secret meeting had magically appeared. The problem? None of it was actually confirmed. Meanwhile, Meghan stayed completely silent about the chatter. And oddly enough, that silence only made the noise louder. Because online, when someone doesn't respond, people instantly assume there must be something hidden, even when there's nothing there at all. The wild part is that the theories kept getting bigger and more dramatic without any real evidence. That's the strange reality surrounding her name. She doesn't even have to say or do anything, and the drama still finds its way back like a magnet snapping into place. And if the Toronto rumor already sounds messy, the next chapter gets even more intense once her name starts popping up inside New York's social scene.
Has all pretty much the same friends that Eugenie and Beatrice had. And in 2017, Fergie gave an interview after Meghan Markle got married and everything, welcoming them into the family. And she said that she had never met Meghan Markle until the...
After Canada, Meghan stepped into the Manhattan spotlight. Upscale parties, fashion events, charity galas, and exclusive rooftop dinners. Suddenly, she seemed to be everywhere. Cameras were flashing constantly, and every time photographers showed up, she had that perfectly timed, caught-off-guard look that somehow still appeared completely camera-ready. People moving in those circles even joked about it. Some said she wasn't just networking. She was carefully building visibility, almost like someone positioning herself for opportunities that hadn't even appeared yet. One minute she'd be chatting with insiders from the fashion world, and the next she'd be standing within reach of elite social circles that overlapped with royal connections. She was always just one photograph away from a headline. Say whatever you want about it, but she clearly understood angles, camera angles and career angles. And honestly, New York seemed to love the whole spectacle. She stepped straight into that world, Hollywood glamour mixed with high society fantasy. Velvet ropes, exclusive guest lists, private lounges, and somehow she moved through it all like she had always belonged there. Some tabloids called it pure charm. Online critics called it calculated. Either way, one thing was clear. She kept building connections everywhere she went. It almost looked like someone carefully collecting rare designer pieces. Every introduction, every invitation, every new contact added to a bigger picture she seemed to be shaping step by step. That's when the whispers started getting louder. People began saying things like, she's climbing, she's aiming higher, and even joking, she's already practicing her royal wave. Maybe they were half kidding, but only a few years later, she went from rooftop parties in Manhattan to palace gates in London. That kind of transformation doesn't happen every day. But here's the interesting part. The New York crowd never forgets. The same social circles that watched her rise through events and private gatherings are now the ones sharing stories about how everything unfolded behind the scenes. And whenever the conversation turns to how she moved from exclusive club circles to royal-level introductions, one particular name keeps popping up again and again.
Global membership ambassador for Soho House, because he's very tight with Eugenie in New York. He's very influential. He's the best friend of Meghan Markle. He goes with her everywhere.
Because behind most big social leaps, there's usually someone opening doors. And that's where the story starts getting complicated. In almost every major social scene, there's always that one person who seems connected to everyone. The friend who somehow appears at the right dinner, the right after-party, and the right event photo every single time. For Meghan, many people point to Marcus Anderson. He's known as a well-connected figure with serious access to elite guest lists. His relationships stretched across entertainment, fashion, hospitality, and international social circles. Marcus built a reputation for making introductions happen fast, almost effortlessly. And Meghan seemed to understand exactly how to take advantage of opportunities when they suddenly appeared. Events that once seemed out of reach quickly became regular invitations. Charity galas, private brunches, exclusive London gatherings. Some people described it as friendship, others called it high-level networking. Whatever label you give it, the connections kept growing. The results became pretty obvious. Doors started opening, and she walked straight through them with confidence. To the public, she looked like an actress sharing lifestyle posts, inspirational quotes, and polished photos online. But behind the scenes, something bigger seemed to be taking shape. Step by step, a carefully crafted public image was coming together. The pictures looked effortless, relaxed smiles, casual moments, glamorous events. But the overall trajectory didn't look random at all. And Marcus Anderson wasn't exactly invisible during that time either. He often appeared at the same events, standing nearby, laughing with her, talking closely. If Meghan was the headline in those social scenes, Marcus looked like the connection line quietly running underneath it all. So when people started asking who helped introduce her into those influential circles, his name kept resurfacing again and again. Coincidence? Or simply strong social connections? Most people agree Meghan has always projected warmth and charm, but there also seemed to be a clear sense of intention behind many of her moves. Strategy wrapped neatly inside a bright smile.
Ferguson attended Tom Inskip's wedding in Jamaica in 2017. Meghan Markle was flown in private plane, allegedly belonging to Rob Burkle. Harry flew economy plus from the United Kingdom to Jamaica. And Fergie, Eugenie, and allegedly Andrew were at that.
And that strategy was about to lead into a completely new chapter. One that takes the story straight to a tropical destination where quiet whispers suddenly exploded into full-blown gossip. Jamaica, 2017. Bright sun, flowing drinks, luxury scenery, and a rumour mill spinning faster than a blender full of frozen cocktails. The event itself was supposed to be a relaxed destination wedding. But the moment Meghan Markle arrived, the atmosphere shifted fast. Suddenly it felt less like a quiet ceremony and more like the Meghan Spotlight, tropical edition. For a moment, people online almost forgot the wedding itself, because cameras and attention seemed to follow Meghan everywhere around the resort. She walked in with confident energy, dressed in a perfectly coordinated outfit, posing naturally whenever photographers appeared nearby. Guests later joked that she moved through the resort like someone completely comfortable in the spotlight. Some even teased that she looked more like the star attraction of the location than just another guest at the celebration. A few playful comments even suggested she looked like someone rehearsing for a very different kind of aisle someday, the kind surrounded by royal crests, and maybe even a few corgis. Then came the spicier rumours. Whispers started floating around online that a certain controversial royal figure might have also been somewhere nearby during that same time. There was never any proof of that claim, but that small rumor was all the internet needed. Suddenly, the beach wedding was being talked about online, like some unexpected crossover storyline nobody saw coming. While official channels stayed completely quiet, Meghan's name suddenly shot right back up the trending lists. And it wasn't just because of her outfits this time, it was because of the company people online claimed she might have been around. You almost have to admire the timing, though. Meghan seems to have a talent for turning even a simple vacation into a global headline faster than most influencers can launch a new brand. Drama tends to follow her like a shadow wearing sunscreen. And just when it feels like the gossip wave might finally settle down, a brand new rumor from somewhere across the world pulls her name straight back into the spotlight again. Fast forward to 2021, a chaotic year for the entire world. Yet somehow Meghan was trending all over again. This time it wasn't because of an interview, a streaming deal, or another discussion about palace life. Nope. The internet suddenly became obsessed with courtroom rumors. Online chatter started claiming that she might somehow get pulled into legal proceedings connected to another controversial royal figure. Within hours, social media turned into something that looked like Royal Law and Order VIP edition. According to online speculation, Meghan was supposedly close to being called for a deposition. And of course the internet exploded. Memes appeared everywhere. Long opinion threads popped up overnight. People started predicting what would happen if she ever took the stand. Some even joked that the courtroom might turn into the most dramatic performance of her career. But here's the twist. None of it actually happened. There were no subpoenas, no testimony, not even a glitchy Zoom hearing with terrible lighting. Just a massive wave of online rumors spinning in every direction. And Meghan? She stayed completely silent. No public denials. No clarifications. Not even a casual comment from a friend or insider.
Told in your book, you talk about how Prince Andrew told Prince Harry his marriage to Meghan Markle would not last more than a month and accused him of being bonkers for not doing his due diligence into her past.
There's nothing defamatory about it. That was the one point where people were sort of cheering him on.
Exactly.
Just total silence. And in the world of celebrity gossip, silence works like gasoline on a fire. The less someone says, the louder the speculation grows. Her PR team was probably scrambling to keep up with the narrative swings. One minute, people online believed she might be dragged into court. The next minute, she was back posting about mindfulness, wellness routines, and scented candles. That kind of pivot happens fast. But if you thought the courtroom rumors were the peak of the chaos, think again. Because what happened next? Once YouTubers, self-proclaimed insiders, and social media commentators grabbed the story, turned the entire situation into a full-blown viral frenzy. And just when it seemed like the storm might finally calm down, the social media whirlwind kicked into an even wilder gear. Every tiny detail suddenly mattered. A smile in a photo, a quick handshake caught on camera. Even something as simple as a rooftop dinner started turning into fuel for endless speculation. At that point, Meghan's life wasn't just generating headlines anymore. It was becoming a non-stop online narrative. Every move she made, every event she attended started getting analyzed like pieces on a giant chessboard. Millions of people were watching, commenting, and trying to figure out what every appearance meant. After the courtroom rumors faded away, the gossip engines were hungry for new material, and Meghan's public appearances gave them exactly that. From Fashion Week after parties to high-profile charity galas, she kept showing up in places where cameras were already waiting. And the moment those photos appeared online, the theories began again. People weren't just watching her. They were trying to decode her social strategy. Which guest list would she appear on next? Who was she standing beside? What did that conversation mean? The speculation spread fast, and it didn't stop with the people in her immediate circle either. Every name she was photographed with suddenly became part of a brand new storyline ready to explode across social media. But Meghan's approach stayed the same. Masterful silence. Instead of responding to rumors directly, she simply let the chatter grow louder on its own, and the internet happily filled in the gaps. Online detectives worked overtime, building timelines, debating possible connections, and wondering how she went from a television actress to an international headline magnate in such a short time. The more people talked, the more attention grew. And in today's world, attention is power. Meanwhile, people who had been around during her rise Friends, acquaintances, and social insiders occasionally dropped small hints or funny anecdotes. Nothing confirmed, nothing dramatic, just enough to keep curiosity alive. Every toast at an event, every candid smile, every arm-in-arm photo slowly became part of an unofficial storyline that the internet couldn't stop watching. At a certain point, the conversation stopped being about facts. It became about proximity, perception, and pure momentum. And here's the real twist. Despite all that attention, Meghan wasn't running toward the chaos. She didn't have to.
Bauer talks about in his book 2017, Harry violently angry over catching paparazzi in Jamaica, trying to capture him and Meghan Markle at a friend's wedding.
The drama seemed to follow her naturally, like a magnet pulling in speculation from every direction. A simple trip, a casual outing, even a charity event could suddenly transform into a worldwide headline overnight. And through all of it, she maintained a carefully crafted public image. Calm, polished, and always just slightly ahead of whatever narrative was forming online. That control made it nearly impossible for gossip to fully define her story. By 2022, the pattern was impossible to ignore. From Toronto to New York, from tropical weddings to elite charity galas, every appearance seemed to add another piece to the larger story surrounding her rise. The world kept watching. People analysed, theorised, and speculated, even during moments when there was actually nothing concrete happening at all. That's the strange power of presence, strategy, and timing all working together. Meghan didn't just move through headlines, she reshaped them. Every rumour, every whisper, every viral moment somehow became another chapter in a story that always circled back to her. Even when the internet believed it was controlling the narrative, she often seemed one step ahead. So after all the headlines, the drama, and the endless insider whispers, what's the real story? Honestly, Meghan Markle might just be sitting somewhere in her California home, sipping green juice, scrolling through the internet chaos and thinking, why can't the internet just quit me? But let's be real for a second. She clearly understands the spotlight. If she truly wanted to disappear from the headlines, there probably wouldn't be this much material floating around every year. Instead, she appears to have mastered something close to controlled chaos. Just when people start to forget about her, something new pops up. A podcast episode here, a new project announcement there, maybe even a thoughtful interview about growth, reflection, or healing. It almost runs like clockwork. She re-enters the conversation again and again, always slightly ahead of the public reaction. In many ways, she's become the queen of the comeback narrative. But this time, the reaction from the public isn't just admiration or curiosity anymore. It's something far more complicated. Now the reactions look different. Instead of quiet whispers, it's eye rolls, memes, and spicy hot takes flying across every platform. And strangely enough, that kind of attention seems to work perfectly in her favour. Meghan doesn't really fight the rumours anymore. The noise just keeps growing around her.
Royal family protecting Meghan, whether she wants to admit it or not. Is the royals actually protecting Prince Andrew potentially? Because they're so afraid if they blow up these Meghan Markle bullying allegations that it will inspire other people who worked under Andrew to come out and be like, well, wait until you hear about what I had to deal with.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, the Legion, the complaints about him, he doesn't seem to treat staff in the same way as they're not really proper.
Love her or criticise her, one thing is obvious. She understands the power of attention. In today's media world, attention often travels faster than approval. The more people debate her online, the bigger the conversation becomes. It's almost like controversy itself has turned into a form of currency. And honestly, you have to admit, that takes a certain level of media skill. Handling this level of public scrutiny isn't easy. It requires thick skin, careful strategy, and a serious amount of main character energy wherever you go. Maybe that's her real crown. Not the royal tiara she left behind, but the one built from hashtags, headlines, and bright Hollywood lights. Because when it comes to Meghan, the drama rarely disappears. It just refreshes like a trending page every 24 hours. From Toronto to Montecito, from quiet brunch conversations to loud party chatter. Her name keeps spinning through the news cycle faster than a Palace fan on full blast. And if you think that's already wild, the internet managed to take things even further. Remember the moment a comedy show roasted her live on national television? That clip exploded online. The reactions were immediate. Shade, sarcasm, and endless memes spreading everywhere. Social media was buzzing with commentary while people debated the joke from every possible angle. One short moment turned into a massive viral wave, the kind that had commentators talking for days. That's the kind of unpredictable spotlight Meghan seems to attract, moments that become unintentionally iconic, dramatic, and impossible for the internet to ignore. Whether it's a tropical wedding, a high-profile gala, or a viral comedy moment, the pattern stays the same. Somehow, the story keeps circling back to her, and that might be the real secret. No one generates conversation quite like Meghan Markle. Every trend, every rumor, every viral clip adds another layer to the larger narrative surrounding her public life. Attention isn't just a side effect anymore. It's part of the entire spotlight. And in the non-stop game of headlines, she isn't just part of the conversation. She's often right at the center of it. Now we want to hear from you. What do you think about this whole situation? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, because this topic definitely has people divided. If you enjoyed this deep dive, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone who loves following royal drama and celebrity stories.
The Meghan Markle yacht girl claims simply will not go away. And you know, I've spoken about this before.
The reason why these pictures are so problematic for Meghan Markle is because these pictures place her with Jeffrey Epstein.
Things about Meghan that we all have some evidence of. I mean, what is she doing on the yacht? Why did David Boies want to question her? You know, why is she with Karina Shuliak?
We already broke down what Tom Bower revealed in Betrayal. Camilla's 6 sharp words, that brutal brand audit that shook their whole operation, and the moment Harry was told his own wife had damaged his earning power. That part alone raised eyebrows everywhere. But here's what kept bothering me after we wrapped that up.
Pathetic, not so funny, it's actually tragic. What Harry revealed by that is a complete lack of any self-awareness, of any understanding of reality.
The Sussexes have taken hits from all sides in print. Piers Morgan, Samantha Markle, Valentine Lowe, even Thomas Markle Sr. And they stayed completely silent every single time. No response. Nothing. When Tom Bower dropped his first book, Revenge, labeling Meghan as a manipulative social climber, again, silence. Not a word. Not even a subtle pushback. Then, Omid Scobie's endgame stirred chaos by accidentally exposing senior royals, and still, they kept quiet. But this time with Betrayal, everything flipped.
This week described Meghan Markle as previously having been a, quote, yacht girl.
I think it left around about $8,000 behind, which was a fraction, a tiny fraction of what she expected. And no one could understand who paid for the trip. And she leaked it.
Just 12 days before the book even hit shelves, their team went into full panic mode and released one of the strongest statements they've ever put out, calling it deranged, calling it melodrama. That reaction had people, including me, thinking the fear was about the brainwashing claims, the charity issues, maybe even that Invictus footage. Sounds logical, right? Wrong. Because when you actually read through the Times excerpts carefully, front to back, something feels off. Something important is missing. The part that truly scared them.
No one in the mainstream media has been brave enough to go there. Well, that has just changed.
It's not even in the book. At least, not yet. The excerpts touched on Harry's isolation, Camilla's warning, the charity fallout, but there's one specific topic, one angle, that Bower's reputation makes extremely risky for Meghan, and somehow it hasn't been mentioned once. Not a single time. Keep that in mind, because just 4 days after those excerpts dropped, things took another turn. Someone at The Spectator stepped in and said what others wouldn't dare to put in print.
Meghan Markle's alleged yacht girl days. Now, a big piece in the esteemed British publication, The Spectator, written by a brilliant writer, Julie Burchill, well, it kind of goes into sort of a very, shall we say, light-hearted look.
Now, Julie Burchill is a controversial figure. She was dismissed from the Daily Telegraph in 2021 over a widely criticised tweet, and later paid damages in a separate case involving comments about a journalist. Many major outlets have distanced themselves from her, but she still writes for The Spectator, and that carries weight. This is a publication that's been around since 1828, older than the Crimean War, with editors and legal teams reviewing every line before it goes live. So when she published a column on March 17th, 2026, targeting Meghan's upcoming luxury women's retreat in Sydney, people paid attention.
The fact that we now have a mainstream media figure, a very famous one, posing the question directly, I want to ask Meghan Markle about her yacht girl past. To me, it feels like quite a significant moment.
The retreat itself, tickets priced at nearly $3,000 Australian dollars, and the column didn't hold back. It came off sharp, personal, and deliberately provocative, exactly in line with her usual style. But right in the middle of all that mockery, there was one line that made everything stop cold. She asked how many yachts Meghan had been a guest on before meeting the prince, then added, double figures, or even triple. Read that again. Double figures, or triple. She didn't question if it happened. She treated it like a given and only questioned the number.
A lot of speculation in the papers about the fact that Meghan might have met Prince Andrew while a guest on Jeffrey Epstein's yacht.
And somehow, that exact line cleared editors, cleared legal review, and got printed in one of the oldest magazines in the English language. This isn't some random YouTube comment or a messy Reddit thread. This isn't a TikTok rumor floating around for clicks. This is The Spectator in print, putting it out there where everyone can see it. For 7 years, talk like this stayed buried in obscure forums and anonymous accounts, places most people ignored. Mainstream British media acted like it didn't exist at all. Until now. That column didn't prove anything about Meghan's past, but it showed something just as serious. It signaled that parts of the media are no longer willing to stay quiet. That shift happened on March 17th, and it changed the tone completely. But before going any further, something needs to be made clear. This topic has been flooded with misinformation. Edited images, invented quotes, and conspiracy content so extreme that entire YouTube channels were taken down earlier this year.
Has to be something that we continue to talk about, because there is something there that we need to find the missing pieces to, because I believe a lot of it was scrubbed off of the internet way before we even knew who Meghan Markle was.
So a hard line is being drawn here. Everything discussed is either backed by public records or comes from clearly identified sources. If it doesn't meet that standard, it doesn't belong in this conversation. No interest in fiction, no interest in rumors that can't stand up, only what can actually be traced and verified. Now here's where things start connecting. Marcus Anderson, the global membership director at Soho House, built his career from the ground up, starting as a waiter and eventually becoming a trusted figure alongside founder Nick Jones. He met Meghan during her Suits years in Toronto, and from there he stayed close.
He just behaved as the arrogant.
Sussexes kind of ran out of road with the victimhood narrative.
Well, I think that's exactly why they're now desperate. I mean, there's no interest in them anymore.
He attended her royal wedding in 2018 and showed up again at her New York baby shower in 2019. Royal correspondent Katie Nicholl reported on Channel 4 that Prince Harry asked Anderson to set up a private meeting with Meghan at Soho House. Not a casual date, but something arranged carefully behind the scenes. Now, Anderson wasn't the very first connection. Harry's own memoir confirms that Violet von Westenholz introduced them through Instagram back in July 2016. But after that introduction, Anderson became central to everything. He handled the logistics, coordinated the early meetups, managed introductions. He wasn't just involved, he was driving the process from behind the curtain. And this is where the tone shifts. Tom Bauer wrote in Revenge that Meghan regularly attended high-profile Hollywood parties hosted by Brett Ratner over a period of years.
The lack of substance. There's a lack of substance when it comes to Meghan. And I think that describes her perfectly.
She silences him when she knows that he's about to speak utter rubbish. And she's embarrassed. That's the real problem.
On top of that, a former childhood acquaintance, Ninaki Priddy, told Bauer that Meghan was highly ambitious and focused on building connections that could elevate her status, even from a young age. That combination of claims, connections, and timing is exactly why this situation keeps drawing attention. It's not just one piece, it's how all the pieces start lining up. That's not coming from me, that's coming from someone who actually knew her growing up, long before the fame, long before the spotlight hit. Now this is where things start to feel a lot more uncomfortable. At the time, the man who owned around 60% of Soho House was Ron Burkle, an American billionaire. His name appears in Jeffrey Epstein's personal address book. It shows up in flight logs tied to Jeffrey's private jet. And when the US Department of Justice released another batch of Jeffrey-related court documents in January 2024, Burkle's name surfaced again. To be clear, his name wasn't listed as part of any criminal charge, but it was significant enough to trigger headlines across major outlets worldwide. Let's keep this grounded in facts.
Bauer, author of Betrayal, Power, Deceit, and the Fight for the Future of the Royal Family, a forensic examination of the many contradictions and controversies surrounding Prince Harry and Meghan Markle over the past 7 years.
There is no verified evidence showing that Burkle had any direct relationship with Meghan. That claim does not appear in credible reporting, and it's not being made here. But what is on record is this. The man who helped build the social network and environment that eventually connected Meghan to Harry has documented public links to Jeffrey. That's not speculation. That's part of official records. And that connection is exactly the kind of detail that writers like Burchell are now pulling into the spotlight. In a publication that has been around for over 200 years, then things escalated fast. In February 2026, just days after Prince Andrew's arrest made headlines, a photo spread across the internet like wildfire. 7 women on a yacht under the Mediterranean sun, all smiling, with 2 red arrows drawn onto the image, one pointing at Meghan Markle, the other pointing at a woman labelled as Karina Shuliak, who has been reported as one of Jeffrey's former associates. Russian state media pushed the image with a bold caption linking the two, and within hours it exploded across platforms, Facebook, Reddit, X, millions of views almost instantly. But here's where the story shifts again.
One of the things that Prince Harry says about Meghan Markle, and remember, this is a guy who didn't bother to check in with her father to learn anything about the wife that he was marrying, who was, according to her, the second time around, right?
Fact checkers stepped in, and Snopes took a close look at the image. Their findings were clear. The photo itself is real, completely unedited, and Meghan does appear in it. But the identity of the second woman, that part was wrong. The woman highlighted in the image was not Karina Shuliak at all. It was actually Flavia Sion, an Italian lifestyle blogger known for her page The Chic Picnic. The original photo was posted back on August 10, 2016 by photographer Carla Duca, who tagged Flavia by name at the time. So while the image itself is genuine, the viral claim attached to it completely fell apart under verification. The identification was inaccurate, and that changes the entire narrative around it. But here's the part you really need to understand. Don't let one mistake make you throw everything else out, because that debunk actually makes the real questions harder to ignore, not easier. The photo is real. It hasn't been edited, it hasn't been altered, and Meghan is clearly in it. She's on a yacht in the Mediterranean off the coast of Formentera in the Balearic Islands, Spain. And the timing. August 2016, just weeks before her relationship with Harry became official.
Julie Burchell, who I think is one of the most fabulous and brave and unfiltered and hilarious columnists in all of the United Kingdom, bringing the Meghan Markle yacht girl questions, at least. I mean, she has been careful.
And she's not there alone. Other women in that photo include Misha Nonu and Heather Dorak, confirmed through their own social media tags at the time. Now here's why that matters. Misha Nonu isn't just some casual connection. She's the designer behind the shirt Meghan wore during her very first public appearance with Harry. She was deeply involved in those early circles, right at the center of key introductions. So yes, the misidentified person in that viral claim was wrong, completely wrong, and that's important because facts be corrected. But correcting that mistake doesn't erase everything else. The yacht is real. The network around that moment is real. The timing lines up, the people involved are confirmed, and none of those core details have been disputed. Now keep the name Burkle in mind, because this next part barely stayed in the headlines. In December 2021, something surfaced that major media outlets covered briefly, and then moved on from fast. David Boies, chairman of Boies Schiller Flexner, one of the most powerful litigation firms in the United States, gave an interview to the Daily Beast.
Look, I want to take you through the Julie Burchell column because it's just so much fun anyway, P. Dinah, because obviously this Australian girls weekend is nothing more than a money-making sham. When I read that my role model in spreading jam to flower, speaking the truth to power, will be hosting a women-only weekend retreat in Sydney during her forthcoming Australia jaunt, with tickets a steal, 2,699 Australian dollars. I already had my credit card in my hot little hand.
At the time, he was representing Virginia Giuffre in her civil case against Prince Andrew. During that interview, he revealed that his legal team had considered deposing Meghan Markle, not as a defendant, but as a potential witness. And the reasoning? These were his exact words, published December 21st, 2021. She is in the US, so we have jurisdiction over her too. She was obviously, at least for a period of time, a close associate of Prince Andrew, and is therefore in a position to have seen what he did, or at minimum to have heard people talk about it. That statement alone raised serious attention, because it placed her name inside a legal conversation tied to one of the most closely watched cases at the time. She's somebody we can count on to tell the truth. That's what boys said, and that line carries weight. He only had room for around 10 to 12 depositions total, that's it. No extras, no wasted moves.
Really interesting, isn't it? Sure, it's baby steps, but the fact that we now have a mainstream media figure, a very famous one, posing the question directly, I want to ask Meghan Markle about her yacht girl past. The key line there, and the line that really, really interested me, was not a question about whether she was a yacht girl, but just simply stating as a fact and then asking, was it double figures or triple in terms of how many yachts she was a guest on before she met Prince Harry?
He wasn't about to spend one of those on someone irrelevant. The fact that Meghan was even being considered shows he believed she had meaningful proximity and potentially useful insight connected to Prince Andrew's situation. Now think about this for a second. Boys openly said he would not depose Queen Elizabeth, out of respect for her age and her position. He drew a clear line there. But Meghan? No such exception, no special treatment, nothing. That decision alone says a lot.
The UK's oldest periodical, The Spectator. This is quite a surprising place for her to do it. It is part of this wider examination.
One of the most powerful attorneys in the United States, a man who has gone up against the government, major studios, and massive corporations, looked at the Duchess of Sussex and saw someone who could potentially provide relevant testimony in a case tied to Geoffrey. And not because of rumours, not because of online chatter, but because of her documented proximity to Prince Andrew and the social circles surrounding him. That's not speculation, that's a legal strategy being discussed publicly. Then the timeline starts moving fast.
Meghan Markle yacht girl claims simply will not go away. And I've spoken about this before, but until now, no one in the mainstream media has been brave enough to go there. Well, that has just changed.
On January 12th, 2022, Judge Lewis Kaplan denied Prince Andrew's motion to dismiss the case, pushing it forward toward discovery. Depositions were getting closer. Then just 5 weeks later, on February 15th, 2022, the case was suddenly settled, reportedly for around £12 million. And just like that, it was over before any deposition involving Meghan could even happen.
Once a Soho House basic, always a Soho House basic.
This guy has been around all of the time. Isn't that suspicious to you? Because it is for me. It is something strange.
And then the story takes a darker turn. In April 2025, Virginia Giuffre passed away at her farm in Western Australia at the age of 41. Her family stated that the long-term impact of her experiences had become too much to carry. Later that year, a memoir titled Nobody's Girl was released, sharing more of her story. Now here's the key point about boys. He didn't make those comments randomly. He was fully aware of the broader network, Soho House connections, overlapping elite circles, and publicly documented associations that had already been discussed in various reports. He understood how different social worlds could intersect, and he laid out his reasoning clearly in that Daily Beast interview.
4-year-old tape of a Meghan who is about to marry a prince.
A guy sent me a tape of this model/actress 4 years ago, and she is tossing his salad, and it's Yes. Oral sex. Yes, eat the scrum. And I said, great. How do you know this guy? Well, he's a photographer. He's based in Florida. I was doing some stuff with him. Okay. I said, who is the person we're talking about here? Before I call my lawyer and get anybody involved in this, you have to tell me. So then she says, her name is Meghan, and she's about to marry a prince.
And through all of that, despite her name being mentioned in that context, Meghan has not publicly responded to those specific remarks. Here's the pattern that almost nobody wants to talk about, not even the claims themselves, but the silence that surrounds them. Because the Sussexes absolutely know how to deny something when they choose to. That's not up for debate. When Bauer released Revenge, pushback came quietly through aligned media voices. When Scobie's endgame caused backlash, they responded with carefully worded non-answers. They have legal teams, PR strategists, and a full system built to respond fast and precisely when needed. And when betrayal dropped,
this gentleman right here, that's Nick Jones, the original founder of Soho House. Guess where he's going there? He's arriving at Meghan Markle and Harry's wedding as guest of honor. Oh yeah, Soho was present.
They didn't stay quiet that time. They came out swinging. They called it a deranged conspiracy, accused Bauer of building claims about people he doesn't even know, and fired off statements to outlets like Newsweek and GB News all at once. PR expert Renee Smith, founder of the Atticism Agency, told The Express that the response made them look seriously rattled, and that Bauer had likely struck a nerve. But look closely at what that statement actually does. It goes after the author. It questions his methods, his credibility, his intent. But what it does not do is just as important.
And we also have this. Now look at the below one. This is Karina Shuliak, Epstein's girlfriend. Challenge, find her on the yacht photo. It has always been in plain sight. We have, you know that people are, this theory of the 6 degrees of separation. That we are separated from every other person in this planet by only 6 degrees. Okay, so if Meghan Markle has hang out with Karina, then she was separated from Jeffrey Epstein just by 1 degree. What? That will be 1 degree, right? Or 2 degrees. That will be 2 degrees?
It never directly addresses the specific claims being talked about. There's no mention of yachts, no mention of Soho House, no mention of Ron Burkle, no mention of David Boys or any of the overlapping social connections from those earlier years. Not once. Not in a single clear sentence. Looking across every major public statement released since 2020, there isn't a direct, on-the-record denial of those specific claims. Not from Meghan, not from Harry, not from their representatives, not from affiliated PR firms. They've denied other things strongly and clearly. Stories about influence, internal disputes, media narratives, they've pushed back on all of that. But on this specific topic, nothing direct, nothing detailed, nothing that clearly shuts it down, just silence. And here's where it becomes important to stay grounded. Silence on its own doesn't prove anything. That's not how facts work.
And I know what you're going to say. Maybe it was just that one trip. No, there were quite a few trips. There's actually quite a lot of pictures about them. There are 2 pictures that leaked.
I wonder if Prince Andrew's going to come out and say, hey, Harry, I did your wife quite a few times on yachts before you got her.
There could be many reasons for not responding publicly, especially on complex or sensitive topics. But what stands out is the contrast. How quickly and strongly other claims were addressed, while this area has not received the same kind of direct response.
For the highlight of the weekend will be an in-person conversation with Meghan, Duchess of Sussex. I don't think it'll be what we generally consider a conversation, characterised by the exchange of views and information. No one will get to ask anything interesting, like how many yachts was she a guest on before she met her prince?
That gap is what keeps people asking questions, and it's why this conversation hasn't gone away. So here's where things stand right now. This is the timeline as it unfolded. Step by step. Prince Andrew's arrest hit on February 19th. Just 3 weeks earlier, the Department of Justice had released millions of pages of Jeffrey-related documents, over 3 million pages suddenly out in the open. Then everything accelerated fast.
And I will repeat once again that David Boys, the former lawyer for the late Virginia Giuffre, wanted Meghan Markle to give a deposition on behalf of Virginia Giuffre to give evidence in court about what she knew in regards to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's behaviour. There is clearly public interest around this.
Within 72 hours of Andrew's arrest, the yacht-related claims surged out of independent media and started appearing across major platforms. What had once stayed on the fringes was now being discussed at a much wider level. On March 17th, Julie Burchill published her column in The Spectator, putting those questions into print.
What is she doing on the yacht? Why did David Boies want to question her? Why is she with Karina Shuliak? Why are there people in Meghan's social circle, that are in the same social circle as Andrew?
Then the very next day, Dan Wooten pushed forward additional claims on his Substack, reaching a massive audience almost instantly. And right in the middle of all this, Tom Bower's betrayal entered the picture and changed the scale of the conversation completely. Even though the book mainly focuses on more recent years, its release, serialized in the Times of London, backed by a major publisher, and reviewed across mainstream outlets, gave the broader discussion a level of visibility it hadn't reached before.
Was coming to New York all the time. She was in New York when Andrew was in New York for an entire month in September 2013.
That's why the response from the Sussex camp stood out so strongly. It wasn't just about specific claims, it was about the shift into mainstream coverage. Royal correspondent Jack Royston from Newsweek even warned that their reaction could trigger the Streisand effect, drawing more attention to the very story they were trying to challenge. And that's exactly what happened.
I want to ask Meghan Markle about her yacht girl past. To me, it feels like quite a significant moment because, of course, there is so much about Meghan Markle's time on those yachts that we do not know. And I will repeat once again that David Boies, the former lawyer for the late Virginia Giuffre, wanted Meghan Markle to give a deposition on behalf of Virginia Giuffre.
By March 15th, Betrayal had already reached #1 on Amazon before physical copies had even shipped. That kind of surge doesn't happen quietly.
This is Rachel Meghan Markle in 2006 at a Hamptons party where Harvey Weinstein was there. But of course, nobody was mentioning Meghan Markle because she was a nobody.
The reaction itself helped push the book further into the spotlight, bringing even more attention to the surrounding conversation.
And I think your viewers will be interested in this, is when Meghan, before she gets married, meets a very, very famous and important member of the British establishment. And that person is brought in every 3 to 4 weeks to Kensington Palace to tell Meghan about what her duties will be and how her life will follow her marriage to Harry, a part of the royal family.
And here's the bigger picture. Once a topic crosses into established media, with editorial oversight, legal review, and institutional backing, it tends to stay in public discussion much longer. It's no longer confined to smaller corners of the internet. That shift changes how widely it's seen, how it's discussed, and how long it sticks around. Everything laid out here comes straight from the public record.
What we've seen recently is the wokest of the woke turn on Harry and Meghan. It's their own kind turning on.
Verified facts, named sources, documented reports, and court filings. Nothing hidden, nothing invented. None of us were in those private rooms, that's true, but the paper trail speaks loudly on its own.
An event with 300 women present will not be a fireside chat. Julie Burchill recalls, on my 50th birthday many moons ago, I thought it would be fun to invite 50 close female friends on a steaming July day to a daytime celebration at a gorgeous Brighton beach bar. Mostly media girls down from London with a smattering of local sex workers, and within a few hours it was mayhem. There was one catfight, a serious slugfest, which an actual bounce had to break up. 2 alfresco lesbian hookups, which brought complaints from passing parents.
When a columnist at one of Britain's oldest magazines prints those yacht questions in black and white, that matters. When one of America's most powerful lawyers publicly names Meghan as a potential witness in a case tied to Jeffrey, that matters. When a brand audit reportedly delivers a harsh assessment about commercial impact, that also gets attention. And then look at the response pattern. Each time the focus shifts to challenging the messenger, the author, the journalist, the source, but without directly addressing every specific point being raised. That approach stands out, especially when compared to how other claims have been handled.
You're doing the Lord's work, Tom Bower, having to count the word Todger in the book Spare. I mean, what must have Meghan thought? Actually, you talk about that. You say she's exhausted by the book in the end, and she just wants to focus on her own pursuits. But I would be embarrassed as the wife to have that. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel goes after him over this, and I would be humiliated over him fixating on this in his big book.
Well, it just shows you what a child he is, a schoolboy, not realizing the damage he was inflicting on himself, the humiliation, the parody. What?
At a certain point, the lack of direct answers becomes part of the conversation itself. Not proof of anything on its own, but enough to keep questions alive and people watching closely. And here's why this story keeps building. Across 8 years, 3 continents, and multiple individuals, people who didn't know each other, all tried in different ways to bring attention to overlapping circles and experiences. Some faced backlash, others were ignored, but the pattern of repeated claims and connections is what keeps this discussion going.
Constantly surprised and constantly finding out new things and adventures that his wife did, whether it be travelling to another country, learning a new language, etc. And sometimes he says some of the things he's never heard of before. He didn't know she'd done it.
That doesn't automatically confirm conclusions, but it does explain why the topic refuses to fade away. And this is just the beginning of what's being unpacked. If this video made you think differently or showed you something you hadn't considered before, hit like. It really does help push this out so more people can see it before it disappears from the feed. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next, because the next part goes even deeper into details that haven't been fully explored yet. And drop your thoughts in the comments. I want to know what you think about all of this.
I believe that Andrew and Meghan have crossed paths. Why did they protect Andrew? And it might be because Andrew could have fired back and said that he does, in fact, know Meghan. You know, it could be a real tit-for-tat moment for them.
There's one question sitting at the centre of the Sussex drama that people keep coming back to. Why did Harry and Meghan never really go after Prince Andrew? Think about it. These are the same 2 people who dropped one of the most explosive royal memoirs ever written, calling out the institution, exposing private talks and dragging years of family tension into public view. They sat with Oprah and made claims that rocked the monarchy worldwide. They sued newspapers, gave interview after interview, and spoke constantly about betrayal, pressure, and pain.
The Yorks have always been protected by Harry and Meghan, but I think the gloves are about to come off.
But when it came to Andrew, a royal whose public image completely crashed in front of the world, they barely said a word. In Spare, Andrew got just 1 paragraph, and even that wasn't really about him. It focused on Harry's security complaints instead of exposing his uncle. That silence raised eyebrows fast. Why were they willing to torch so many relationships publicly, but suddenly stay careful when Andrew's name came up? People started asking bigger questions. What did Harry and Meghan know? And maybe even more important, what did Andrew know about them? For years, those questions stayed in the background. Now they're impossible to ignore because something major has changed behind palace walls. At the centre of this storm is Sarah Ferguson, a woman many people underestimated for decades. While royal insiders stayed focused on other scandals, Fergie quietly remained connected to everything happening around the family. Now she's reportedly preparing to write a book, and insiders say the people most nervous about it are not palace aides or the King's team. The real panic may be coming from Harry and Meghan themselves, and that says a lot, because if Sarah Ferguson decides to finally put certain stories on paper, the fallout could hit far beyond another round of royal gossip. The royal family is going through one of its messiest periods in years.
Harry and Meghan are said to be watching developments extremely closely. They are acutely aware that a memoir of that scale would inevitably revisit the most contentious chapters of recent royal history, and they are anxious about how their actions and private exchanges might be framed.
The Sussex fallout still hasn't cooled down, and the scandals tied to Prince Andrew keep getting worse instead of fading away. Now the pressure is spreading across the wider royal circle, especially around the York family and the old system that kept everything hidden for so long. At the same time, Sarah Ferguson is in a rough spot she's never faced before. She's reportedly been pushed out of Royal Lodge and left without any real place inside the institution she once married into. Andrew, the man she stood beside through every public disaster, is now carrying problems so serious that even Fergie seems left without protection or direction. Her daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie, are also standing at a major turning point. Their future roles inside the royal structure look more uncertain than ever. And money problems, something tied to Fergie's story for decades, are once again becoming impossible to ignore. Reports claim she's been spending time at an exclusive wellness retreat in Switzerland, where prices are massive per night. At the same time, stories say she's been moving between borrowed luxury homes while friends quietly admit she may not have stable finances, or even a permanent home right now. That mix of pressure, expensive living, and isolation has people watching closely because it creates a dangerous situation. Fergie now looks like someone who feels abandoned by the very institution she defended for years. And when someone feels they have nothing left to lose, publishers pay attention fast.
Ferguson has never been known for diplomatic phrasing or softening her opinions for the sake of harmony. She tends to speak plainly and emotionally about her experiences. That unpredictability, the sense that she might be candid to the point of discomfort, is precisely what is unsettling the Sussexes and indeed the entire British royal family.
That's why tensions are reportedly growing behind the scenes. Sarah Ferguson may know far more about Harry and Meghan than people realise. Not gossip, not palace whispers, but real conversations, real moments, and information she witnessed herself. If those stories ever become public, the damage could spread across the entire royal circle. Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York, is now 65 years old, and she has spent nearly 4 decades around the royal family without ever fully belonging to it. She was welcomed when convenient, pushed aside when things got difficult, and constantly pulled back into the spotlight whenever drama exploded. Through all of it, she learned exactly how the royal machine works. Fergie saw everything up close: the royal divorces, Diana's era, the rebuilding of the monarchy under the Queen, the Sussex fallout, and Prince Andrew's public collapse. She watched the family protect certain people while distancing themselves from others. And one thing people say about Sarah Ferguson is this: she remembers everything. She's also never been known for staying quiet for long. Back in 1996, her memoir caused huge tension after comments about Diana reportedly damaged their friendship. That alone showed people something important about Fergie. She was willing to speak openly, even when it upset powerful people around her. That's why some royal watchers think Harry and Meghan could have real reasons to feel nervous now. The careful version of Fergie, the loyal ex-wife who defended Andrew and stayed protective of royal secrets, may be fading away. That version of her depended on having something worth protecting inside royal circles, but now, many of those connections seem weaker than ever. Reports say publishing executives are already chasing the chance to sign her for a major memoir deal.
Fergie is preparing to go nuclear, to drop the bomb that for a long time she has resisted as she grifts for money from whoever is likely to give her a handout. But all of a sudden, as she is completely marginalized, both by the business community, the entertainment community, and the British royal family, she knows the way for the big payday is a Prince Harry-style autobiography.
And unlike first-time authors, Fergie knows exactly how the business works. She's written more than 60 books and understands what kind of stories sell worldwide. She also watched Harry release Spare and saw the massive attention, money, and headlines that followed. For the first time in years, Sarah Ferguson may feel like she has little holding her back from telling her side of the story too. The rumours reportedly started quietly inside publishing circles. Trusted journalists began hearing whispers that Fergie was speaking with major publishers about something far bigger than another lifestyle project or children's book. According to The Buzz, this could be a full insider account of life inside the Windsor family. And that possibility is making people very uncomfortable behind palace walls. Royal insiders reportedly described the situation in a way that instantly raised alarms behind palace doors. One source claimed, "There is every possibility that Sarah Ferguson could sign a major book deal and finally put her version of royal events into print for a massive payday. And once those stories hit shelves, there's no easy way to contain the fallout or reshape the public reaction. That's why the phrase controlling the narrative matters so much here. For decades, the royal family has survived by carefully managing its public image. The institution depends on shaping how people see the monarchy, especially during scandals and family breakdowns. But history has shown what happens when that control slips away. It happened during Diana's era, during Harry and Meghan's Oprah interview, and again during the scandals surrounding Prince Andrew. Each time, the damage lasted for years and completely changed public opinion.
The mainstream media have not reported on the fact Meghan Markle was friends with Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend. That is a fact. They had been on holiday together. There are numerous pictures of them on a yacht holiday. So the fact the press have never mentioned this, and the mainstream media continue to offer some very questionable protection to the facts, this rings my alarm bells massively.
Now, some royal commentators believe a Fergie memoir released under these conditions could become even more explosive than Spare or the Netflix series. Why? Because Sarah Ferguson wouldn't just be telling her own emotional story, she would be speaking as someone who witnessed major events firsthand. And witnesses can be the most dangerous storytellers of all. Royal writer Tom Sykes has reportedly been following the situation closely and believes Fergie may now represent one of the biggest publishing threats facing the monarchy. Not another Sussex book, Fergie herself. What makes this situation especially sensitive is the type of information she may have. According to royal insiders, there are two major categories people worry about. The first involves what Fergie directly witnessed during Harry and Meghan's time inside the royal family. Harry and Meghan were reportedly very close to the York side of the family. Out of all the extended royals, they seem to connect most with Fergie, Beatrice and Eugenie. Some observers believe both sides bonded over feeling pushed outside the royal power structure and frustrated with the attention surrounding William and Catherine. That closeness matters now, because it means Fergie wasn't hearing stories second-hand. She wasn't relying on tabloid gossip or palace whispers. She spent time around Meghan personally, saw interactions herself, and formed her own opinions based on direct experience. According to reports, those experiences included private moments and conversations that have never fully become public. Till now, Sarah Ferguson had reasons to stay quiet and protect certain relationships. But if those loyalties are disappearing, people inside royal circles may be very nervous about what she could finally decide to reveal. The second category of information people are talking about is far more sensitive. It involves questions about Meghan's past social circles before joining the royal family.
David Boyes, who was Virginia Giuffre's attorney, wanted Meghan Markle to give evidence in the civil trial, saying that there were things about Andrew that she knew.
And that is further confirmation that I believe that Andrew and Meghan have crossed paths. Meghan was friends and going on holidays with Epstein's girlfriend.
The elite events, celebrity connections, private clubs, yacht gatherings, charity parties, and wealthy figures linked to powerful networks. What makes this especially controversial is that some of these connections are not just rumours floating online. There are public photos and documented appearances showing the circles Meghan moved in during her acting years. Over time, some of those names and locations have become tied to major public scandals that nobody expected years ago. One detail that keeps resurfacing involves Virginia Giuffre's attorney, David Boyes. He publicly stated that he believed Meghan Markle may have known information connected to Prince Andrew's situation and that he wanted her testimony. That wasn't random gossip from tabloids. It came from a major lawyer speaking in a legal setting. What surprised many observers is how little mainstream coverage that statement received afterward. The topic seemed to disappear almost as quickly as it surfaced, leaving many unanswered questions behind. At the same time, people noticed something else. Harry and Meghan openly criticised many members of the royal family in Spare and other interviews. Charles, Camilla, William, palace staff and the media all faced heavy criticism. But Andrew, despite being one of the most publicly disgraced royals in modern history, was barely mentioned at all. He received only a single paragraph in Spare, and for many royal watchers that silence stood out more than any direct attack would have. If there were truly no sensitive connections, no uncomfortable history and nothing requiring caution, critics argue Andrew likely would have been treated like everyone else. Now, add the business side of this story and the pressure grows even bigger. Harry's memoir reportedly earned a massive advance and became one of the fastest-selling non-fiction books ever released. Publishers saw firsthand how huge royal insider stories can become. That's exactly the calculation people believe Fergie's team is making right now.
She's got to put something out there. She's got to put something sensational. She's got to put something in there that is going to have worldwide global news, people dissecting it, people talking about it. It's got to be truly sensational. And yeah, I mean, the easiest way to do it is to say things about Harry and Meghan.
She's the former wife of one of the monarchy's biggest scandals, the mother of 2 princesses, and someone who witnessed decades of private royal drama up close. If she decides to tell everything she knows, publishers likely see enormous value in that story, and the Sussexes may know it too. People constantly underestimate Sarah Ferguson, and that may be a huge mistake. Fergie understands the publishing world better than most people around the royal family. She's written or co-written more than 60 books and knows exactly what kind of stories attract headlines, money, and public attention. After watching Harry release Spare and seeing the global reaction, she also understands how powerful royal insider stories can become. This isn't someone blindly walking into a book deal. She knows the value of personal secrets, private drama, and behind-the-scenes details better than almost anyone connected to the monarchy. Right now, her situation reportedly makes telling her story more tempting than ever. Financial pressure, personal isolation, and fading royal protection are all changing the way people see her next move. For years, Fergie stayed loyal, partly because remaining connected to the royal circle still carried benefits, even after public scandals. There was always some level of protection tied to staying quiet. But many royal observers believe that feeling of belonging is disappearing fast, and once loyalty no longer brings security or support, silence can stop looking useful. The truth is, this pattern has followed Fergie for decades. Her 1996 memoir shocked royal insiders because she openly shared private stories and named important figures during a very sensitive period after her divorce. The book reportedly damaged her friendship with Princess Diana, but she released it anyway because she wanted her version of events heard and needed the financial success. Many people now believe she could make that same calculation again, only this time the stakes are far bigger. The modern royal family faces non-stop media pressure, online scrutiny, and constant public debate. Then there's the growing focus on Prince Andrew's wider financial connections. Leaked emails connected to past investigations reportedly discussed using Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie's royal status and wealthy contacts during financial struggles involving Fergie. The idea allegedly involved approaching rich individuals for support connected to royal access and influence. It remains unclear how far any of those discussions went, but reports claim the conversations themselves raised serious concerns inside royal circles. That's part of why Prince William is said to be pushing for closer financial oversight.
A $20 million advance, like Harry received, is what she wants. And the people who are most terrified about this are Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Because it is Fergie, of course, who could reveal all about what really went on with this couple and the British royal family and Andrew behind the scenes.
Involving Beatrice and Eugenie. According to royal commentators, the concern is less about punishing the sisters and more about understanding whether any risky financial relationships could still damage the monarchy later on. For a royal family already trying to recover from years of scandals, unanswered financial questions are something senior figures reportedly see as a major threat. Fergie now sits right in the middle of one of the most sensitive royal situations in years. She was present during key moments tied to both the York family drama and the Sussex years. She witnessed private conversations, tense family dynamics, and behind-the-scenes moments the public never saw. That's what makes Sarah Ferguson potentially so dangerous to the monarchy right now. Very few people can connect so many chapters of royal history from first-hand experience. She watched events unfold across decades and knows details that never appeared in official statements or public interviews. Then there's Harry, whose silence on Prince Andrew has become a major story on its own. Whatever people believe about Meghan's past connections or social circles, Harry grew up inside the royal family. He attended the same events, knew the same people, and had access to private information about his uncle for years. By the time the first serious allegations surrounding Andrew became public, Harry was already old enough to fully understand the situation. Yet through every scandal, interview, and even while writing Spare, he said very little about Andrew directly. The one short section mentioning Andrew in Spare wasn't even focused on exposing him. Instead, Harry used it mainly to discuss complaints about his own security arrangements and what he viewed as unfair treatment inside the institution. That silence stood out even more because Harry openly criticised so many other people. Charles, Camilla, William, Catherine, palace staff, and the British media all faced sharp attacks in his memoir and interviews. But Andrew, despite becoming one of the monarchy's biggest public scandals, was mostly left untouched. Many royal watchers think that contrast says a lot. Some believe Harry deliberately avoided discussing certain topics because revealing too much could have created even bigger fallout than anything already published.
Harry's been brainwashed by Meghan. Who could disagree? Since they got married, he suddenly hates his country, hates his family, hates being a royal, and goes off for a very boring life in California. This is not a marriage. This is a hostage situation.
That theory leads back to what some commentators describe as an unspoken understanding between the Sussexes and the York family. Both sides reportedly saw themselves as outsiders compared to William and the future leadership of the monarchy. According to this view, there may have been a quiet agreement not to publicly target each other, because both sides understood how damaging deeper revelations could become. And now, with Sarah Ferguson possibly considering a tell-all memoir, people are wondering whether that long-standing silence could finally break. People who follow the royal family closely say this alleged mutual protection between the Sussexes and the Yorks went far beyond simply avoiding each other in interviews. It reportedly became an ongoing decision to stay away from topics that could seriously damage both sides. The timing is what makes many observers suspicious. Harry and Meghan's biggest public attacks on the monarchy, the Oprah interview, the Netflix series, and Spare, happened almost at the exact same time Prince Andrew's scandals were exploding worldwide. During that period, Andrew faced massive public fallout, legal battles, losing military titles, and being pushed out of royal duties all happened while the Sussexes were openly criticising other members of the family. Yet despite targeting Charles, William, Camilla, Catherine, palace staff and the press, they barely touched Andrew at all. That restraint looked very deliberate to many royal commentators, especially because Harry and Meghan had already shown they were willing to reveal painful private details when they felt wronged. So people naturally began asking why Andrew seemed off limits. One theory that keeps surfacing involves overlapping social circles from Meghan's life before royalty. Some commentators speculate that certain wealthy networks, celebrity connections, and shared acquaintances may have created an uncomfortable situation for both sides if fully exposed publicly.
There's no way that you can't tell me Meghan wouldn't have got an invite through some of her friends to attend the big lavish parties that Epstein was known for throwing with lots of girls, some professional, some not, some models, some D-list cable TV actresses desperate for fame. You know, so there is a good chance that Meghan does know something about Andrew because she never said anything. Harry never said anything with all of their attacks.
According to this idea, silence may have benefited everyone involved, not because of a formal deal, but because nobody wanted deeper scrutiny into who knew who attended which events or what private relationships may have existed years earlier. The problem is that secrets rarely stay buried forever, and now people believe the balance that kept everyone quiet could be starting to collapse because Sarah Ferguson may no longer feel tied to the old rules protecting the family. For years, loyalty and royal connections reportedly gave Fergie reasons to stay careful. But if those protections are fading, she could decide there's little left to lose by speaking openly. That possibility matters because one of the biggest debates during the Sussex era has always been the gap between Harry and Meghan's public version of events and what palace insiders privately claim really happened. Staff members, courtiers, and relatives have hinted for years that there are many untold stories behind the scenes. Most of those people stayed silent publicly. But if Fergie chooses to speak, some royal watchers believe she could reveal details that dramatically change how parts of the Sussex story are viewed. Sarah Ferguson was reportedly close enough to Harry and Meghan during their royal years to witness how things operated behind closed doors. She saw the pressures, the staff dynamics, the expectations, and the way Meghan handled royal life from inside the family itself. Claims about difficult working relationships have circulated for years through journalists and palace insiders. But critics of those stories often dismiss them as media attacks or establishment spin. The difference with Fergie is that she cannot easily be painted as a loyal palace insider blindly protecting the monarchy. That's what makes her voice potentially so powerful. If someone with her complicated history with the royal family publicly confirmed certain stories, it would land very differently than another tabloid report. Many royal watchers believe this is what truly worries Harry and Meghan, not rumours but first-hand confirmation from someone who was personally there. If Fergie ever said, "I saw it myself," the public reaction could be huge, because she spent years inside the same private circles. Her relationship with Queen Elizabeth also adds emotional weight to the situation. Fergie has spoken warmly about the late Queen for years, and even cared for her beloved dogs after her passing. So, if she defended the Queen, or criticised how others treated her behind the scenes, people would likely take those comments seriously. But the story gets even more complicated, because this isn't only about Fergie anymore. Her daughters, Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie, are now deeply tied to whatever happens next. Reports suggest Prince William has been drawing a much firmer line around the future of the monarchy. According to royal commentators, the York princesses were excluded from major royal events like Royal Ascot, and senior royals were reportedly encouraged to keep public distance from them.
Meghan really was a force when she joined that family of just being terrible to everyone. And Fergie could, in fact, mention that. As I said, Fergie is loyal to Queen Elizabeth II, and I don't think that will change in the book. And Meghan obviously was terrible to her after everything that she gave them. So for that now to come out will again show that Harry and Meghan have lied.
There have also been reports about concerns surrounding financial transparency connected to the York family. Some insiders claim discussions about financial reviews created tension behind the scenes, though many details remain unclear publicly. For Beatrice and Eugenie, the situation is especially difficult because they're trying to build lives separate from their parents' scandals. Both now have families, children, and husbands with careers outside palace life, yet they remain permanently linked to controversies they didn't fully create. That's why some commentators argue they're being treated unfairly. Daily Telegraph columnist Celia Walden recently defended the sisters, pointing out that neither has written a memoir, attacked the monarchy publicly, or sold private royal stories for money. According to supporters, the late Queen cared deeply about Beatrice and Eugenie, and wanted them protected despite the chaos surrounding the York family. But as Prince William reportedly reshapes the monarchy around a smaller inner circle, many are questioning whether the York sisters still have any real future inside royal life at all. Supporters of Beatrice and Eugenie argue they've been judged too harshly, and for many people that defence sounds reasonable. But questions surrounding finances and transparency still continue to hang over the York family. Reports about possible business discussions during periods of serious financial pressure have kept attention focused on what may have happened behind the scenes. Some royal commentators believe Prince William's push for greater financial clarity goes beyond simple palace procedure. According to insiders, William reportedly wants complete transparency before allowing the Yorks back into a stronger royal position. That alone has fueled speculation that senior royals are worried about unresolved financial questions connected to past arrangements and outside contacts, and Sarah Ferguson likely knows exactly what was discussed during those difficult years. If she writes a memoir, even the details she chooses not to include could send powerful signals about what happened privately and who knew certain things at the time. That's why this situation now connects directly to Prince William and the future direction of the monarchy. More than anyone else, William appears focused on rebuilding the institution around stricter standards and a smaller trusted inner circle. Observers say his handling of the York family reflects a major shift from the old royal strategy. In previous generations, scandals were often managed quietly behind the scenes while public unity stayed intact. Queen Elizabeth became famous for handling family crises carefully without making the monarchy appear unstable. But William reportedly sees things very differently. Many royal watchers believe he thinks the old system of quietly absorbing scandals no longer works in the modern media era.
I do believe that there is a chance that if Beatrice and Eugenie can save their bacon, as it were, by distancing themselves from their mother, they will advise her not to do something as bad and as damaging as that.
The problem
So-
is, I just don't think that there is a way back now for Eugenie and Beatrice.
Instead, the message now seems much firmer. Meet the standards expected by the institution, or risk being pushed outside of it completely. And according to reports, those standards apply to everyone, even family members with royal titles and long histories inside the monarchy. That creates a major problem for the York family and possibly for Fergie's future decisions. If she believes there's little chance of fully returning to royal favour, the motivation to stay silent could disappear fast. Some commentators think William's approach is effectively signalling that certain bridges are already burned. If true, that changes the calculation entirely, because silence may no longer offer protection, access, or security. And that brings attention back to Harry and Meghan too. According to critics, the relationships surrounding the Sussex story have often followed a pattern. Alliances formed during difficult moments, then collapse publicly once tensions rise. Now, royal watchers are wondering whether the same thing could happen between the Sussexes and the York family, if Sarah Ferguson finally decides to speak openly about everything she witnessed behind palace doors. Sarah Ferguson is far from the only person once close to Harry and Meghan who could potentially speak out someday. Over the years, several former friends, staff members and insiders have reportedly stayed quiet despite tensions and falling outs behind the scenes. That's what makes the situation so uncomfortable for the Sussexes now. Many people who once defended them or stayed loyal may no longer feel the same pressure to protect private stories forever. Critics argue this pattern didn't suddenly begin after Meghan joined the royal family. They point to earlier friendships, family disputes, and relationships from her suits years that later ended publicly or became strained over time. According to those critics, the issue isn't simple bad luck or constant misunderstanding. They believe Meghan often prioritised her own goals in ways that damaged relationships around her. Supporters strongly disagree with that view, but the debate has followed her for years. The late Queen reportedly gave Harry and Meghan enormous opportunities inside the monarchy. Meghan especially entered one of the most famous institutions in the world with global attention, influence, and the chance to help shape a modern royal future. But according to many palace accounts, tensions grew because expectations on both sides never fully matched. Critics claim Meghan wanted more freedom and influence than the institution traditionally allowed, while the monarchy expected stronger loyalty and adaptation in return. Once that conflict became impossible to manage, the Sussexes didn't quietly step away. Instead, interviews, documentaries, memoirs, and public accusations pushed the family drama onto a worldwide stage. Now the relationship between Harry, Meghan, and the royal family appears worse than it has been in years. Hopes for a slow reconciliation or calmer private communication seem to have faded instead of improved.
Something has to be done to preserve the future of the monarchy because Harry and Andrew are both massive risks, and it's a risk that needs to be assessed very quickly here. And I think definitely there could be a route forwards where their titles are stripped, and I think that's the only way to go.
Reports suggest Prince William's position toward Harry has become especially firm. Meanwhile, King Charles reportedly faces constant pressure trying to balance family emotions with protecting the stability of the monarchy during a difficult period for the institution. At the same time, Harry and Meghan's commercial projects continue to keep royal connections in the spotlight. Critics argue their business ventures still rely heavily on royal status, insider stories, and public fascination with palace life. Yet according to multiple reports, Harry himself has privately expressed missing parts of his old life in Britain. Some insiders claim he longs for something quieter and more connected to the family and country he left behind. Whether that kind of return is even possible anymore remains one of the biggest unanswered questions surrounding the Sussex story. Wanting reconciliation privately and actually behaving in ways that make it possible are two very different things. Many royal watchers believe that gap has become one of the biggest problems in Harry's story for years now. And into that already tense situation steps Sarah Ferguson, a true wildcard inside royal circles. Fergie has her own frustrations, financial pressures, complicated family history, and personal opinions about everything that has unfolded between the Sussexes and the monarchy. Unlike many palace insiders, she has watched this drama from extremely close range. Now, according to commentators,
She may be reaching a point where staying silent no longer benefits her the way it once did. That possibility reportedly has both the palace and the Sussexes paying very close attention. A potential Fergie memoir is no longer viewed as a distant rumour or harmless gossip topic. Behind the scenes, people are said to see it as a real problem with no easy solution, because this situation is about more than just one book deal. It highlights something much bigger. What happens when people carrying major secrets feel they have nothing left to protect anymore? The Sussex saga has already created years of non-stop controversy, public accusations, documentaries, interviews, and royal divisions. And somehow, new complications keep appearing from every direction. Now, streaming platforms may add another layer of pressure. Reports claim Netflix has discussed revisiting royal scandals through special projects or dramatised episodes connected to major moments involving the monarchy. According to entertainment insiders, Prince Andrew's scandals could become one of the biggest focuses. And if a large-scale dramatisation reaches audiences the way The Crown did, the impact could be enormous for public perception.
The truth about Meghan is she will always find a way in which she thinks she can win. And the casualties are irrelevant, whether it's her father, her old best friends, her first husband. There always will be casualties in her life. The question is, when will Harry become the casualty?
For younger viewers especially, dramatised series often become their version of history. Many people learn about royal scandals more through television and streaming shows than through official records or newspaper archives. That creates huge anxiety inside royal circles, because once these stories enter popular culture, control over the narrative becomes almost impossible. Public opinion starts forming through entertainment, social media, and online discussions far beyond palace influence. A dramatisation focused on Andrew would also likely bring renewed attention to the wider social network surrounding him during those years. And critics argue that once audiences begin connecting overlapping circles, celebrity contacts, and elite social connections, difficult questions may grow even louder. That loss of control is what reportedly worries the royal family most right now. The old system of carefully managing scandals behind closed doors no longer works the way it once did. And with people like Fergie potentially ready to speak, the sense of stability around the Sussex story may be slipping even further. They can't erase what Harry revealed in Spare, and they can't undo what millions already watched in the Netflix documentary. At this point, the only thing left is trying to manage whatever comes next. And if Sarah Ferguson really moves forward with a memoir, Many Royal, watchers believe the fallout could become even harder to control than anything we've seen so far. Harry and Meghan were able to push back against critics before. They argued palace insiders were leaking stories against them, and they claimed documentaries and interviews finally allowed them to share their side. But a Fergie memoir would be completely different. Sarah Ferguson can't easily be dismissed as some palace spokesperson or establishment figure protecting royal interests. If anything, she's spent years existing on the outside of the institution while still knowing exactly how it operates behind closed doors. That's what makes her so unpredictable right now. She reportedly has no strong reason left to protect the palace, but she also may feel no reason to protect Harry and Meghan either.
They know a lot about how Prince Harry and Meghan Markle behaved during their time in the British royal family. Because even though Harry and Meghan are now trying to distance themselves from the Yorks, they were closest to the Yorks out of anyone, because they loved going around to the Yorks and being able to bitch about William and Catherine and sort of act as if they were like on the outer of the family together.
For the first time in decades, Fergie appears completely free to speak on her own terms, and that freedom could make her one of the most powerful voices in the entire royal drama. She now stands at a major crossroads. One path is silence, holding back in hopes that her daughters and grandchildren might still keep some connection to royal life in the future. The other path is the book deal, the headlines, the money, and the chance to finally tell her full story without worrying about palace rules or family pressure. If that happens, many believe it could reveal details that completely reshape how people view the Sussex years and the hidden tensions surrounding them. What makes this story so fascinating is that some of the same choices Harry and Meghan made publicly may now be creating the very situation threatening them behind the scenes. Years of broken relationships, silence around certain topics, and public family battles may have opened the door to a much bigger problem. But now,
I want to hear from you. If you were in Fergie's position, would you stay silent after everything that's happened, or would you finally tell your side of the story? And do you think Harry and Meghan still deserve that silence and protection? Drop your thoughts in the comments, because these conversations always get intense. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and share it with anyone following the royal drama. And don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss the next big update.
Former Prince, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, has officially left Royal Lodge and will live in a home on Sandringham Estate in Norfolk. It comes as his brother speaks out on the Epstein scandal for the first time.
Every day, I share a new video exploring the latest stories surrounding Meghan Markle and the royal family. If you enjoy following this ongoing saga, feel free to subscribe, like, or leave a comment. It truly means a lot. Thank you for watching. Now, let's get into today's story. A 64-year-old man, once a senior royal and decorated war figure, now standing in front of a 5-bedroom farmhouse in rural Norfolk. Pest control vans outside, scaffolding half up, and the place smelling damp and neglected, completely losing it. That's the scene insiders are describing from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's first visit to Marsh Farm, the home King Charles reportedly set aside for him.
Final move, the final bit of the jigsaw puzzle, the final part of the demise of the former prince.
Yeah, that's right. They had waited a bit and they put up vast sort of protection around the house because just in case, anyone wants to come in and try and move things around, politely saying.
Yeah. This is the same property Andrew allegedly called pokey and ramshackle, barely hiding his shock. Reports from outlets like The Mirror, Daily Mail and Hello all point to one brutal word: tantrum. Not frustration, not quiet disappointment, an actual tantrum from a man who once carried the title Your Royal Highness, hosted world leaders, and walked palace halls like he owned them. But this isn't just about a smaller house, it's deeper than that. It's about privilege cracking under pressure, about what happens when someone raised with everything is forced to face reality head-on, and it raises some tough, uncomfortable questions you can't ignore. Before we even get into the reaction, you need to see the place itself, because Andrew's reported meltdown makes a lot more sense when you understand exactly what he saw that day. Marsh Farm is a 5-bedroom farmhouse sitting miles away from the main Sandringham house in Norfolk. Let that sink in for a second. 5 bedrooms on royal land surrounded by peaceful countryside. For most people, that sounds like a dream setup. Quiet, private, and wrapped in some of the best views in England.
Taking paintings and valuable things, the things apparently he's had lots of art in his previous home, and he wants all that taken through. So the lorries that are taking him are actually the ones that the royals actually use because they're very reliable. They don't break anything.
Yeah.
And
that would be a story, wouldn't it?
Yes, and so that's what he's going on. So I wonder who's paying. It must be King Charles, who's paying for that as well. So he's doing that.
But for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, once known as Prince Andrew, that place reportedly felt like a nightmare. According to The Mirror, he was appalled, while the Daily Mail claimed a source said he really did not want Marsh Farm and hadn't lived anywhere that small since leaving Buckingham Palace. Decades. Think about that. Over 20 years at Royal Lodge, a massive 30-room estate in Windsor Great Park. We're talking huge space, total privacy, and a lifestyle that blocks out the outside world completely. A place like that doesn't just give you comfort, it builds a mindset where everything revolves around you. Now compare that to a 5-bedroom farmhouse, and suddenly his reaction starts to say a lot more about him than the house itself. But it gets worse, because size wasn't even the biggest issue here. When Andrew reportedly visited Marsh Farm to check on renovations, looking over work, even measuring curtains to picture living there, things took a sharp turn. Pest control vans were spotted outside, with reports hinting at possible rodent problems. Whether confirmed or not, the image alone hits hard. A former royal standing there while exterminators sit in the driveway. It almost feels unreal. And that's not all. There are also claims the property could face flooding risks due to its location and condition, adding even more pressure to a situation that already looked messy. The Crown had already started major upgrades, CTV going in, a 6-foot security fence, extra monitoring, better internet, even landscaping for privacy. But none of it was finished when Andrew showed up.
Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor.
That uncomplicated chap.
There's no drama there, is there? Look, we've been up to what we believe is a place called Marsh Farm. It's at Sandringham. We've been looking at it this week, the last couple of days, and a lot of security fences are going up. A lot of work's being done on getting this house into shape for a former prince. We think that it should be, or we're led to believe that he should be out of or into his permanent home by Easter. However, he could be out of Royal Lodge and into a temporary place by the time of his birthday, his 66th birthday, next month.
What he saw was the place in its raw, stripped-down state, and the reaction was intense. Sources described him as visibly angry, openly furious, struggling to keep it together. And again, that same word comes back. Tantrum! That word keeps sticking, and it says a lot. Think about it. When you picture a 64-year-old man, someone who spent his entire life at the very top of one of the most powerful families in the world, reacting like that to a 5-bedroom farmhouse. What does that tell you? Not about the house, but about him. Now here's where it gets deeper, because this isn't just about moving homes. It's about what he's losing mentally. Royal Lodge wasn't just a big house. It was proof that he still had status, still had a place, even after everything. After the scandal, the loss of titles, the stripped military roles, and that BBC Newsnight interview that went completely off track, he still had Royal Lodge, a 30-room mansion in Windsor Great Park. That address alone carried weight. It told the world and told him that he hadn't completely fallen. He moved into Royal Lodge back in 2003, poured millions into upgrades, and made it his own. So when pressure started building for him to leave, when King Charles made it clear the property should go to a working royal with Prince William in mind, Andrew didn't just accept it, he pushed back hard.
He hopes to get in early April, but everything has to be done. They've done the carpets, they've done the painting, they've done everything. So he'll go in there. But actually, there's a big difference. Instead of him just looking after things himself, he had to check through that his teddy bears have arrived. If you know, he's got 72 teddies, and he loves them, and they've all got to come over.
He looked into legal angles, challenged lease terms, delayed the process, and held on for months longer than expected. It turned into its own story, a clear sign of someone who refused to accept that things had changed. And this is where his resistance starts to say a lot. Because Andrew knew this was coming. On some level, he had to. His HRH title was gone, military roles stripped, and his public position completely erased. Piece by piece, his entire world was being taken apart, right in front of everyone. Anyone watching could see the direction this was heading, but knowing it and accepting it are not the same thing. Especially when you've never really had to face consequences before. Look at his life. Born into royalty, handed every advantage, trained at Gordonstown and the Royal Military College, even served in the Falklands War with real courage. Then came the trade envoy role, which he held for years despite growing questions about his connections and choices. Through all of it, there was always something there to catch him. A title, a role, a royal home, a sense of importance. Something that kept the image alive that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor still mattered. But Marsh Farm changes that completely. It strips away that final layer of protection. And that explosive reaction people described, that's what it looks like when someone who's never had to stand alone is suddenly forced to. Now, to really understand how this all locked into place, you have to go back to October 2024. That's when everything shifted. That was the moment Andrew lost what he had left. His remaining titles and honours completely gone.
This house he's moving into, I mean, it's not a bedsit, is it? I mean, it might not be like the other place.
It's got 5 bedrooms,
yep.
And it's quite smart. But nobody had been using it for quite a while, so they had to clean it up and repair things. But the one he's at the moment is much smaller, so that's not good enough for him. So it's going into this one.
Buckingham Palace even released a statement that felt unusually sharp, pointing to serious lapses of judgment and directly referencing sympathy for victims and survivors of abuse. Those words were not sluchino picked, they were carefully chosen. Palace statements go through layers of drafting, legal checks and top-level approval. So when Buckingham Palace uses a phrase like serious lapses of judgment alongside sympathy for victims and survivors of abuse, that's not casual. That's an official verdict. It's controlled, deliberate, and it hits hard. Andrew continues to deny all allegations tied to Geoffrey. That's his position. But his status inside the royal system, the very institution that shaped his entire life, has been completely changed, and there's no going back. He's no longer HRH, no official titles, no patronages, no public duties, no income tied to a royal role. In simple terms, he's no longer an active part of what he was born into. And this move to Sandringham, it's the physical proof of that shift. Royal commentator Robert Jobson pointed something out to Hello magazine that really stands out. He said Andrew is not going quietly. Those 3 words say a lot. Because what does not going quietly even mean at this point?
These photos of Marsh Farm, it's a ramshackle place. It's run down. Is he going to be happy there, Arthur?
Well, I mean, people describe the Sandringham estate as not very nice, but I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, it's just tree lined. It's absolutely where that farm is. It's not on. It's over by the other side of the road. You know, it's not in the actual estate, but it's part of it. And that's you know, to restore that house that time, they're going to have to have a massive amount of work done on it. And I don't think it's going to happen in April, because I've been talking to someone up there and he says it's really, really run down. No one's lived in it for a long while. And we'll see, like, you know, if he maybe leaving Royal Lodge before then, going somewhere temporary.
The titles are already gone. The roles are gone. The Royal Lodge fight was the last thing he could hold on to, and even that is finished. Removal vans have been seen, timelines are locked in, and his 65th birthday marked the moment those Royal Lodge keys went back to the Crown Estate. As Jobson made clear, the decision is done. This isn't a negotiation, not a discussion, and definitely not something his personal feelings can change. This was decided by King Charles, by the institution, by forces way bigger than one former duke. And yet, despite all of that, he's still resisting, still visibly angry, and still making scenes, even in a quiet farmhouse setting. So what does all of that really say about the gap between how Andrew sees himself and how everyone else, including his own family, now sees him? That gap looks massive. Now bring Sarah Ferguson into this, because this part doesn't get enough attention, but it matters a lot. For decades, Sarah has been the one constant in Andrew's life. They divorced back in 1996, but they never truly went their separate ways. She stayed living with him at Royal Lodge, stood by him in public, defended him again and again, even when most people stepped back quietly. She went on TV, gave interviews, and kept up the image of support, whether people believed it or not. She wasn't just his ex-wife, she was his ally, his backup, proof that someone close to him still had his side. And yes, the whole setup was unusual. 2 divorced people living together in a royal estate for nearly 30 years, but somehow it worked in its own way. It gave him something important, a sense that he wasn't alone. But now, that situation seems to be shifting fast. Reports suggest Sarah is also set to leave Royal Lodge, though where she'll go hasn't been clearly confirmed. Even more telling, recent coverage doesn't describe them as a united front anymore. Instead, there's talk of distance, cooling loyalty, even claims that she stepped away completely, along with his daughter Eugenie. If that's true, then this gets serious quickly. Because now it's not just about losing a house, it's about losing the people who stood closest to him. And then there's one detail that almost feels unreal. Reports say Andrew is now thinking about dating again. Take a second to process that. A 64-year-old man, after losing titles, status, his home, and possibly key relationships, now stepping back into the dating world. That shift alone raises a lot of questions, so he's reportedly thinking about dating. That leaves 2 real possibilities, and neither one looks great.
Will he have staff still?
Oh, that's interesting. He had loads of staff. He's never cooked anything for himself, but the king brought it down, so he's had only 3, a chef and 2 people looking after things. But now I think it's only 1, and he has to get his food himself from Waitrose, and that's the difference. I mean, it's...
Either Andrew is so disconnected from his current reality that he actually believes dating is his biggest priority right now, which points to a level of denial that runs deep. or this story is being leaked by people around him for their own reasons, trying to shape the narrative in a certain way. Whichever one it is, both say something important. Because real or not, that detail signals one thing clearly. His support system is falling apart. The person who stood by him the longest may finally be stepping away. And without that, he's facing something he's never really had to deal with. Being on his own. No titles, no roles, no reputation, no public position, just a 5-bedroom farmhouse in Norfolk and a completely different reality. That's a lonely situation by any standard. And while it doesn't excuse the reaction people described, it does help explain it. Because for someone who's never had to stand without backup, this kind of shift hits hard. Now here's where things take a strange turn. There's been growing talk, especially recently, that Marsh Farm might not even be his final stop. Instead, it could be temporary, a pause before something bigger, because Andrew is reportedly considering a move to Bahrain. These rumours have been around for a while, but now they're being taken more seriously. Reports point to his long-standing connections in the region, built during his time as a UK trade envoy, connections that have always brought questions and attention. The idea is that Bahrain offers something he can't get in the UK, not just comfort or lifestyle, but distance. Distance from the constant media spotlight that has followed every setback, every headline, every moment. In Bahrain, the narrative could shift. He wouldn't be seen the same way as a former royal under scrutiny, but more as someone with history, connections, and a different kind of presence that still carries weight, even without official titles. If he actually leaves, it says something big. It suggests Andrew has come to a harsh conclusion, whether he admits it or not, that he can't rebuild any kind of stable life in Britain anymore, that everything tied to his name here is too heavy, too public, and too permanent to move past. It means the only real option left might be to walk away from it all completely. But here's the part people aren't really sitting with. Would King Charles even allow that? From the palace point of view, sending Andrew to Bahrain might seem like a clean fix. He's out of sight, away from royal events, no headlines popping up from Windsor or London, no awkward appearances. Out of sight, out of mind. It sounds simple. But there's another side to it. Andrew in Bahrain, with his past connections and history of controversial business ties, could create a whole new set of problems.
Does he deserve this house, Samara? It's a
No,
big old house
no
that's
way.
been put together. No?
He doesn't. He barely deserves to be put up anywhere, in my opinion. I mean, genuinely. I know you disagree with me, Arthur, but...
Well, listen, I'm not saying any more about it because people don't like me hearing this.
No.
And it's true. I mean...
No, I think you're just fair when it comes to Andrew, and I think you look at, forgiveness and allowing people to move on, which is part of the debate, which is absolutely
This
fine.
is what I think the King wants as well. That's why he's doing this. He's bringing the... But I still think they're going to be paparazzi up there chasing him, and every time he goes out on his horse, pictures of him. I mean, when's it going to end? I don't know. I mean, he's not committed any crime. He's not wanted for. He's not a paedophile because he's not been convicted of any crime. He's just.
He just paid a lot of money to go to Pizza
He just lied on
Express.
television. That was his biggest problem. If he'd have just said on television, "I'm sorry."
Because once he's out there, he's no longer within easy reach. If he stays in Norfolk, there's still proximity, family nearby, some level of awareness, some influence. But in Bahrain, that control disappears. Who is he meeting? What is he getting involved in? What deals could be happening behind the scenes? The palace has spent years trying to manage the situation. Sending him abroad might not fix anything. It might just move the problem somewhere harder to monitor. That's the decision Charles is facing, and it's not an easy one. Now, while all of this has been unfolding, there's another piece that stands out for a completely different reason. The silence of his daughters. Through everything, the loss of titles, the Royal Lodge situation, the Marsh Farm drama, even the reports of his outbursts, Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie have said almost nothing publicly. And that silence speaks loudly. They've both continued with their own lives, Beatrice with royal duties, Eugenie with her family and advocacy work. But neither has stepped in to defend him or criticize him. They've held a very careful line, staying completely quiet in public, and you can imagine that comes with its own weight behind the scenes. Some reports claim Eugenie has cut off contact with her father, but that hasn't been confirmed by anyone directly involved. And that "if" matters. Because if it were true, it would easily be one of the most painful twists in this entire situation. No matter how people view Andrew, a breakdown between a father and his children is never small. It cuts deep every time. But here's what really stands out. The way his daughters have handled all of this might actually be the smartest move they have. By staying silent, they protect themselves. If they defended him publicly, they'd risk being pulled into the backlash. But if they openly criticized him, that creates a whole different kind of damage.
He must be bored senseless. I have no sympathy for this, by the way, but he can't do anything. He can't leave the house. All he can do is go for a horse ride.
He's very sad. No, King Charles has stopped him doing a horse ride.
Oh, yeah, so he can't ride his horse?
He can't ride his horse because he doesn't want people to see him. He doesn't want them to stop and talk to them. He's absolutely sort of locked up, really. And that's going to go on for quite a while. And the whole area is actually sealed for anyone to go in, look at the place. I mean, he must be very miserable because his daughters aren't going to see him. His ex-wife, who was there for him just to keep him company for a long time, she's not there either. And so he's there on his own, and perhaps he will think about what he's done.
So instead, they've chosen a very careful path. Say nothing, do nothing publicly, and avoid turning their private relationship into a public headline. That's a tough balance to hold. They're protecting their own lives while not fully closing the door, and they're doing it quietly, without announcements, without drama, without making it into a bigger story. That kind of restraint says a lot. And honestly, it's a bit heavy when you think about it. Because when the people closest to you decide that silence is the safest option, that sends a message, even if no one says it out loud. It's not official, it's not declared, but it's still real. Now think about Andrew in that moment, standing at that farmhouse, already angry, already dealing with everything changing around him, and knowing his daughters aren't standing beside him publicly. What does that feel like? That's not just a dramatic question. It's a real one, because it's easy to focus on the headlines and forget the human side underneath all of this.
Perpetual denial, Angela, isn't it?
Yes, he's in perpetual denial, and he just keeps saying, I don't know, or he can't remember, those sort of terrible sort of things that make you feel.
And that's where this story shifts, because now it starts raising harder questions, the kind that don't come with simple answers. So what does accountability actually look like for someone like Andrew Mountbatten Windsor? He's lost his HRH title. His military roles are gone, his public duties wiped out. The Royal Lodge lease is ending, and now he's being moved to a much smaller home, far from the centre of royal power. No civil list income, no official patronages. On paper, that's a major fall. For some people, that's enough. They see it as real consequences, status gone, reputation damaged, lifestyle reduced in a way few in his position ever experience. But others strongly disagree. They point out that he still lives on royal land, still has security, and still benefits every single day from being born into privilege. That the Norfolk farmhouse he reportedly dislikes would be seen as extreme luxury by most people across Britain. And then there's a third view, quieter but still there. Some argue he's been judged without a criminal conviction, that settling a civil case isn't an admission of guilt, and that he's been pushed out of public life while also being denied a truly private one.
Mara, new beginnings, compassion for Andrew up at Marsh Farm?
I mean, the reality of the situation is that, yes, Prince Andrew does, or just Andrew, sorry. Andrew likes the finer things in life, and obviously that was his hubris, to be honest, and sort of his downfall. And so I think optically it's a very good idea for the king to put him up in this sort of ramshackle place away from the public eye. I don't think the royal family wants to be seen as putting him up in anything sort of lavish or giving him any sort of special treatment. So I do think it's a good decision for them, and I just don't think he should sort of be receiving anything particularly special or shiny in the next few years and for the last part of his life. I think he should just go off into the shadows, and I think that's how the royal family want him to be perceived by the public.
There's no simple answer here, and no single view that everyone agrees on. But here's the part that really stands out. It's not the anger itself, because anger in a situation like this is human. Anyone losing status, home, and identity all at once would feel something. What raises questions is where that anger is going, because instead of focusing on the bigger picture, the choices, the consequences, the reality of what's changed, the frustration seems to land on the surface details. The farmhouse, the size, the setup, even things like curtains not fitting properly. 5 bedrooms instead of 30, and that becomes the breaking point. That reaction says more than the situation itself. And it's the part that really sticks. The focus lands on the wrong things: the pest control vans, the driveway, the room sizes. That alone tells you where Andrew's head is at. Not on the people connected to the situation that ended his public role, not on reflection, not even on what comes next, but on the house, the space, the postcode, the status symbols slipping away one by one. And that's exactly what the reaction reveals, and why it's hard for many people to feel sympathy, even if they might have been open to it before.
Do still retain some friends, don't they? I mean, I'd imagine he could still cobble together a dinner party guest list.
I don't know about that, because I don't think Waitrose would actually produce anything for that. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But he's got lots of people who are friendly and not in this country, who have known him for a very long time. And one of them invited him to a sort of stay and live in a huge sort of palace that he's got. And he could have, swimming pool, all this sort of thing.
So he can... Can he not do? He can't accept those invitations.
Well, no, he can't at the moment because there's war.
So what happens now? Here's how the timeline currently looks. Andrew is expected to leave Royal Lodge and move into Wood Farm Cottage, a smaller home on the Sandringham estate that Prince Philip used in his later years. That move is meant to be temporary while Marsh Farm renovations are finished. His 65th birthday in mid-February marks the official handover of Royal Lodge. And by Easter 2025, the plan is for him to settle permanently into Marsh Farm. That's the roadmap, but whether he actually sticks to it is still uncertain. Because up to now, he's pushed back at every stage. Delays, resistance, holding on longer than expected. It's been a pattern, but this time feels different. Removal vans have already been spotted. Work is moving forward and the reports are far more specific, suggesting this move is really happening. So, what comes next? There are a few realistic paths, and they don't just affect Andrew, they reflect on the monarchy as a whole. The first option is simple: quiet acceptance. He moves in, adjusts to a smaller life, keeps whatever private relationships remain, and slowly fades out of the public spotlight, exactly the outcome the palace would prefer. This first outcome is the cleanest, not necessarily for Andrew, but for everyone else. It keeps things controlled, contained, and lets the institution move forward without more drama. The second option: ongoing resistance. Andrew never fully accepts the situation, and every few months, new stories pop up. Complaints about the farmhouse, frustration with the move, more reported outbursts. He stays in the headlines, but for all the wrong reasons, becoming a problem the palace can't fully manage. Then there's the third path: the Bahrain move.